Audiobook title, The Guard Engine's Awakening original title, Crossing the Other World to Build Gundam audiobook by Zephyr Audiobook, and short audiobook part 03 chapter 100, 1 to 150 chapter 100. 1. Something's not right. The Rhineman Emirates frigate Valiant shuddered violently as a barrage of missiles tore through her starboard hull, sending shards of twisted metal spiraling into the void. "Captain, we're taking fire," the communications officer bellowed over the cacophony of alarms and groaning bulkheads. "Where's it bloody coming from?" Captain Henderson demanded, gripping the command rail as another explosion rocked the vessel. "Dead spot in our search radar, sir. They've found our blind zone. Damn and blast. Launch the fighter squadron immediately and get that distress beacon broadcasting." Henderson's weathered face creased with grim determination as he watched his ship's systems failing one by one. Miles away, concealed within the electromagnetic shadow of a drifting asteroid, the pilot of a Shadow-class mobile suit couldn't help but smirk inside his helmet. His voice crackled through the comm system with barely concealed amusement. "Blimey, would you look at that rust bucket? The Rhineman's frigate and fighters are proper museum pieces, 50 years out of date if they are a day. I thought our kit was getting on a bit, but bloody hell, theirs makes ours look cutting edge." His wingman, piloting a sleek Phantom fighter, chuckled darkly through the radio static. "Makes our job easier, doesn't it? Like taking sweets from a baby." 6 M1 interceptors launched from the Emirates frigate, their pilots full of desperate courage but woefully outgunned. The aging fighters carried no beam weapons, just antiquated missiles that seemed almost quaint against their modern adversaries. The missiles streaked through space like dying stars, only to be effortlessly swatted aside or simply outmaneuvered by the enemy mobile suits. Their targeting systems, calibrated decades ago, couldn't even achieve a proper lock-on. In less than 60 seconds, all 6 M1s were reduced to expanding clouds of debris and frozen atmosphere. Their pilots never stood a chance. A Shadow mobile suit accelerated towards the crippled frigate with predatory grace, its pilot lining up the perfect shot. The rocket launcher mounted on its shoulder discharged with a brilliant flash, the projectile punching clean through the frigate's forward section. Meanwhile, the remaining attackers unleashed concentrated beam fire, their directed energy weapons carving through the vessel's hull like a hot knife through butter. What had once been a proud warship of the Emirates fleet was now nothing more than a gutted, drifting hulk, a testament to the brutal efficiency of modern warfare. The mixed squadron completed their grim work and vanished into the star-flecked darkness, leaving only wreckage and silence in their wake. When the Emirates rescue vessels finally arrived, they found their sister ships remained scattered across several kilometers of space. Miraculously, there were survivors, though all were grievously injured and unconscious, their memories locked away behind walls of trauma and medical sedation. Colonel Shrek studied the tactical display aboard his flagship with the calm intensity of a veteran commander. 2 separate attacks on Emirates vessels had been reported within the hour, and he'd resisted the natural urge to rush headlong to the rescue sites. "Sir," ventured the radar operator, a young sergeant whose voice betrayed his inexperience, "shouldn't we be heading to the attack sites? There might be survivors who could provide intelligence." Shrek's weathered fingers drummed against the command console as he considered his response. "Leave the rescue operations to the Emirates forces, Sergeant. Our job is to root out these bloody terrorists and put an end to this business once and for all." His eyes never left the tactical display as he continued. "These attacks weren't random. The militants knew exactly where to hit. They've studied the Emirates frigate designs, mapped out their radar blind spots, identified their weaknesses. We can use that against them." "How's that, sir?" By working backwards from the attack vectors, we can calculate where the bastards were hiding. They had to position themselves in those blind spots to pull off these ambushes. Shrek's tactical mind was already several steps ahead, plotting intercept courses and search patterns. Brilliant, sir. The communications officer's voice cut through their discussion. Colonel, we've got something. Long-range telescope has captured thermal signatures, analyzing the data now. The main display flickered to life, showing a grainy but unmistakable image, an elliptical vessel that looked like some unholy marriage between a submarine and a stealth bomber. Its hull was so black it seemed to drink in the surrounding starlight. Shrek stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's a proper space submarine, that is. Look at that coating. Designed to fool the naked eye and bugger about with certain radar frequencies. Sneaky devils. To avoid spooking his quarry, Shrek ordered the fleet to maintain their current course at a respectful distance, launch the Zhu sisters in their Gemini Gundams, tell them to conduct a thorough sweep. Where there's one of these subs, there's likely to be more. Colonel, the sensor operator's voice crackled with excitement. We've got a second contact. 2 submarines in total positioned here and here. Excellent. Tell Jaina and Neria to acquire target locks on both vessels. I want their propulsion systems disabled, not destroyed. We need prisoners who can talk. The twin Gundam units moved with lethal precision through the void, their specialized long-range anti-ship rifles charging with ominous energy. Aboard the lead submarine, Major Madias wiped nervous perspiration from his brow as he studied the tactical readouts. His voice carried forced confidence as he addressed his crew. The Tianyi mercenary fleet hasn't spotted us, lads. We're still in the clear. Despite his outward calm, Madias's mind was racing. He'd heard the stories about the Tianyi group's Gundam units, mobile suits capable of single-handedly turning the tide of entire battles. He'd even seen combat footage that defied belief, and according to intelligence reports, the fleet now bearing down on their position was the same one that had escorted St. Ethel. 10 Gundams, they said, 10 machines that could rewrite the rules of engagement with their mere presence. A single submarine against that kind of firepower, it would be suicide. Madias dabbed at his forehead again, trying to project an air of control he didn't feel. Suddenly, his weapons officer's voice shattered the tense quiet. Massive directed energy discharge from the Tianyi fleet, beam heading straight for us. Emergency evasive maneuvers now. Matias barked, but even as the words left his mouth, he knew it was too late. The submarine lurched violently as the precisely aimed beam struck their engine compartment. Matias was thrown from his chair, his head striking the tactical console as alarms began wailing throughout the vessel. Damage report. He shouted, struggling to his feet as emergency lighting bathed the bridge in hellish red. Propulsion systems offline, sir. We're dead in the water. The terrible realization hit Matias like a physical blow. They'd been detected all along. The Tianyi forces had simply been waiting for the perfect moment to spring their trap. Through the main viewer, he watched in horrified fascination as another beam lanced out from the mercenary fleet, striking his sister submarine with surgical precision. The explosion that followed confirmed his worst fears. They were both sitting ducks now. Mobile suit signatures appeared on his sensors, growing larger with each passing second as Tianyi forces moved in for the kill. Launch all fighters and mobile suits. Madias commanded, his voice hoarse with desperation. Buy us time to destroy the classified materials. As his crew rushed to comply, Madias raced to his quarters, frantically feeding sensitive documents into the ship's incinerator. The acrid smoke of burning intelligence filled the small compartment as he worked. 20 minutes later, His remaining forces had been systematically eliminated with ruthless efficiency. Faced with the inevitable, Marius activated the ship's general comm system. All hands, this is the Major. We're surrendering to Tianyi forces. Lay down your weapons and prepare for boarding. As his crew began raising white flags throughout the submarine, Marius quietly drew his sidearm. The cold metal felt strangely comforting against his temple. The single gunshot echoed through the submarine's corridors like a final, defiant exclamation point. "Colonel," the communications officer reported with professional detachment, "both submarines have surrendered." However, the commanding officer of the lead vessel committed suicide immediately after giving the surrender order. Shrek nodded grimly. "Signal the Emirates Defense Ministry. Tell them we've bagged some of their uninvited guests, and get our interrogation teams ready. I want every scrap of intelligence we can squeeze out of the survivors." In his private quarters aboard the flagship, Draco Varlan studied the mission reports with growing unease. Something about this entire operation felt fundamentally wrong. The attacking forces had used obsolete equipment, submarines, phantom fighters, and shadow mobile suits that had been cutting-edge technology 20 years ago. All of it bore the hallmarks of Garthian imperial manufacturing, but that was precisely what bothered him. If some empire wanted to conduct covert operations against the Emirates, he mused aloud, why would they use their own standardized equipment? It's like a thief tattooing criminal across his forehead. The more he considered the situation, the more suspicious it became. Were they dealing with black market weapons purchased by terrorist groups, or was this an elaborate false flag operation designed to implicate the Garthian Empire? His secure communications console chimed with an incoming message from Colonel Shrek. Draco quickly composed his thoughts before responding. "Colonel, I've been analyzing the enemy equipment, and frankly, none of this adds up. The whole bloody thing stinks to high heaven." Shrek's gruff voice crackled through the speakers. "My thoughts exactly, boss. Let's see what our new guests have to say for themselves. Something tells me this rabbit hole goes much deeper than we initially thought." As Draco stared out at the stars through his cabin's viewport, he couldn't shake the feeling that they'd stumbled into something far more complex and dangerous than a simple terrorist attack. The pieces of this puzzle were scattered across multiple star systems, and he had the distinct impression that they were only seeing the tip of a very large and very deadly iceberg. The truth, whatever it might be, would have to be extracted one careful question at a time from the survivors now languishing in their detention cells. But first, they needed to determine whether their prisoners were genuine militants or merely pawns in a much larger game. A game whose rules they were only beginning to understand. Chapter 102, the frame-up in Colonel Shrek's cramped office aboard the flagship. The harsh glare of overhead lighting cast stark shadows across the weathered faces of three men hunched over classified reports. A young captain, his uniform still crisp despite the long hours, stood at rigid attention as he delivered his findings to the two most powerful men in the Tianyi fleet. "Sir Colonel," the captain began, his voice steady despite the gravity of his words. "After intensive questioning of the prisoners, several of them have cracked under pressure. They claim to be operatives of the Guderian imperial state." Draco Varlan's lips curled into a cold, humorless smile that never reached his eyes, whilst Colonel Shrek released a derisive snort that spoke volumes about his opinion of such convenient confessions. The captain, a veteran of enough briefings to read the room, understood immediately why both superior officers displayed such skepticism. Captain Shrek's gravelly voice cut through the tension like a blade. "The prisoners and all that hardware we've seized, do we know which nation actually developed this kit?" Yes, sir. Every piece traces back to Garthian imperial manufacturing, roughly 30 years old by our estimates. Most of it was decommissioned from active service a decade ago and flogged off to whoever had the coin. Still carries some of the original imperial markings, though someone's tried to scrub them clean. Shrek leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming an impatient rhythm against the metal desk. The Guderian state sits right on the bleeding border with the Rhineman Emirates, doesn't it? Two neighbors who have been getting on like a house on fire for decades. If the Guderians wanted to cause grief for the Emirates, why in God's name would they use their own standard issue gear? Even the most amateur saboteur wouldn't be daft enough to leave calling cards all over a covert operation. That's precisely what troubles us, sir, the captain replied, shifting uncomfortably. Some of the prisoners broke after extensive persuasion and kept insisting they were Guderian agents. We even administered enhanced truth serums. But these blokes have built up remarkable resistance to chemical interrogation. Someone's trained them well. Draco's steel-grey eyes sharpened with interest. What about their navigation logs and mission records? Completely destroyed, sir. Professional job. Nothing salvageable from the data cores. Colonel, bring up the tactical display, Draco commanded, his mind already several moves ahead in this deadly chess game. Shrek's weathered fingers danced across the holographic interface, and the room filled with a shimmering three-dimensional map of the sector, with the Rhineman Emirates glowing at its center like a jewel surrounded by potential threats. Draco pointed to a particular star system, his expression grim. Colonel, the Judah Democratic Republic, that name ring any bells? Shrek's eyes narrowed as memory kicked in. Bloody right it does. That's the lot who came sniffing around the Emirates with their self-righteous inspection fleet, wasn't it? Brought along half the Democratic Coalition's so-called experts to investigate whether the Emirates were stockpiling weapons of mass destruction. Look at the positioning, Draco continued, his finger tracing the stellar geography. The Emirates sit directly between the Judah Republic and the Guderian state. Notice anything peculiar about that arrangement? Shrek studied the display, and the pieces began falling into place. Christ, the Emirates are like the bloody filling in a sandwich between those two powers. Exactly. Now tell me, Colonel, what are the odds that the Judah Republic is orchestrating an elaborate frame-up job against the Guderians? Starting to look more than possible, boss. Draco began pacing the cramped confines of the office, his tactical mind working through the implications. Here's what I reckon, Colonel. The Judah Republic hasn't given up on the Emirates, not by a long shot. On the surface, they're banging on about democratic principles and regime change, claiming they want to liberate the Emirates from authoritarian rule. But I suspect their real target is something far more valuable than political ideology. Both Shrek and the captain watched intently as their commander laid out his theory, recognizing the sharp intelligence that had made him such a formidable strategist. It's about the bloody food supply, Draco continued, his voice taking on the cold certainty of someone who'd seen through the lies. When I visited the Starnwick Republic and the Parkley Empire, I noticed something that made my teeth ache. Food prices were astronomical compared to what we're used to in our sector. A simple tin of corned beef, same brand, same bloody size, was selling for 5 times what we'd pay back home. He gestured towards the star map, indicating vast swathes of space where conflicts raged like brushfires. War might crash the prices of most commodities, but food becomes liquid gold. Anyone sitting on substantial agricultural reserves during wartime isn't just comfortable, they are obscenely wealthy. Shrek frowned, still processing the implications. How's this connect to our current situation, boss? War profiteering operates on multiple levels, Draco explained, his voice gaining momentum as the pieces aligned. Arms dealers make their fortunes selling weapons to both sides, but if that same war creates food shortages, agricultural traders can rake in even more coin. The Rhineman Emirates happen to be one of the sector's agricultural powerhouses. The holographic display shifted to show trade route data, and the numbers were staggering. Before this bloody Great War kicked off, the Emirates controlled maybe 3% of food exports in our colonial sector. Hardly worth mentioning, really, but as the fightings intensified and every nation started hoarding supplies, terrified their own populations might starve whilst their governments fight over territory, the Emirates' share has exploded to 30% of the sector's food trade. Shrek's eyes widened as understanding dawned, and that's keeping food prices from climbing even higher. Precisely, the Emirates' consistent export policy is preventing the kind of price manipulation that would make war profiteers absolutely filthy rich. Think about it. Who do you suppose pulls the strings in these democratic republics? The same corporate interests who'd benefit most from artificial food scarcity. The captain, who'd been following this conversation with growing fascination, ventured a question. So you believe the Judah Republic is framing the Guderians to manipulate the Emirates into joining their coalition? More than that, Draco replied grimly. I suspect they want to control Emirates' food exports directly, creating artificial shortages that would send prices through the bloody roof. Classic disaster capitalism. Shrek suddenly straightened, struck by another possibility. But what if we're wrong, boss? What if the Guderians really are planning something against the Emirates? Draco had clearly anticipated this question. I considered that initially, but look at the comparative strength assessments. The Guderian state is a minor regional power. The Judah Republic outclasses them 3-1 in terms of military capability and economic influence. If the Guderians were genuinely stupid enough to attack the Emirates, the Judah Republic would have the perfect justification to obliterate them entirely. He manipulated the display to show detailed intelligence reports on both nations' capabilities and resources. Here's the truly diabolical part of this scheme. I believe the frame-up serves dual purposes. Yes, they want to manipulate the Emirates, but they're also engineering an excuse to annex the entire Guderian state. Look at the industrial assessments. The Guderians aren't particularly strong in manufacturing, but their agricultural output is phenomenal. If the Judah Republic could seize their territory under the pretense of preventing further aggression, they'd control enough food production to corner the entire sector's market during wartime. Colonel Shrek absorbed this analysis with the grim appreciation of a career soldier who'd seen too many similar conspiracies unfold. Bloody hell, boss. That's exactly the sort of long-term strategic thinking these political bastards specialize in. The captain's communication earpiece suddenly crackled to life, interrupting their discussion. After listening intently to the incoming report, he looked up with barely contained excitement. Sir Colonel, my team's just reported a breakthrough. They've discovered several documents aboard the captured submarines that weren't destroyed. The files are heavily encrypted, but our cryptography specialists estimate they'll have them cracked within the hour. Shrek's expression hardened into something altogether more dangerous. Captain, tell your interrogation teams to increase the pressure on our remaining guests. I want every scrap of information they're hiding, and I'm not particularly concerned about their comfort levels whilst we extract it. What followed in the detention blocks was a masterclass in psychological warfare that would have impressed the most ruthless intelligence agencies. Enhanced truth serums were combined with more traditional methods of persuasion, techniques designed to break mental resistance through carefully orchestrated trauma. In one particularly effective session, several prisoners were forced to watch as their comrades were subjected to increasingly brutal treatment. The psychological impact was devastating and immediate. "Please," a female prisoner sobbed, her hands zip-tied behind her back as she knelt on the cold metal floor. "Stop hurting him. I'll tell you everything. Just please don't." Her words dissolved into anguished screams as she watched the systematic torture of her partner, a man whose broken body was being methodically carved apart by Tiani interrogators. The sound of his agony echoed through the detention block, a calculated symphony of horror designed to shatter the resolve of any remaining holdouts. A Tiani operative grabbed a fistful of the woman's hair, yanking her head back to meet his cold gaze. "You'd better be telling the truth, love. Some of your mates already spilled their guts under chemical persuasion. If I catch you lying to me, I'll stuff pieces of your boyfriend's flesh down your throat and make you swallow every bloody morsel." The woman's composure crumbled entirely, and the words poured out of her in a torrential confession that covered everything from mission parameters to command structures to financial backing. The Tiani operative studied her expressions carefully, cross-referencing her account with the body language and reactions of the other bound prisoners, searching for any sign of deception or omission. By the time the enhanced interrogation was complete, every surviving prisoner had confirmed the same basic facts, their faces ashen with the knowledge that their secrets had been thoroughly extracted. Right then, the operative said with professional satisfaction, signaling for his subordinates to remove the other prisoners from the interrogation chamber. "Much obliged for your cooperation." Once the chamber had emptied, leaving only the female prisoner and her mortally wounded partner, the operative drew his sidearm with practiced efficiency. The suppressor was already attached, and 2 quick shots to the temple ensured that no witnesses would survive to complicate the intelligence picture. The extracted information was immediately transmitted up the chain of command to Colonel Shrek's office, where Draco awaited confirmation of his suspicions. "Boss," Shrek reported with grim satisfaction, "your assessment was spot on. It's a complete bloody frame-up job, orchestrated by the Judah Democratic Republic. The encrypted files are still being processed, but we've got enough from the interrogations to piece together the whole sordid operation." Draco nodded, feeling no satisfaction in being proven correct about such a cynical conspiracy. "Right. Package all the intelligence and forward it to the Rhineman Defense Ministry immediately. This is their mess to sort out now. We've done our bit by exposing the deception." As he stared out at the star field beyond the office viewport, Draco couldn't help but reflect on the cold calculus of interstellar politics. Somewhere in the halls of power within the Judah Democratic Republic, faceless bureaucrats and corporate interests were orchestrating the suffering of millions for the sake of market manipulation and territorial expansion. It was exactly the sort of calculated evil that had driven him to create the Tiani Group in the first place, an organization powerful enough to stand against such machinations when the need arose. Today, they'd prevented one small piece of a much larger conspiracy from succeeding. Tomorrow, there would undoubtedly be another crisis requiring their particular blend of military expertise and moral clarity. The game of galactic politics never truly ended. It simply evolved into new forms of sophisticated barbarism. Chapter 103, The Toxic Terror. Initially, Draco Varlan reckoned their job was done and dusted. Hand over the extracted intelligence to the Rhineman Emirates authorities. Let them lodge their complaints against the Judah Democratic Republic, decrypt the final encrypted files, and Bob's your uncle, mission accomplished. But when the decryption was complete, and they actually clocked what was written in those bloody files, neither Draco nor Colonel Shrek could believe the sheer, calculated malice of the Judah Republic scheme. "Bloody hell," Shrek muttered, his weathered face pale as he stared at the holographic display. The plan laid out before them was nothing short of genocidal. Colonel Shrek immediately contacted the Rhineman Emirates authorities and his colleague, Colonel Christopher Blackwood, who was stationed at the colonial satellites. Meanwhile, Draco issued urgent orders for their entire fleet to accelerate towards the Rhineman Emirates orbital colonies at maximum burn. When the Rhineman authorities received the intelligence, absolute chaos erupted throughout their government halls. This was a nation that hadn't faced a proper military threat since its founding, a veritable paradise amongst the stars, and they hadn't the foggiest idea how to handle such a crisis. In a panic-induced decision that would prove catastrophic, Sheikh Rhineman Roman IV declared a full national alert. The defense minister, caught completely off guard by this direct order, simply complied without considering the devastating chain reaction it would trigger. The National Broadcasting Service immediately went live across all channels. "Citizens of the Emirates, enemy agents from the Judah Democratic Republic have infiltrated our nation with deadly chemical weapons. By order of His Highness Sheikh Rhineman Roman IV, all citizens are commanded to remain indoors immediately." This is not a drill. Colonel Christopher Blackwood, stationed aboard his flagship HMS Steadfast in orbit around the Emirates' primary colonial satellite, nearly choked on his tea when the announcement crackled through his communications array. "Bloody sarding hell," he exploded, slamming his cup down so hard that tea splashed across his tactical display. "Has Sheikh Rhineman Roman IV completely lost his marbles? He's just tipped off every terrorist on the satellite." Christopher immediately barked orders to his subordinates to inventory their chemical protection equipment. The response was reassuring. They had more than enough NBC nuclear, biological, chemical gear to outfit the entire fleet twice over. "All hands, don full chemical warfare protection immediately," Christopher commanded through the ship's intercom, his voice carrying the authority of a man who'd seen too many biological weapon attacks during his military career. He then transmitted an urgent status update to both Draco and Colonel Shrek. Christopher quickly established secure communications with Sheikh Rhineman Roman IV, volunteering his forces to assist in hunting down the Judah Republic's infiltrators. The Sheikh, grasping at any offered assistance, immediately accepted. The Judah Republic's infiltration strategy was deviously sophisticated, a classic two-pronged approach. Their primary operatives had entered the Emirates disguised as legitimate merchants aboard commercial vessels, whilst simultaneously deploying obvious sabotage teams to draw attention and resources away from the real threat. The Emirates' colonial security forces immediately began conducting intensive searches of all merchant vessels docked at their ports, with particular scrutiny focused on any ships flagged under Judah Republic registration. Deep within Air Filtration Plant 7, one of Christopher's specialist NBC teams discovered their worst nightmare, a sophisticated chemical weapon device counting down towards detonation. The team's bomb disposal expert, Sergeant Williams, worked with surgical precision despite the sweat pouring down his face inside his protective mask. 30 seconds, sir," he called out to his team leader. "Steady on, Williams. You've got this," came the calm reply. With 12 seconds remaining, Williams severed the final wire. The countdown display flickered and died. Though they'd successfully disabled the device, nobody in the team relaxed even slightly. The Emirates operated 30 separate air filtration plants across the colonial satellite, and this was only the 4th facility they'd cleared. 3 plants had already yielded chemical weapons, 26 more facilities remained dangerously unsearched. Colonel Blackwood, this is 4th Squad, crackled the voice of Lieutenant Davies through Christopher's earpiece. We've successfully neutralized the chemical device here, moving to air filtration plant 7 now, sir. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed across the colony's metropolitan area, the sound waves carrying even through the reinforced hull of Christopher's flagship. What the devil was that? Christopher demanded. Where did that explosion come from? Sir, it appears to have originated from the suburban district, approximately 2 kilometers from our position, Lieutenant Davies reported, his voice tense. Even as Davies spoke, one of his men was pointing towards the horizon, using the enhanced optics built into his protective mask. Davies could see a massive plume of sickly yellow smoke rising from the location of air filtration plant 10. Sir, we've got a chemical weapon detonation at plant 10, massive yellow gas cloud spreading across the suburban residential area. Lieutenant, leave that area to the local emergency services for civilian evacuation. Get your squad to your assigned target immediately. Colonel Christopher Blackwood sat rigid in his command chair, both hands pressed against his temples as he tried to process the catastrophic situation unfolding on the main display. Every soul aboard his flagship was sealed inside full NBC protection gear, their breathing creating an ominous chorus of mechanical sounds. The Port Authority had already discovered multiple chemical devices hidden aboard supposedly innocent merchant vessels during their hasty inspections. Several air filtration plants had suffered successful chemical weapon detonations, spreading deadly toxins across residential districts. Intelligence reports confirmed their worst suspicions. Judo Republic operatives hadn't merely infiltrated as merchants, they'd corrupted Emirates personnel through bribery, infiltrated others by assuming false identities, and in some cases had spent months establishing deep cover as legitimate workers. The most insidious aspect was that many devices had been camouflaged to appear identical to standard filtration equipment. One particularly devastating explosion had occurred when Emirates investigators failed to recognize that what appeared to be routine maintenance equipment was actually a sophisticated chemical weapon. Multiple urban districts were now shrouded in toxic clouds, their entire populations either dead or dying from chemical exposure. Sir, the communications officer's voice carried barely controlled panic. We're receiving reports of terrorist explosions at the main port facility. Local workers and residents are in complete chaos. Before Christopher could respond, the officer's voice rose to nearly a shout. Multiple chemical weapon detonations confirmed at port air circulation systems. What in God's name? Christopher bolted upright in his chair, his protective suit making the movement awkward. The main tactical display split into multiple feeds from surveillance drones, deployed across the affected areas. The imagery was absolutely horrific. Civilians collapsed on streets and pavements, white foam pouring from their mouths as they convulsed in their final moments. The chemical agents were mercilessly efficient killers. Clouds of white, deadly gas rolled through residential districts like malevolent fog. Those who'd been caught in the open died agonizing deaths, their bodies twisted in final spasms of unbearable pain. Survivors fled in blind terror, some barricading themselves inside homes that offered no real protection, others running through the streets like headless chickens in their desperation to escape the spreading death. Deploy all available drones with chemical neutralization equipment, Christopher ordered, his voice steady despite the horror he was witnessing. Sir, our neutralization capability is bloody minimal, like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. His tactical officer warned, "We can reduce some contamination, but not significantly. I don't care if it's minimal. Every life saved is worth the effort," and deploy rescue squads to evacuate survivors to our ships. "Move," one of his bridge officers suddenly pointed at the display. "Colonel, look at this feed." Christopher followed the man's gesture and immediately unleashed a string of profanity that would have made a darkworker blush. On one of the drone feeds, a squad of figures in full protective gear was systematically gunning down fleeing civilians with military precision. All rescue teams are authorized to carry full combat loads. Christopher commanded, his voice deadly calm. "If you encounter any bastard shooting civilians, you are cleared to engage with lethal force. No warnings, no mercy." The scene on the ground resembled something from humanity's darkest nightmares. Not far from the expanding chemical clouds, the streets were littered with countless bodies, men, women, and children who died in agony, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and pain. Some corpses bore bullet wounds rather than chemical burns, victims of the systematic execution squads that were hunting survivors with ruthless efficiency. At a relatively safe distance, Jeremy Hartwell, a reporter for Rhineman Central Broadcasting, stood alongside his cameraman, both men wearing emergency respirators as they conducted a live broadcast from an elevated position overlooking the disaster zone. "Ladies and gentlemen," Jeremy's voice was steady despite the horror surrounding them, "what you're seeing behind me is the epicenter of what can only be described as a chemical weapons attack on innocent civilians. Our long-range cameras have captured not only victims of toxic gas exposure, but also footage of unidentified military units systematically executing our fellow citizens who were attempting to flee the contaminated areas." His cameraman suddenly grabbed Jeremy's shoulder, pointing frantically towards an approaching group of armed figures in protective suits. "Move! Move! They are coming this way," Jeremy shouted, grabbing his microphone as both men scrambled down from their vantage point. The cameraman kept his equipment running even as they retreated, continuing to broadcast their desperate flight. Behind them, the execution squad advanced with mechanical precision, showing no hesitation about adding a news crew to their list of targets. "As you can see," Jeremy panted as they ran, "these aren't random terrorists. This is a coordinated military operation designed to maximize civilian casualties." Suddenly, a military vehicle roared past them at high speed, heading directly towards the approaching killers. Jeremy and his cameraman immediately stopped running and turned back towards the action, professional instincts overriding personal safety. "Ladies and gentlemen, the vehicle that just passed us appears to be..." "Yes, confirmed, that's a Tianyi mercenary group combat transport." Jeremy's voice rose with excitement. "Armed mercenaries in full NBC protection are deploying and engaging the execution squad." A brief but intense firefight erupted, the distinctive crack of military-grade weapons echoing across the contaminated district. The Tianyi mercenaries' superior training and equipment quickly overwhelmed the execution squad, leaving several bodies in protective suits scattered across the street. The surviving Tianyi operative immediately began directing fleeing civilians towards the safety of their waiting ships, his voice carrying clearly through external speakers built into his suit. "All survivors, proceed immediately to the Tianyi vessels for emergency evacuation and medical treatment." The terrified civilians needed no further encouragement, streaming towards the mercenary ships like drowning people grabbing for life preservers. Jeremy immediately approached one of the Tianyi mercenaries, thrusting his microphone towards the man's helmet. "Excuse me, sir. Jeremy Hartwell, Rhineman Central Broadcasting. According to our intelligence, Your organization currently has only 3 vessels in our system. Given the thousands of port workers and their families who need evacuation, can your ships possibly accommodate everyone who needs rescue? The mercenary's response was matter-of-fact, delivered through his suit's external speakers with the calm professionalism of someone accustomed to impossible situations. Mate, we're going to save every soul we can manage. That's what we do. As Jeremy watched the steady stream of terrified but hopeful civilians boarding the Tianyi rescue ships, he couldn't help but reflect on the bitter irony. Whilst their own government had triggered this catastrophe through incompetence, it was foreign mercenaries who were risking everything to save Emirate citizens. The chemical clouds continued spreading across the colonial satellite, but at least now there was hope flickering amidst the horror. The Tianyi group had arrived, and they were doing what they did best, fighting impossible odds to protect innocent lives. Chapter 100. For extracting intelligence, several Gym-Type 2 mobile suits hovered through the toxic miasma like steel angels of mercy. Their decontamination spray guns hissing streams of neutralizing chemicals into the poisonous fog that choked the colonial satellite's atmosphere. The pilots worked with grim determination, knowing their efforts were but drops in an ocean of chemical horror. One of the mobile suits descended slowly through the acrid yellow clouds, its pilot's heart sinking as the cockpit displays revealed the carnage below. The streets were littered with bodies, elderly citizens who'd been tending their gardens that morning, young professionals who'd been rushing to work, children whose laughter had been silenced forever. Each corpse bore the same grotesque signature of chemical weapons: foam-flecked lips, rolled-back eyes, and faces frozen in expressions of unimaginable agony. Sergeant Reginald Reggie Thornton felt tears streaming down his face inside his helmet as he witnessed the systematic slaughter of innocents. His voice cracked as he whispered a prayer for the dead, unable to comprehend the depths of human evil that could orchestrate such wholesale murder of defenseless civilians. How can there be such monsters in this world? He muttered, his hands trembling on the controls. Children, for God's sake. They didn't even spare the bloody children. At the spaceport, hundreds of terrified workers and their families had managed to reach the safety of the 3 Tianyi mercenary group frigates, their faces masks of relief and trauma as they crowded aboard the rescue vessels. Ground-based rescue teams were engaged in fierce firefights with mysterious paramilitary forces who seemed determined to maximize civilian casualties. Across the Rhineman Emirates colonial satellite, additional air filtration plants erupted in gouts of toxic gas, sending waves of panic through residential districts as the deadly clouds expanded their reach. Citizens who'd barricaded themselves indoors frantically sealed door frames and window gaps with tape, praying that their makeshift defenses would keep the poison at bay. But their prayers went unanswered. Squads of heavily armed figures in full NBC protection gear emerged from the toxic fog like specters of death, systematically attacking residential areas with ruthless efficiency. They hurled grenades through windows, smashed glass with rifle butts, and fired automatic weapons into homes, anything to breach the barriers that separated terrified families from the lethal gas outside. The sounds that emerged from the compromised buildings were the stuff of nightmares. The death rattles of children, the desperate pleas of parents begging for their lives, the final gasps of entire families dying together in agony. Some residents attempted to flee their poisoned homes, towels pressed desperately against their faces, only to be gunned down in the streets by the execution squads. The local emergency services found themselves under constant attack from these paramilitary forces, their rescue efforts systematically sabotaged by an enemy that seemed to view civilian casualties as objectives rather than tragedies to be prevented. Word of the catastrophe had reached Draco Varland's fleet, and they were burning hard towards the colonial satellite at maximum acceleration. Meanwhile, what remained of the Rhineman Emirates Defense Force was racing back from patrol duties, their crews consumed with desperate urgency to save their countrymen. Sergeant Thornton's mobile suit shuddered as a rocket-propelled grenade struck its left shoulder assembly, sending sparks cascading across his cockpit displays. Bloody hell, left shoulder's taken a hit, he reported through gritted teeth, watching enemy muzzle flashes bloom like deadly flowers in the toxic haze below. Multiple hostiles with anti-MS weaponry, engaging with head-mounted guns. The GIM Type 2 armament was woefully inadequate for urban combat. A beam saber, a 60mm head-mounted autocannon, and the decontamination spray gun that was useless as a weapon. Thornton could only rely on his suit's cranial weapons to return fire, methodically eliminating targets as they appeared. But the enemy was clever, using the urban terrain to their advantage. Like rats in a maze, they emerged from sewers, buildings, and rubble piles to fire anti-armor rockets before disappearing back into their hiding places. "Sod this for a game of soldiers," Thornton muttered, igniting his thrusters to gain altitude and escape the kill zone. But as his mobile suit climbed, another RPG struck the propulsion system with devastating effect. The GIM Type 2 tumbled from the sky like a broken bird, its pilot fighting desperately to regain control. The suit crashed into the street with bone-jarring impact, and when Thornton tried to rise, another rocket crippled the left leg actuators. "Right, that's me grounded then," he said with the dark humor that had sustained British soldiers through countless impossible situations. Moving quickly, he grabbed his emergency kit from the cockpit survival locker. A submachine gun, sidearm, ammunition, combat knife, and medical supplies. As he popped the cockpit hatch, enemy small arms fire immediately began pinging off his powered armor. Thank God for the reactive plates. Without them, he'd have been cut down instantly. Thornton activated his suit's optical camouflage and sprinted for cover as bullets whined through the space where he'd been standing. "Bastards gone invisible," one of the terrorists cursed in accented English. "Thermal imaging on these masks is rubbish. Can't track him beyond 50 meters. Another replied. Sergeant Thornton pressed himself against the wall of an alley, taking stock of his situation. The entire district was shrouded in poison gas, and bodies lay scattered like broken dolls wherever he looked. His armor's integrated filtration system was all that stood between him and joining them. He tried his radio, but got only static. "Bloody interference, they've got jammers running," he muttered. How the hell did so many armed terrorists get onto this satellite? Either someone's taking bribes, or their security's more porous than a bloody colander. With his suit's cloaking field draining power rapidly, Thornton had to move carefully through the hellish landscape. He used his armor's acoustic sensors to track enemy movement, identifying 3 hostiles approximately 50 meters away at his 10 o'clock position. Using wrecked vehicles as cover, he stalked closer until he could hide beneath an overturned lorry. His helmet's translation software parsed their conversation, revealing crucial intelligence about their operations' scope and coordination. One of the terrorists split off from the group, and Thornton activated his cloaking field to follow. The target entered a partially damaged house, and the sergeant shadowed him inside with predatory patience. When the moment was right, Thornton struck. A single knife thrust to the carotid artery dropped the terrorist silently. He concealed the body in a wardrobe and moved towards the remaining 2 targets. The surviving terrorists were still chatting casually, unaware their companion was dead. Thornton picked up a chunk of masonry and hurled it at a distant window. The crash of breaking glass sent both men spinning towards the sound, weapons raised. In the moment of distraction, Thornton moved like death itself. His blade found the first terrorist's throat, while his armored fist rendered the second unconscious before the man could cry out. After hiding the corpse, Thornton shouldered his prisoner and began searching for a suitable interrogation site. He spotted a damaged hardware store with an accessible second-floor window and hauled his captive inside. The shop was empty. Its owner had wisely stayed home that day. Thornton secured his prisoner in the storeroom, sealing door gaps against gas infiltration and improvising soundproofing from available materials. When he removed the terrorist's gas mask, he discovered his captive was a woman, perhaps 30 years old, with the hard eyes of a professional soldier. "Right then, love," Thornton said conversationally as he secured tape over her mouth and prepared his tools. "I'm going to ask you some questions, and you're going to provide answers. Cooperate, and this goes easy. Play silly buggers and, well, you're a professional. You know how this works." The woman tried to play innocent, but Thornton simply activated his helmet's recording playback. Her own voice filled the room, speaking in coordination codes with her now-dead teammates. Her eyes widened with shock and the first flicker of real fear. "No more games," Thornton said quietly, his voice carrying the cold certainty of a man who'd seen too much horror that day. "Question and answer time." She remained defiant for exactly 15 minutes. Then Sergeant Thornton applied a hammer to her left kneecap with surgical precision, and her muffled screams echoed through the makeshift interrogation chamber. It took another 20 minutes of professional persuasion before she broke completely, spilling every detail of the operation she knew. Thornton recorded it all: names, coordination frequencies, chemical weapon caches, the location of command posts, everything. When the well of information finally ran dry, he ended her suffering with a single, merciful cut. "Sleep tight, you murdering bitch," he whispered, cleaning his blade on her uniform. The intelligence he'd gathered would save lives, assuming he could survive long enough to deliver it to command. Outside, the toxic fog continued its deadly work, but at least now they had a fighting chance of stopping it. Sergeant Reginald Thornton checked his weapon, activated his cloaking field, and prepared to continue his one-man war against the forces of systematic evil. The children of the Rhineman Emirates deserved justice, and by God, he was going to help deliver it. Chapter 105, Silent Inquiry. To heaven, the Jim Type 2 mobile suit pilot's voice crackled with frustration through his helmet comm. "Bloody hell, comms are still jammed. Can't raise any of the ground teams," he muttered, watching static fill his display where tactical coordination should have been flowing. Through his cockpit screens, he surveyed the grim tableau below. Corpses scattered like broken dolls across the contaminated streets, alongside the twisted wreckage of the terrorists he'd eliminated with his 60mm autocannon. The sight made his stomach churn, but there was grim satisfaction in knowing those bastards wouldn't be murdering any more civilians. Suddenly, the communications static cleared with an almost audible pop, and an incoming transmission request flashed across his display. He accepted immediately, desperate for contact with friendly forces. "This is Sergeant Reginald Thornton, over." "Reggie, thank God you're still breathing, mate," came the relieved voice of his squadron leader. "Saw your suit go down hard and couldn't raise you on comms. Thought those terrorist scum had done you in proper. Came bloody close to it," Thornton replied, unconsciously touching his armor where bullets had struck. "But listen, I've got crucial intel. The enemy's been running jamming equipment across multiple frequencies. That's why our comms went to pieces. I've managed to destroy several of their transmitters, and work out their frequency rotation. Switch to channel 77 alpha and you should be able to reach the ground teams. Brilliant work, Reggie. Switching now. After re-establishing contact with his unit, Sergeant Thornton surveyed the smoking ruins of the jamming equipment he'd demolished and the bodies of the terrorists he'd neutralized. He immediately requested a priority channel to command. The intelligence he'd extracted was too important to wait. Sergeant Thornton, this is Colonel Christopher Blackwood. I understand you have critical intelligence to report. Yes, sir, Thornton replied, uploading the encrypted files from his armor's data recorder, sending you everything now. Intercepted communications, tactical assessments, and video evidence of enemy operations. Colonel Blackwood studied the transmitted materials with growing anger and determination. The systematic nature of the attack, the coordination required, the sheer malevolent planning. It painted a picture of state-sponsored terrorism that would shock the civilized world. Outstanding work, Sergeant. I'm dispatching a rescue team to extract you immediately. Hold your position and stay alert. Understood, sir. Christopher immediately forwarded the intelligence package to both Colonel Schreck and the Rhineman Emirates government. The evidence was damning, comprehensive, and impossible to dismiss. Sheikh Rhineman Roman IV wasted no time in calling an emergency press conference, broadcasting the evidence of the Judah Democratic Republic's chemical weapons attack to every major news network across the galaxy. Within hours, the story dominated international headlines, and the Judah Republic found itself in the eye of a diplomatic firestorm. Initially, the Judah Republic's government issued blanket denials, claiming they were victims of an elaborate frame-up designed to discredit their democratic values. Their protestations might have carried more weight if not for the overwhelming evidence mounting against them. Aboard Draco Varlan's flagship, a young captain stood at attention before his commanders, a satisfied expression visible despite his professional demeanor. Sir Colonel, he reported to Draco and Colonel Schreck, our technical teams have successfully recovered the data from the captured submarines that the terrorists thought they'd destroyed. We've also cracked their encrypted communication codes and accessed their operational archives. The intelligence haul is substantial. Draco leaned forward, his grey eyes sharp with interest. Can this evidence definitively nail the Judah Republic? Are we talking about a smoking gun? The captain considered his words carefully. Whether it's immediately fatal to their government, I couldn't say, sir. But as for dodging responsibility, they haven't got a prayer. The evidence is ironclad. Then transmit everything to the Emirates authorities immediately, Draco commanded. Yes, sir. In the Judah Democratic Republic's capital, President Harrison Vale paced the secure conference room like a caged predator, his face flushed with barely controlled rage. Cabinet members sat around the polished table, many avoiding his furious gaze. How in blazes did this operation go so spectacularly wrong? He snarled at his intelligence chief. You assured me this would look like an imperial false flag operation. The intelligence director shifted uncomfortably. Sir, the Tiani mercenaries were more capable than our projections indicated. I don't want bloody excuses. Vale exploded. I want solutions. Get our media contacts to bury this story. Find other news to dominate the cycle. And for God's sake, tell our UN ambassador to maintain our innocence. Before anyone could respond, the communications minister burst through the door, his face ashen. Mr. President, we have a serious problem. The Emirates have just released additional evidence to international media. Communication intercepts, financial records, operational plans. Everything, sir. The imperial powers are running the story non-stop, and even some of our allied democratic nations are demanding explanations. President Vale felt the blood drain from his face as he realized the full scope of the disaster unfolding around his administration. The Rhineman Emirates government, meanwhile, had issued formal requests for international humanitarian assistance, whilst simultaneously announcing they would refuse aid from any democratic coalition nation. The message was clear. They knew exactly who was responsible for this atrocity. In the contaminated districts of the colonial satellite, sporadic firefights continued as Emirates forces hunted down the remaining terrorists. All Gym Type 2 mobile suits had been equipped with full combat loadouts, and ground teams in NBC protection gear were methodically clearing the affected areas. Emergency services worked frantically to distribute antidotes to unaffected communities, whilst police conducted house-to-house searches for hidden chemical weapons or enemy agents who might have infiltrated civilian areas. The spaceport, though finally cleared of toxic gas, resembled a vision of hell. Tianyi mercenaries worked alongside Emirates government personnel and traumatized survivors to collect bodies, each corpse carefully identified and catalogued in preparation for the massive funeral arrangements that would follow. Jeremy Hartwell, the Rhineman Central broadcasting reporter who'd covered the initial attack, stood amidst the carnage for a live broadcast. His voice broke with emotion as he struggled to maintain professional composure. "I'm standing here in what can only be described as a scene from the very depths of hell," he said, his voice thick with unshed tears. "Behind me lie the bodies of innocent civilians, elderly grandparents who were simply tending their gardens this morning, children who will never see another birthday." His voice cracked completely. They didn't die from gas poisoning alone. Many were gunned down by Judah Republic death squads, who showed no mercy to anyone. Not the elderly, not children, nobody. These weren't soldiers or militants. They were monsters, absolute bloody monsters. Jeremy finally broke down completely, sobbing openly as the camera continued to roll. His raw grief resonated across the Emirates and beyond, as viewers witnessed the human cost of political ambition and corporate greed. Citizens throughout the Emirates wept alongside him, their sorrow quickly transforming into burning rage. Crowds gathered in public squares, demanding justice and retribution against the Judah Republic. The faces of dead enemy agents were photographed and cross-referenced with intelligence databases, their identities confirmed and released to international media. Opposition powers gleefully circulated the information online, making it impossible for the Judah Republic to maintain their denials. Democratic coalition media outlets attempted damage control, trying to bury the story beneath other news, but the internet had already exploded with condemnation. The Judah Republic found itself diplomatically isolated, their reputation in ruins. International leaders struggled to comprehend how a nation that constantly preached about human rights and democratic values could orchestrate such systematic mass murder over agricultural trade disputes. The hypocrisy was staggering and the backlash swift. His Holiness Pope Benedict of the Aurea Theocracy issued a scathing condemnation of the Judah Republic's actions, whilst announcing 100 million Earth-sphere credits in emergency aid for the Emirates, along with medical teams and humanitarian workers. The Guderian imperial state, which had nearly been framed for the attack, immediately offered rescue teams and aid supplies. Every neighboring power, except the Democratic coalition, sent assistance, creating a powerful visual of humanitarian solidarity against state terrorism. International journalists flooded into the Emirates to document the aftermath, their reports painting an increasingly damning picture of premeditated genocide. When Draco's fleet finally reached the colonial satellite alongside the returning Emirates Defense Force, The worst of the fighting had ended. Colonel Shrek's forces helped mop up the remaining terrorists, but the real work now was humanitarian. Preliminary casualty reports indicated over 600,000 civilian deaths from the chemical weapons attack, and that figure only covered the districts that had been surveyed so far. The true toll would likely be far higher across the contaminated zones. Heartbreaking scenes played out as families searched for missing loved ones. Survivors clutched the bodies of dead relatives, their anguished wails echoing through the poisoned streets. Others sat in stunned silence, their eyes empty of hope, their spirits broken by incomprehensible loss. "Why?" sobbed a middle-aged woman whose entire family had perished. "What did we do wrong? We're peaceful people. We never hurt anyone. We just wanted to live our lives in peace," cried an elderly man whose grandchildren lay dead at his feet. "Is that too much to ask, just to be left alone?" Throughout the disaster zones, similar scenes of grief and bewilderment repeated endlessly. The Emirates had been a peaceful nation, content to trade their agricultural bounty with anyone willing to pay fair prices. They'd threatened no one, invaded no one, harmed no one. Media cameras captured images that would haunt the galaxy for generations. Survivors kneeling amongst the dead, their faces turned skyward in silent accusation against whatever cosmic forces had permitted such senseless slaughter. The Emirates had always been a deeply spiritual people, believers in divine justice and cosmic balance. Now, surrounded by the murdered innocent, they raised their eyes to the heavens not in prayer, but in mute questioning. Why had their children been punished for the greed of distant politicians? What crime had warranted such merciless retribution? Their silent inquiry to heaven would receive no answer, but their demand for earthly justice would echo across the stars until the guilty faced the consequences of their monstrous choices. The Judah Democratic Republic had sown the wind with their chemical weapons. Now they would reap the whirlwind of galactic outrage that their atrocity had unleashed. Chapter 106. You bastards are all unforgivable, Draco. Varlan clutched a bouquet of white lilies against his chest, each step towards the morgue feeling like lead weights dragging at his soul. The colonial satellite's temporary mortuary loomed before him, a hastily converted warehouse that had become a monument to unspeakable tragedy. This should have been his second joyous visit to the Rhineman Emirates, the first time he'd made two genuine friends in the bustling spaceport, Bijo and Jelin, working-class blokes with calloused hands and honest smiles, who'd invited him home to meet their families. He'd shared meals at their tables, played with their children, felt the warmth of their simple hospitality. Now he was returning to say goodbye to corpses. At the Port District, Draco had searched desperately through the emergency shelters and refugee centers, hoping against hope to find Bijo and Jelin alive with their loved ones. He'd scoured every bloody corner, asked every aid worker, checked every survivor list twice. Nothing, absolutely nothing. With growing dread, he'd finally forced himself to examine the casualty rolls, those endless, heartbreaking columns of names that represented lives cut short by chemical horror. His lips moved in silent prayer as his eyes scanned the lists. Please, God, not them, not their families, please. But there they were. Bijo's name, Jelin's name, their wives, their children, every single member of both families, reduced to entries in a bureaucratic ledger of the dead. The flowers trembled in Draco's grip as tears blurred his vision. In all his years of warfare and conflict, nothing had prepared him for this, the sheer, senseless brutality of it all. The morgue's interior was a vision of organized grief. Rows upon rows of bodies lay beneath white sheets, each one representing a life stolen, A family destroyed, dreams turned to ash. The air hung heavy with the scent of formaldehyde and industrial disinfectant, unable to mask the underlying stench of mass death. In the section designated for Bijo and Jelin's families, Draco wasn't alone. Persica Town knelt beside a small form covered by a child-sized sheet, her shoulders shaking with barely controlled sobs. Her hand covered her mouth, trying to muffle the sounds of her anguish. The sheet had been pulled back to reveal the face of Bijo's 7-year-old daughter, Arabella, the same little girl who'd proudly shown Persica her crayon drawings during that first happy visit. The child's face was peaceful now, almost as if she were sleeping, but the telltale foam stains around her lips told the real story. Arabella had died screaming in agony as her lungs filled with chemical fire. Draco placed a single lily beside each body, his movements mechanical, ritual-like. He stood in solemn vigil before his dead friends, his jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth. The tears came freely now, heart-angry tears that burned tracks down his cheeks. His hands balled into fists so tight that his fingernails drew blood from his palms. These weren't soldiers who died in honorable combat. These weren't casualties of some grand conflict between nations. They were innocent civilians, dark workers, shopkeepers, children, murdered for the crime of existing in the wrong place when corporate greed demanded their deaths. A morgue attendant approached, clipboard in hand. "Excuse me, miss," he said gently to Persica. "I need to ask you to step aside. The victim's next of kin have arrived to claim the remains." Persica tried to stand, but her legs buckled from emotional and physical exhaustion. She swayed dangerously, about to collapse onto the cold concrete floor. Draco caught her instantly, his strong arms wrapping around her trembling form. She looked up at him through red-rimmed eyes, her face a mask of pure grief. For a moment, she seemed about to pull away. Then something broke inside her, and she buried her face against his shoulder, clinging to him like a drowning woman grasping a lifeline. "It's all right," Draco murmured, one hand gently stroking her hair. "Let it out. Just let it all out." The morgue attendant watched the scene with weary understanding. After days of processing hundreds of bodies, he'd witnessed this same tableau of grief countless times. Families destroyed, lives shattered, all for some incomprehensible political machination that ordinary people couldn't even understand. Behind them, the real next of kin arrived, hollow-eyed relatives who moved through the identification process with zombie-like numbness. Bodies were wrapped, loaded onto gurneys, wheeled away to the crematorium that had been working around the clock since the attack. Any remains unclaimed after 7 days would be incinerated en masse, a thought that made Draco's stomach turn. Leo Kai appeared in the doorway, took one look at the intimate scene of Persica sobbing against Draco's chest, and immediately stepped back into the corridor. He leaned against the wall, his own emotions churning. As a former military officer, Leo had seen his share of battlefield carnage, but this was different. This was systematic, premeditated genocide disguised as politics. The intelligence reports made it even worse. The Judah Democratic Republic's corporate backers had orchestrated this atrocity purely to manipulate food prices. They'd murdered 600,000 innocent people for profit margins. Leo's fists clenched as he recalled a quote from an old book about capitalism. "With adequate profit, capital becomes very bold. A certain 10% will ensure its employment anywhere. 20% certain will produce eagerness. 50% positive audacity. 100% will make it ready to trample on all human laws. 300% and there is not a crime at which it will scruple." These corporate monsters had long since crossed that line. They weren't human beings anymore, just soulless parasites wearing expensive suits. When Draco finally emerged from the morgue, supporting an emotionally drained Persica, The awkward silence stretched between the three of them. Persica tried to walk on her own, but her legs simply wouldn't support her weight. Draco guided her to a bench in the corridor, helping her sit before turning to his friend. "What is it, Leo? Do you have something to report?" Leo's expression was grim as he pulled out his mobile phone. "Have you seen the press conference the Judah Republic held today?" "No. What did those bastards have to say for themselves?" Leo queued up the video and held the screen where both Draco and Persica could see it. What they witnessed was a masterclass in political obscenity. The Judah Republic's government spokesman stood behind a podium adorned with his nation's flag, flanked by officials who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. His opening statement was breathtaking in its audacity. The recent unfortunate events in the Rhineland Emirates could have been entirely avoided if their leadership had simply embraced democratic reform. "We repeatedly urged Sheikh Rhineland Roman IV to implement representative government and respect human rights, but he stubbornly refused to listen to reason." A reporter immediately stood up. "Are you seriously blaming the victims for your chemical weapons attack?" "We are not blaming victims," the spokesman replied smoothly. "We are pointing out that authoritarian regimes inevitably bring suffering upon their own people. Had the Sheikh agreed to democratic transition, these regrettable measures would never have been necessary." Another journalist's voice cracked with disbelief. "Regrettable measures? You gassed children. 600,000 people are dead. And we deeply regret that loss of life," came the reply. "However, sometimes difficult decisions must be made to liberate oppressed peoples from tyrannical rule. We cannot allow dictators to." "This is insane," a third reporter interrupted. "You're talking about crimes against humanity as if they were humanitarian intervention." The spokesman's mask slipped slightly. "We have apologized for any civilian casualties. What more do you expect? Should we commit suicide over this? We've said we're sorry. That should be the end of it." With that, he walked away from the podium, ignoring the shouted questions and protests from the assembled media. Persica watched the entire disgusting spectacle, her grief transforming into white-hot rage. "Animals," she snarled through gritted teeth. "You murdering animals think a bloody bow and an oops, sorry makes up for genocide. You could die 1,000 times, and it wouldn't be enough to pay for what you've done." Draco's reaction was even more visceral. His hands clenched so tightly that his fingernails pierced his palms, blood seeping between his fingers. His entire body shook with barely contained fury, his eyes turning crimson with the depth of his rage. "Unforgivable," he whispered, his voice thick with murderous intent. "Absolutely unforgivable. Every single one of those corporate-backed monsters, they're all going to pay." The temperature in the corridor seemed to drop several degrees as something dark and implacable settled over Draco's features. This wasn't just anger. This was the cold, calculating fury of a man who'd built an empire on the principle that some evils simply couldn't be allowed to exist. The Judah Democratic Republic and their puppet masters had just made the worst mistake of their miserable lives. They'd turned Draco Varlan from a neutral observer into their personal nemesis, and unlike their previous victims, he possessed both the means and the will to make them pay in full for their crimes against humanity. "Unforgivable," he repeated, and somehow those two words carried more menace than any battlefield oath. "Every last one of you bastards." Chapter 100, 7 Justice Goddess F-Type Gundam and Judgment Goddess Gundam deploy along the contested frontier of the Judah Democratic Republic. 3 Tyran mobile suits conducted their routine patrol through the star-scattered void, their pilots blissfully unaware that death was already stalking them through the cosmic darkness. "Lieutenant," crackled the voice of Corporal Jenkins through the comm system, his Yorkshire accent thick with bitter irony. I still can't wrap my head around what our bloody government's done, gassing innocent civilians like that, then having the brass neck to blame the victims for it all. And what happens is a few stern words from the international community, some trade sanctions from the imperial powers, and Barb's your uncle. We're back to business as usual, drinks flowing, parties going, like nothing ever happened. Lieutenant Morrison's voice carried smug satisfaction as he replied, "That's what happens when you're a major power in the Democratic Coalition, innit? We've got leverage those imperial tossers can only dream of. The Rhineman Emirates, they are nobody, just another tin-pot emirate with delusions of grandeur. Strong nations make the rules, weak nations get crushed. That's how the world works, mate. Might makes right." The casual cruelty in his commander's voice made Jenkins' stomach turn, but before he could respond, their third pilot, Sergeant Davies, cut through the conversation with sharp urgency. "Contact, unknown signature approaching fast on our starboard flank, some kind of cyan particle trail, moving at incredible speed." Morrison frowned, checking his instruments. "Why are we only detecting it now? What's wrong with our bloody sensors?" "Don't know, sir," Davies replied, his Welsh accent tight with confusion. "My radar's showing nothing but static. It's like the whole system's gone barmy." "Same here, Lieutenant," Jenkins added, real concern creeping into his voice. Morrison activated his suit's long-range optics and immediately felt ice-cold dread flood his veins. The cyan trail was being generated by a crimson mobile suit, unlike anything he'd ever seen. Sleek, predatory, and radiating an aura of barely contained violence. "Christ almighty," he whispered, "that's a bloody Gundam. How the hell did a Gundam get out here?" He frantically attempted to establish communications, following standard protocols for unidentified contacts. The Crimson machine ignored every hail, every demand to identify itself or state its intentions. Instead, it raised what appeared to be an advanced beam rifle and fired. The shot vaporized Corporal Jenkins' Tyran in a brilliant flash of destructive energy, leaving nothing but expanding plasma and twisted metal fragments. "All units engage." Morrison screamed, but his order came too late. A second blast claimed Sergeant Davies before he could even react. Morrison's finger had barely touched his weapon's trigger when the Crimson Gundam closed the distance between them with impassable speed. A gleaming particle blade erupted from the machine's left arm, and Lieutenant Morrison had just enough time to understand that his arrogant certainties about strong and weak nations meant absolutely nothing to the pilot, who was about to cut him in half. Aboard the Judah Republic escort carrier HMS Defiant, Captain Fletcher watched his tactical display with growing alarm as 3 patrol units simultaneously went dark. The carrier's complement of 8 mobile suits and supporting fighters was already at high alert, but losing an entire patrol without so much as a distress signal was unprecedented. "Launch immediate search and rescue," Fletcher commanded. "I want eyes on that patrol route now." The first search team had barely cleared the launch catapults when a crimson beam tore through space, reducing one of their Tyran suits to superheated scrap metal. Captain Fletcher grabbed his binoculars and peered into the star field, his blood running cold as he identified the source of the attack. 3 distinct energy signatures were converging on his position, 1 cyan particle trail and 2 brilliant white contrails that could only mean one thing. "All mobile suits and fighters launch immediately," Fletcher roared. "Send a priority distress signal to Fleet Command. We're under attack by unknown Gundam-type units." His communications officer looked up with panic in his eyes. "Sir, we can't transmit. All our communications and sensor arrays are being jammed by some kind of exotic particle interference." What do you mean jammed? Our equipment was working fine 5 minutes ago. Persica Tao's voice carried cold finality as she spoke into her helmet microphone, her hands dancing across the controls of the Judgment Goddess Gundam with lethal precision. Judgment Goddess, commencing extermination protocol. Flanking her on both sides were the twin star brother Gundams, their white armor gleaming like avenging angels as they locked onto their designated targets. The three machines moved with perfect coordination, their pilots linked by shared purpose and barely contained rage. Persica's targeting system painted multiple enemy contacts across her display, each one representing someone who served the nation that had murdered children with poison gas. Her finger tightened on the trigger of her GN launcher. For Arabella, she whispered, thinking of the 7-year-old girl whose drawings still haunted her dreams. For all of them, the massive particle cannon discharged with devastating effect, its beam punching through 2 Tyran mobile suits like tissue paper. The twin star brothers accelerated in perfect synchronization, their crossing attack patterns turning the void into a deadly ballet of destruction. In less than 60 seconds, the entire Judah Republic squadron had been annihilated. Fighter craft mobile suits, experienced pilots, all reduced to expanding clouds of debris and superheated plasma. The HMS Defiant tried desperately to bring its defensive batteries to bear, but the Judgment Goddess Gundam's second shot from its GN launcher punched straight through the carrier's bridge section, killing Captain Fletcher and his entire command crew instantly. The twin star brothers closed in for the kill, their beam rifles firing in rapid succession until the escort carrier broke apart in a brilliant explosion that briefly outshone the nearby stars. At Border Defense Station Sentinel-7, Base Commander Colonel Ashworth was in the middle of reviewing patrol schedules when the first explosions shook the facility's superstructure. Alarms began wailing throughout the complex as his staff tried to make sense of the impossible. A full-scale assault on Judah Republic sovereign territory. Where the bloody hell did this attack come from? Ashworth bellowed, his face red with fury and bewilderment. What were our patrol units doing, having a tea party out there? His operations staff exchanged helpless glances. None of them could answer their commander's question, because none of them understood how enemy forces had penetrated so deeply into Judah space without triggering a single early warning system. The truth was both simpler and more terrifying than they could imagine. 14 days had passed since the Judah Democratic Republic's government spokesman had delivered his obscene press conference, dismissing the chemical weapon massacre as a regrettable necessity. 14 days for Draco Valan's rage to crystallize into something cold, implacable and utterly destructive. He had ordered Jaren Lee to deliver both the Justice Goddess F-type Gundam and the Judgment Goddess Gundam to the front lines with all possible speed. When those magnificent war machines arrived, Draco had issued his declaration of war against the Judah Democratic Republic with chilling simplicity. They wanted to see what justice looks like. Let's show them. The assault began at the edge of Judah space, where the Justice Goddess F-type and Judgment Goddess Gundams used their GN drive particle emissions to blind enemy sensors, while systematically destroying radar installations and communication relays. It was surgical, precise, and utterly ruthless. With their early warning network crippled, the Judah Republic's border defenses were sitting ducks when Colonel Shrek's fleet emerged from the particle-shadowed void like avenging specters. Now, as explosions rocked Sentinel-7, Colonel Ashworth found himself facing the consequences of his nation's crimes against humanity. "Sir," his tactical officer reported, voice cracking with stress, "enemy mobile suits have breached our outer perimeter, Gym Type 2s and various dagger variants, They are cutting through our Tyran squads like they're not even there. Through the observation windows of the command center, Ashworth could see two guard-like figures floating above his base, crimson and white mobile suits that radiated power and menace in equal measure. He'd seen enough military briefings to recognize Gundam-type units, but these machines seemed different somehow, more evolved, more dangerous. The Justice Goddess F-Type and Judgment Goddess Gundams moved with fluid grace as their pilots. Draco and Persica coordinated their assault with the wordless perfection of shared purpose. Cyan and crimson particle beams crisscrossed through space, each shot finding its mark with devastating accuracy. Tyran mobile suits exploded like fireworks. Fighter craft were swatted from the sky like insects. The base's defensive batteries fell silent one by one, as the two Gundams systematically dismantled every weapon that could threaten the incoming assault forces. Leo Kai, piloting his Strike Freedom Gundam from a supporting position, watched the display with something approaching awe. "Bloody hell," he muttered into his calm system. "I've done joint ops with dozens of pilots over the years, but I've never seen coordination like that. Is this what they call new-type spatial awareness?" The Justice Goddess F-Type and Judgment Goddess Gundams were first to breach the base's main dock, their particle weapons wreaking havoc among the parked vehicles and supply depots. Jim Type 2 squads and dual dagger units followed in their wake, establishing a secure foothold for the infantry assault teams that would complete the base's capture. In the command center, Colonel Ashworth watched his tactical display turn from blue to red as his forces were systematically eliminated. "Have we managed to send a distress signal?" he demanded. "Negative, sir." His communications officer replied with defeat in his voice. "Every time we try to transmit, the enemy intercepts and blocks our signals. I've never seen jamming technology this advanced. It's like they know exactly what frequency we're going to use before we use it." Ashworth slammed his fist on the tactical table hard enough to crack the display screen. "Since when do mercenary outfits have access to military technology that's sophisticated?" "Sir, we're receiving reports from all sectors. Enemy assault troops have penetrated critical infrastructure points throughout the base. Our security forces can't stop them." The colonel slumped in his chair as the inevitable reality settled over him like a burial shroud. Red markers on his tactical display were disappearing one by one, while the blue markers representing his own forces dwindled to nothing. This wasn't a battle, it was an execution. The lights in the command center flickered and died, plunging them into darkness before emergency power kicked in and bathed everything in hellish red illumination. Everyone present understood the symbolism. Their primary power grid had been severed, and they were now living on borrowed time. The heavy blast doors to the command center suddenly erupted inward in a shower of molten metal and concrete fragments. Colonel Ashworth raised his hands in surrender, his voice carrying across the smoke-filled room. "I surrender. My base surrenders." We're laying down arms. But the Tiani mercenaries who poured through the breach weren't interested in prisoners. Their weapons spoke with mechanical precision, cutting down every person in the command center with clinical efficiency. As Colonel Ashworth collapsed with multiple gunshot wounds, his fading consciousness grasped a terrible truth. This wasn't warfare, it was judgment. The Judah Democratic Republic had sown chemical death among innocent civilians, and now they were reaping the whirlwind of consequences. The last thing he heard before darkness claimed him was the sound of his executioners putting confirmation rounds into each body, ensuring that no witness would survive to testify about mercy denied. The Judah Democratic Republic had wanted to show the galaxy what happened to nations that defied their will. Now Draco Varlan and the Tiani group were providing a far more instructive lesson about what happened to nations that murdered children with poison gas. And this was only the beginning. Chapter 108, Sanctions Against the Judah Democratic Republic. On the third day of the Tianyi mercenary group's relentless assault against the Judah Democratic Republic, the atmosphere within the presidential palace's emergency chamber was thick with dread and desperation. President Harrison Vale sat at the head of a mahogany conference table that had witnessed countless political machinations, but never anything quite like this. Around him, cabinet ministers, senators, and top military brass stared with grim fascination at the holographic displays showing battlefield recordings that painted a picture of absolute military catastrophe. The footage was brutally clinical in its documentation of the Judah Republic's humiliation. Tianyi mobile suits moved through their formations like wolves amongst sheep. The Crimson Justice Goddess F-Type and pristine White Judgment Goddess Gundams cutting through Tyran squadrons as if they were training dummies rather than seasoned military units. But it wasn't just the Gundams that had every person in the room shifting uncomfortably in their seats. The massive particle cannon blast from the Tianyi mothership HMS Albion had vaporized an entire carrier, 30 mobile suits and 300 crew members, in a single devastating shot fired from beyond conventional weapons range. The scene shifted to ground operations, showing Tianyi assault troops systematically dismantling colonial infrastructure, government buildings, police stations, military installations, all fell with methodical precision. What made the footage truly horrifying wasn't the destruction itself, but the complete absence of mercy shown to surrendering personnel. "Bloody hell," muttered Defense Secretary William Blackwood under his breath, watching Judah Republic soldiers raise their hands in surrender only to be gunned down without hesitation. After eliminating all government officials, law enforcement, and military personnel on each targeted colony, the Tianyi forces had methodically looted everything of value: banks, corporate assets, civilian wealth, before moving on to their next objective like a swarm of mechanized locusts. The Judah Democratic Republic operated 18 colonial satellites. 4 had already fallen to this systematic campaign of retribution, and fresh intelligence indicated 5 more were currently under attack. The chamber's lights brightened as President Vale cleared his throat, his weathered face bearing the weight of a man who'd finally encountered a problem that couldn't be solved through political maneuvering or corporate influence. "Gentlemen, ladies," he began, his voice carrying the gravity of a funeral director, "what you've just witnessed represents the gravest threat to our republic since its founding. Countless brave servicemen and women have died at the hands of this mercenary rabble, and I've just received word that 5 additional colonies are experiencing identical assaults." The faces around the table reflected the spectrum of human fear, some pale with shock, others flushed with barely contained panic. Senator Margaret Thornfield found herself unconsciously touching her throat, imagining cold Tianyi gun barrels pressed against her temple. Senator Robert Hayes, a portly man more comfortable with budget negotiations than military briefings, addressed General Thompson with barely controlled anxiety. "Surely our military can handle a private military company, no matter how well equipped." General Marcus Thompson, a career soldier with 3 decades of combat experience, shook his grizzled head with evident frustration. "I'm afraid not, Senator. Their technological superiority is overwhelming. Every piece of equipment they field outclasses our standard-issue gear by significant margins. But that's not the worst of it." He gestured to his aide, who activated additional displays showing intelligence gathered from the front lines. "We've confirmed the deployment of multiple Gundam-type units, Machines with combat effectiveness ratios that beggar belief, but more concerning still. Thompson paused, checking his secure tablet as fresh data arrived. We've just received confirmation of mass-produced Gundam variants. The chamber erupted into chaos. Voices rose in overlapping conversation as the implications sank in. Defense Secretary Blackwood slammed his palm on the table. Mass production. When did this intelligence arrive? Minutes ago, sir, Thompson replied, uploading tactical footage to the main display. My field commanders transmitted these images during the latest engagement. The screens now showed two distinct Gundam types operating in squadron formations, sleek golden units alongside black and white machines, equipped with advanced flight systems. Each type was supported by identical variants, moving with the precision of factory-manufactured death. President Vale's complexion had gone ashen. General, what are we looking at in terms of combat effectiveness? Thompson consulted his data pad with the expression of a doctor delivering terminal diagnoses. Using our GIM Type 2 units as a baseline combat rating of 1, these mass-produced Gundams register at least 20 units of combat effectiveness, possibly higher. The silence that followed was deafening. Even senators who couldn't tell a mobile suit from a fighter craft understood those numbers meant certain annihilation for conventional forces. Senator Hayes spoke for everyone when he whispered, "How is this possible? Our Tyran units can't even match their standard GIM Type 2, and now they're fielding production line Gundams." Indeed, the earlier footage had shown battles where no Gundams appeared at all. Standard Tianyi GIM Type 2 and various Dagger series mobile suits had demolished Judah Republic forces through sheer technological superiority. President Vale turned to his foreign secretary with the desperation of a drowning man reaching for driftwood. "Margaret, initiate emergency protocols. Contact every ally we have. I want military assistance requests transmitted within the hour." The humiliation was beyond description. For nearly a century, the Judah Democratic Republic had been a regional power broker, a nation that imposed sanctions on others. Now they were being systematically dismantled by what amounted to a private security company. General Thompson and his staff exchanged knowing glances. They all understood the mathematics of the situation. Conventional warfare against the Tianyi group meant certain defeat. Unless, General, President Vale said quietly, voicing the thought everyone was avoiding. What about our nuclear capabilities? Could strategic weapons level the playing field? Thompson considered carefully before responding. If their fleet defensive systems aren't significantly more advanced than our intelligence suggests, we'd have perhaps a 50% chance of inflicting meaningful casualties. But sir, the political ramifications. His secure communication device suddenly chimed with an urgent alert. Thompson's face went white as he read the message, and every person in the room felt their stomach drop. "Mr. President," Thompson said, his voice hollow, "I've just received confirmation that our Blackwater tactical nuclear facility has been captured by Tianyi forces." The room exploded into pandemonium. Voices shouted over each other as the full implications hit home. "How is that bloody possible?" President Vale roared, standing so quickly his chair toppled backward. "That facility is classified above top secret. Why wasn't the self-destruct initiated?" "Intelligence is still fragmentary, sir," Thompson replied, sweat beading on his forehead. "Preliminary reports suggest a covert infiltration by an unknown Tianyi Special Operations Unit. They bypassed all security measures, secured the command center and key personnel, then allowed conventional forces to occupy the facility. One duty officer managed to escape and report the situation. Brigadier General Patricia Wells, the intelligence liaison, added grimly, "Sir, our field reports indicate Tianyi ground forces possess advanced optical camouflage technology. Their combat armor renders them effectively invisible to both visual and thermal detection systems." President Vale's secretary suddenly received an urgent call, whispering frantically into her earpiece before approaching the president with obvious distress. Vale closed his eyes and pressed both hands to his temples before addressing the room. "Put the international news feeds on the main display." Every screen in the chamber switched to live international broadcast coverage, and the lead story made every official present feel as though the ground was crumbling beneath their feet. The news anchor's voice carried across the chamber with clinical professionalism. "In a dramatic development, representatives of the Tianyi mercenary group have announced the seizure of strategic nuclear assets belonging to the Judah Democratic Republic." The display switched to footage of tactical nuclear missiles, dozens of them, all bearing Judah Republic military markings. The camera panned across the warheads like an inventory of governmental failure. Then the feed cut to a middle-aged man in Tianyi military dress uniform, standing before a podium bearing the mercenary group's insignia. His bearing was that of a career military officer, but his eyes held the cold satisfaction of someone who'd waited years for this moment. "I am Lieutenant General Jaron Lee, Commander-in-Chief of the Tianyi mercenary group," he announced, his voice carrying the authority of absolute conviction. "I stand before you today to announce that these nuclear weapons, seized from Judah Republic forces, will be used to deliver the justice that the international community has failed to provide." Every official in the presidential palace chamber watched in horrified fascination as Jaron Lee continued his broadcast with the measured cadence of a judge delivering sentence. "The Judah Democratic Republic committed acts of genocide against the innocent civilians of the Rhineman Emirates. They murdered children with chemical weapons, then insulted the memory of their victims with pathetic excuses and meaningless apologies. The international community offered nothing but empty condemnations and ineffective sanctions." Jaron Lee's expression hardened into something that promised retribution beyond negotiation or mercy. Since no nation was willing to deliver justice for the slaughtered innocents of the Emirates, the Tianyi mercenary group hereby declares our intention to impose appropriate sanctions upon the Judah Democratic Republic. You wanted to show the galaxy what happens to those who defy democratic ideals. Now you'll learn what happens to those who murder children with poison gas. The broadcast ended, leaving the presidential palace chamber in absolute silence, save for the hum of electronic equipment and the sound of grown politicians trying to control their breathing. President Vale stared at the blank screens with the expression of a man watching his own execution. The Judah Democratic Republic had sown the wind with chemical weapons and corporate greed. Now they were about to reap the whirlwind delivered by their own nuclear arsenal, turned against them by forces they'd helped create through their monstrous choices. The age of consequences had finally arrived, and it carried the insignia of the Tianyi mercenary group. Chapter 109, Preparations for the Final Battle. Jaron Lee's thunderous declaration hit the international community like a bloody great shockwave, sending ripples of disbelief and fascination across every inhabited world from the colonial sphere to Earth itself. The sheer audacity of it all, a private military outfit declaring war on a sovereign nation, had news anchors scrambling for precedents and political analysts working overtime. The Judah Democratic Republic wasn't some tin-pot backwater either, mind you. They were a proper middle power with decent military capabilities and significant economic clout. Yet here was this mercenary group, bold as brass, announcing they'd be delivering justice with their own hands. Within hours of the broadcast, investigative journalists had done their homework on Jaron Lee's background. The bloke turned out to be from the prestigious Lee military dynasty of the Cathayan Empire, a family that had produced generals and admirals for centuries. Naturally, this sparked wild speculation about whether the Tianyi group was actually a front for Cathayan imperial operations. The Cathayan government moved quickly to distance themselves from the situation. Their foreign ministry issued terse statements denying any connection, whilst the Li family themselves held a rather awkward press conference claiming their prodigal son had vanished years ago, and that his current activities were entirely his own bloody business. International war correspondents, that hardy breed of journalist who chased conflict like moths to flame, had begun converging on Judah Republic space from the second day of fighting. By the fourth day, several had managed to position themselves at safe distances to capture footage of the unfolding naval battles. 19, 20, 21 counted Aviana through her helmet comm as her strike Gundam, equipped with its Ale strike pack, methodically carved through enemy mobile suit formations like a scythe through wheat. The Tianyi group had distributed their ace pilots across multiple fleet formations for maximum psychological impact. Aviana's wingman was Second Lieutenant Talitha Richardson, a rising star who piloted a dual Gundam fitted with the fearsome assault shroud equipment package. 18 confirmed kills and counting. Talitha reported with grim satisfaction, her particle beam rifle reducing another Tyran mobile suit to expanding plasma. Both pilots had broken through the Judah Republic's first defensive line, but as Talitha accelerated toward the enemy fleet, she spotted Aviana's distinctive red and white Gundam already engaging the escort vessels directly. Bloody hell, Talitha muttered, watching the strike Gundam's beam saber slice clean through a frigate's bow section in a shower of molten metal and escaping atmosphere. The captain's beaten me to air again. Right then, time to pull my finger out. Her dual Gundam's shoulder-mounted electromagnetic cannon spoke with authority, punching through another frigate's bridge in a brilliant explosion that briefly outshone the local star. Once the two Gundams had penetrated the fleet's defensive perimeter, the outcome was never in doubt. The Judah Republic forces fought with desperate courage, not out of any particular nobility, mind you, but because they'd worked out that the Tianyi group wasn't in the mood for accepting surrenders. Whether they threw down their arms or fought to the bitter end, the result would be the same: complete annihilation. War correspondents captured the final moments of the fleet engagement from their distant observation posts, broadcasting live footage of the systematic destruction to audiences across the inhabited galaxy. The Tianyi mercenary group possesses not only cutting-edge conventional weaponry, reported veteran war correspondent James Hartwell from his position aboard a neutral press vessel, but their secret weapon, those Gundam mobile suits, has proven absolutely decisive in accelerating enemy fleet destruction. Day 5 brought an even more shocking escalation. The GP-02 Gundam, protected by the GP-01 FD and GP-04 units, smashed through multiple defensive lines to deliver a tactical nuclear strike against a Judah Republic main battle fleet. The atomic fireball consumed dozens of ships in seconds before the three Gundams withdrew, without suffering so much as a scratch. This footage sent shockwaves through every capital in human space. When the Tianyi group had first announced their intention to sanction the Judah Republic, most governments had dismissed it as bluster from an overly ambitious mercenary outfit. When they'd claimed to have seized nuclear weapons, intelligence agencies had assumed the mercenaries lacked proper delivery systems. A Gundam launching tactical nukes changed everything, On the sixth day, the Judah Republic attempted nuclear retaliation, launching their entire remaining atomic arsenal at Tianyi fleet formations. The result was a masterclass in defensive technology, point defense systems aboard Tianyi vessels, supported by squadrons of modified 105 Dagger mobile suits, equipped with specialized interception equipment, systematically destroyed every incoming warhead, conventional missiles, nuclear weapons, even manned fighter bombers attempting nuclear delivery runs. This comprehensive defensive success sent the Judah Republic government into complete panic. Their entire nuclear stockpile had consisted of exactly 100 warheads, strategic and tactical combined. 20 had been captured by Tianyi forces, leaving 80 for combat use. Now all 80 had been expended for absolutely no result. By day 7, 12 of the Judah Republic's 18 colonial satellites had fallen to Tianyi assault forces. The mercenaries' methodology was brutally efficient: government elimination, resource extraction, then systematic withdrawal as transport ships hauled captured wealth back to the Rhineman Emirates. The conquered colonies descended into anarchic chaos, with no government, no police, no law enforcement of any kind. Desperate civilians turned to looting and violence. What had been orderly societies became post-apocalyptic hellscapes. Within hours of Tianyi withdrawal, the remaining 6 colonial satellites teetered on the edge of total panic. Successive military defeats had shattered morale from the presidential palace down to ordinary citizens. Evacuation ships launched daily, packed with refugees fleeing what seemed inevitable conquest. But the Tianyi group controlled the space lanes now. Every fleeing vessel was intercepted, its passengers sorted according to a merciless classification system. Ordinary civilians could purchase safe passage for exorbitant fees. Government officials below ministerial rank were executed on the spot. But the real targets, the corporate puppet masters who'd orchestrated the Rhineman Emirates genocide, faced a different fate entirely. Captured corporate executives found themselves presented with pre-written contracts, transferring their entire holdings to Tianyi Group control. Once signed, they and their families were shipped to the Rhineman Emirates to await judgment. International condemnation poured in, particularly from democratic coalition nations, horrified by the mercenaries' systematic brutality. The Veridian Federation's foreign ministry issued strongly worded protests about attacks on innocent civilians and legitimate businessmen, comparing Tianyi methods to common piracy. Jaron Lee's response was characteristically blunt. During a live broadcast, he released financial records documenting the captured executives' roles in planning the chemical weapons attack. "These corporate scumbags we've dragged to the Emirates aren't innocent," he declared, staring directly into the camera with cold fury. "Every single one of them has blood on their hands, the blood of murdered children who never got the chance to grow up." Day 8 saw another nuclear strike, as the GP-02 obliterated a second major fleet formation. Shortly afterward, the Judah Republic formally requested international intervention. The Veridian Federation's presidential spokesman held an emergency press conference, demanding that the Tianyi Group cease these illegal actions immediately, and warning of potential military intervention if the attacks continued. Jaron Lee's response came within hours via live broadcast. He looked directly into the camera and delivered 4 words that sent diplomatic circles into meltdown. "Fancy a go then." The international news media exploded. The Veridian Federation wasn't some minor regional power like the Judah Republic. They possessed economic, technological, and military capabilities that dwarfed their beleaguered ally. Was the Tianyi Group genuinely prepared to take on such a formidable opponent, Or had success gone to their heads? President Purvis of the Veridian Federation convened emergency sessions with his cabinet and military leadership. Rescuing the Judah Republic would preserve democratic coalition prestige, but more importantly, it offered access to Tianyi military technology. Federation scientists had analyzed captured footage and concluded that Tianyi equipment was at least a decade ahead of anything in their arsenals, perhaps more. President Purvis was reaching for his authorization stamp when shocking news arrived from an unexpected quarter. Emperor Taxca's VI of the Garthian Empire issued a formal statement warning that any Veridian intervention would trigger immediate Garthian military action against Federation territory. The threat was unambiguous: save the Judah Republic and face a two-front war. This imperial ultimatum stopped Veridian military intervention cold, though they continued encouraging other democratic coalition members to provide assistance. However, the imperial powers had anticipated this strategy. Any nation attempting to rescue the Judah Republic would face similar warnings from other imperial states. On Day 9, the Judah Republic gathered every remaining military unit around their capital satellite for a final, desperate stand. Government officials, military commanders, and surviving corporate leaders huddled in fortified bunkers, knowing that tomorrow would bring either miraculous victory or complete annihilation. There would be no surrender, no negotiation, no mercy. The Tianyi group had made that abundantly clear through 9 days of systematic destruction. The last battle was coming, and everyone involved understood that only one side would witness the dawn that followed. Chapter 110. The capital's last stand. War correspondents from across the inhabited galaxy positioned themselves at carefully calculated distances, their cameras trained on what would surely be the final act of this brutal drama: the defense of the Judah Democratic Republic's capital satellite. The irony wasn't lost on seasoned journalists who'd covered conflicts for decades. They were witnessing a private military company systematically dismantling a sovereign nation, whilst the galaxy's major powers watched from the sidelines. In the fortified command bunker deep within the capital satellite's core, General Marcus Thompson studied tactical displays with the hollow expression of a man watching his own funeral arrangements. His aide's voice carried the mechanical precision of someone delivering bad news by rote. "General, enemy force strength is approximately 1/6 of our defensive positions." Thompson's weathered face creased into a bitter smile. 1/6, he muttered, knowing that raw numbers meant bugger all when facing the technological nightmare bearing down on them. Might as well be 1/60th for all the bloody good it'll do us. Aboard the Tianyi flagship HMS Albion, the atmosphere was markedly different. Draco Varlan stood before the primary tactical display, surrounded by his senior commanders, as they reviewed final deployment orders. Unlike their desperate opponents, the Tianyi forces radiated calm confidence, the assurance that comes from overwhelming superiority in every category that mattered. "We're going in light," Draco announced to his assembled staff. 50% of our total combat strength. The other half stays on standby in case some ambitious bastard decides to have a go at the Aegis asteroid whilst we're busy here. The deployment roster read like a catalogue of nightmares for any conventional military force. 16 Gundam-type units including the complete GP series, the twin Star Brother machines, Strike, Shield, Storm, Thunder, Death Scythe, Heavy Arms Barbaros Zeta, Justice Goddess F-Type, and Judgment Goddess. Supporting them were 4 mass-produced Gundams, 2 Hyaku Shiki and 2 MK Roman 2 variants, representing the entirety of Tianyi's production line super machines. Each unit had been configured for maximum psychological impact. The GP-01 mounted its heavy full armor booster package, enough firepower to level city blocks. GP-02 carried its complete nuclear-capable loadout. The twin Star brothers sported contrasting equipment packages. Unit 1 configured for heavy assault, Unit 2 optimized for high-mobility operations. President Harrison Vale and his surviving cabinet members were already aboard high-speed escape pods, waiting for the right moment to abandon their dying republic. The irony was bitter, democratic leaders fleeing whilst their people faced annihilation. All units, this is it, Draco transmitted across the fleet. Time to finish what they started. The battle erupted with devastating immediacy. 6 Tianyi fleet formations enclosed the capital satellite in a perfect hexagon of destruction, their overlapping fields of fire eliminating any possibility of escape or reinforcement. GP-0, one heavy full armor burst through the outer defensive perimeter like a metal hurricane, its missile pods emptying in seconds to vaporize 3 fighter squadrons and 4 Tyran mobile suit platoons. The massive Gundam moved with impossible grace despite its heavy armament, each weapon system firing in perfect coordination. GP-02 leveled its anti-ship laser cannon and spoke with atomic authority, punching clean through a frigate's reactor core in a brilliant explosion that briefly outshone the local star. Shoulder-mounted rocket launchers added their voices to the symphony of destruction, each warhead finding its mark with mechanical precision. But it was Sol Yu in the GP-03 Dendrobium that truly stole the show. The massive Mobile Armor's 108-tube micro-missile system discharged its entire payload in a single, overwhelming salvo. Over 60 enemy units simply ceased to exist in the space of heartbeats. Fighters, mobile suits, even a destroyer caught in the blast radius, reduced to expanding clouds of superheated plasma. Bloody hell, breathed a war correspondent watching through telephoto lenses. It's like watching a tiger amongst sheep. Sol's Dendrobium had become the focal point of enemy attention, drawing fire from every remaining weapon system within range. Beam cannons, missile batteries, even desperation ramming attacks, all useless against the Mobile Armor's I-field defensive barrier and superior mobility. "This is Sol," came his voice over the tactical net, calm as if discussing the weather. "I count 30+ contacts locked onto my position. Recommend friendly units exploit the distraction." Jim Type 2 squads and various Dagger series mobile suits did exactly that, sweeping in from multiple vectors to catch enemy formations focused on the Dendrobium. The coordinated assault shattered entire defensive lines within minutes. Sol deployed his wire-guided explosive cable, the smart weapon seeking out a mobile suit carrier with predatory intelligence. The detonation chain that followed broke the massive vessel's spine, spilling its complement of mobile suits into space as lifeless debris. His massive beam saber ignited next, the energy blade cleaving a battlecruiser from bow to stern in a shower of molten metal and escaping atmosphere. Meanwhile, across the battle space, other Gundams were riding their own chapters of destruction. Draco's Justice Goddess F-Type and Persica's Judgment Goddess moved in perfect synchronization, their cyan particle trails weaving lethal patterns through enemy formations. GN rifles and launchers fired in continuous sequence, each shot calculated for maximum effect. "Bloody beautiful, that is," muttered Leo Kai from his Strike Freedom cockpit, watching the husband-wife team carve through opposition like a pair of avenging angels. Their coordination transcended mere tactical cooperation. It was something approaching telepathy, each pilot anticipating their partner's moves with supernatural precision. In the command bunker, General Thompson watched his forces evaporate with professional detachment. Status boards flickered from green to amber to red with mechanical regularity. 3rd Defense Fleet completely destroyed. His aide reported with hollow professionalism. The 7th Defense Fleet has taken catastrophic losses. The 6th and 8th sectors report first-line breaches. 9th sector's primary defensive line has collapsed completely. Thompson rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of inevitable defeat settling over him like a burial shroud. Around the command center, junior officers stared at tactical displays showing the systematic destruction of everything they'd sworn to defend. "Sir," a communications technician spoke up hesitantly, "we're receiving surrender offers from several outer defensive positions." "Tell them not to bother," Thompson replied grimly. "The Tianyi group doesn't take prisoners. We all know that by now." He held up a photograph of a Gundam unit, studying its sleek lines and obvious technological superiority. "If we'd had just a handful of machines like these," he murmured to no one in particular, "this might have been a proper fight." "Bloody energy cells," Liu Kai grumbled as his Strike Freedom's power gauge dropped below 20%. "Give me a proper reactor any day of the week." As he withdrew toward the mother ship for right charging, Leo watched the Storm Gundam streak past his position in Sector 5. His own area had managed to breach the 1st defensive line, but progress was slower compared to other combat zones. The 2nd line featured heavier concentrations of mobile suits and fighters, supported by long-range fire from the capital's defensive batteries. In Sector 1, the Zhu sisters piloting their twin-star brother Gundams had already smashed through the 2nd defensive line and were currently tearing apart the 3rd. Their contrasting combat styles, Jaina's heavy assault approach versus Neria's high-mobility tactics, complemented each other perfectly. "Twin Star 1 to control," Jaina reported, her voice carrying satisfied aggression. "We've reached the fleet defensive positions. These capital ships are sitting ducks, too slow to track us, too stupid to coordinate their fire properly." The anti-ship beam cannon mounted on her unit, one spoke with devastating authority, each shot punching through multiple vessels in perfect alignment. The defensive fleet's destruction was now a mathematical certainty, rather than a tactical objective. Sol Yu's Dendrobium had completed its assigned sector sweep and was already requesting permission to assist other battle zones. His area of operations resembled a mechanical graveyard, twisted wreckage and expanding debris clouds marking where an entire defensive fleet had once operated. Lieutenant Yu returned to base for resupply and reassignment. Came the order from Fleet Command: Sector 7 requires immediate support. In Sector 7, Draco and Persica had achieved the most spectacular breakthrough of the entire operation. Their combined assault had shattered all 3 defensive lines, leaving the sector's command structure in complete collapse. Transport ships were already moving in to deploy ground forces for the satellite's occupation. War correspondents struggled to find adequate words for what they were witnessing. Dimensional superiority became the preferred term, a conflict so one-sided that it resembled a technological demonstration rather than actual warfare. The capital satellite's main docking bay had become a fortress of desperation. Remaining Tyran mobile suits waited in defensive formations, their pilots knowing this would be their final stand. When the distinctive silhouettes of the Justice Goddess F-type and Judgment Goddess appeared at the bay's entrance, every weapon opened fire simultaneously. The response was a devastating display of advanced defensive technology. GN fields, those cyan particle barriers, absorbed or deflected the incoming fire with casual efficiency. Enemy pilots watched in horror as their most powerful weapons simply vanished against the shimmering energy shields. "What the bloody hell is that?" screamed one Tyran pilot as his beam rifle shots disappeared into the particle barrier. Draco and Persica didn't give them time for proper analysis. GN rifles and launchers returned fire with mechanical precision, each shot placing mobile suits on pyres of their own making. A brave but foolish Tyran pilot attempted a sword attack against the Justice Goddess F-type, charging with his machine's combat knife raised high. Draco's response was almost gentle, a sidestep that made the attack miss completely, followed by his GN saber slicing the enemy unit in half with surgical precision. Persica's Judgment Goddess demonstrated similar efficiency, her beam saber bisecting another Tyran with a single, economical stroke. As Gym-Type 2s and dagger variants poured through the breached docking bay, the capital satellite's last organized resistance crumbled. Transport ships touched down to disgorge assault troops and armored vehicles, beginning the final phase of occupation. The Judah Democratic Republic's capital was falling, and with it, the last pretense that chemical weapons could be deployed against civilian populations without consequence. The Tianyi group's message was being written in letters of fire across the galaxy's diplomatic consciousness. Some crimes demanded payment in full, regardless of political considerations or international law. The reckoning had arrived, and it wore the colors of the Tianyi mercenary group. Chapter 100, 11 Heaven's Justice Descends. Judgment Falls Sectors 3 and 7 had fallen like dominoes to the relentless Tianyi assault, their defensive lines crumbling before the technological superiority of the mercenary forces. Now the capital satellite of the Judah Democratic Republic lay exposed, its corridors and districts penetrated by an enemy that showed no mercy to those who gassed children. War correspondents from across the inhabited galaxy poured through the breached perimeters, their cameras capturing every moment of what would surely become the most documented military conquest in recent history. The galaxy was watching, and the Tianyi group intended to deliver a message written in fire and blood. "Think you can bloody well Scarper, do you?" Persica Tao's voice carried cold satisfaction as her Judgment Goddess Gundam's targeting system locked onto several electromagnetic catapults attempting to launch escape pods. Her GN rifle spoke with crimson authority, the particle beams reducing the launch systems to molten wreckage in brilliant explosions. Nearby, Draco's Justice Goddess F-type methodically destroyed every runway, landing pad, and aircraft hangar it could identify. His movements were surgical, precise, each shot calculated to eliminate any possibility of the Republic's leadership fleeing justice. "Boss," came Colonel Shrek's voice over the secure channel, his tone carrying the weight of ground-level intelligence. "The capital's civilians have all gone to ground, barricaded themselves in their homes, scared witless. Problem is, Judah military personnel are hiding among them, taking pot shots at our lads from residential buildings." Draco's response was immediate and implacable. "Issue a blanket warning. Any structure that fires on our forces gets leveled immediately, civilians inside or not. If they are holding weapons, we'd rather err on the side of caution than risk our people. That'll bring down a right storm of international condemnation, sir. Then we'll ask those bleeding hearts where their moral outrage was when the Judah Republic was gassing innocent children in the Emirates." Draco replied, his voice carrying the cold fury that had driven this entire campaign. "They chose to use chemical weapons against civilians. They can bloody well live with the consequences when someone returns the favor." "Understood completely, boss. One more thing, Shrek. Warn the civilian population. Anyone caught sheltering military personnel or providing them aid will face collective punishment. We find evidence of collaboration, that entire district gets cleared, no exceptions. Actually, sir, I've got a suggestion that might save some lives. Let's hear it. Give their military and police exactly 1 hour to surrender. After that, it's open season. No prisoners, no mercy. Might encourage the smart ones to see reason. Draco considered this for a moment. Approved it. 1 hour, then we finish this properly. Ladies and gentlemen watching this live broadcast, reported veteran war correspondent Malcolm Fletcher, his voice steady despite the surreal nature of his surroundings. You've just heard the Tianyi Group's ultimatum broadcast across the capital satellite. Every military and police officer has exactly 1 hour to surrender or face complete annihilation. His words were punctuated by the distinctive whine of GN drives as the Justice Goddess F-Type and Judgment Goddess streaked overhead, their cyan particle trails cutting through the satellite's artificial atmosphere like avenging angels. Across the capital, sporadic gunfire erupted from various districts as desperate Juda forces attempted final acts of defiance. Each pocket of resistance was swiftly and brutally suppressed by Tianyi ground forces, supported by their airborne Gundams. In his underground command bunker, General Marcus Thompson received the surrender ultimatum with grim resignation. The mathematics of their situation were undeniable. Continued resistance would only result in the complete destruction of his remaining forces. All units, this is command. He broadcast across military frequencies, effective immediately. All Juda Republic forces are ordered to lay down arms and surrender. I repeat, cease all hostilities and surrender immediately. Outside the satellite's protective hull, the scattered remnants of the defensive fleet began firing surrender flares, small bursts of white light that marked the end of organized resistance. Thompson's aide approached with obvious reluctance. Sir, the Tianyi forces are demanding information about the president's location as a condition for accepting our surrender. They've made it clear, no presidential handover, no ceasefire. The old general closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. What they were asking for was technically treason, but his duty was to his soldiers, not to the politicians who'd orchestrated this disaster. Give them everything we know about the presidential bunker, he ordered quietly. Coordinates, security measures, access codes, the lot. Before his aide could respond, the command center's communications array chimed with an incoming priority transmission. Sir, President Vale is demanding a direct conference. Put him through. The main screen flickered to life, revealing President Harrison Vale in what appeared to be a state of complete hysteria. His face was flushed, his hair disheveled, and his eyes carried the wild look of a man watching his world collapse. Thompson, he screamed, spittle flying from his lips. Why are you disobeying my direct orders? I commanded you to fight to the last man. Mr. President, Thompson replied with icy formality, I refuse to sacrifice my soldiers' lives for the corrupt bargains you've made with corporate interests. This war was started by your greed, not their honor. You treasonous! Vale's tirade was interrupted as several aides rushed into frame, urgently whispering in his ear. The transmission cut abruptly as they hustled him away from the camera. Minutes later, similar surrender orders came from the capital's police commissioner. Across the satellite, law enforcement officers began laying down their weapons and emerging from their hiding places with hands raised. International journalists captured the scenes of dejected Juda military personnel surrendering in groups, their heads bowed in defeat as they submitted to Tianyi processing. Those who had taken shelter in civilian buildings were coaxed out by their surrendering comrades, adding their weapons to growing piles of confiscated armaments. Meanwhile, Tianyi intelligence operatives systematically searched government buildings, gathering documents and digital files, that would provide evidence of the chemical weapons conspiracy. This is independent war correspondent Malcolm Fletcher reporting live, announced the veteran journalist as he navigated his rented Jeep through the satellite's emergency-lit corridors. I've just received word that Tianyi forces have located President Vale's hiding place, and I'm currently en route to that position. A viewer's question appeared on his live stream asking about the vehicle. Brilliant question, Malcolm replied, keeping one eye on the road. Found a rental agency owner who'd larked himself in his own shop. Paid through the nose for this beauty, but it's getting the job done. As he rounded a corner, two distinctive silhouettes appeared in his forward view, Gundams unlike any he'd seen before. Fascinating, he narrated to his audience. Those particle emissions are completely different from standard mobile suit propulsion. Those cyan trails allow for extended hovering flight with remarkable stability. A massive explosion ahead forced him to brake hard, and Malcolm immediately grabbed his telephoto equipment. After a quick survey through his binoculars, he abandoned the Jeep and continued on foot, camera in hand. The scene before him was a masterclass in precision warfare. The Justice Goddess F-Type and Judgment Goddess had systematically destroyed the hidden defensive installations surrounding what appeared to be a concealed bunker facility built into an artificial mountainside. Ladies and gentlemen, Malcolm whispered into his camera, we're witnessing the final act of this drama. Those Gundams are providing cover for ground assault teams moving against what appears to be the presidential bunker. The Justice Goddess F-Type drew what appeared to be twin GN pistols, their combined firepower blowing open a massive camouflaged door that had been seamlessly integrated into the artificial rock face. Immediately, Tianyi Special Forces activated their optical camouflage systems and poured through the breach. Malcolm pressed forward, determined to capture the climactic moments, but was stopped by a Tianyi soldier in full combat gear. I'm a journalist, Malcolm protested, producing his press credentials. I have the right to document these events. The soldier stepped aside with a casual shrug. Bullets don't care about press cards, mate. You get yourself killed, that's your business. As Malcolm approached the breached entrance, a group of figures emerged under heavy guard. President Harrison Vale, Prime Minister Blackwood, and Defense Secretary Hartwell, all in restraints and looking thoroughly defeated. The leadership of the Judah Democratic Republic has been captured, Malcolm reported breathlessly. President Vale, the Prime Minister, and the Defense Secretary are all in Tianyi custody. Vale continued to shout about his presidential immunity and the illegality of his capture, but his protests were cut short when a Tianyi captain delivered a sharp slap across his face. The captain noticed Malcolm's camera and gestured for him to move closer. We have every right to judge you, the captain said, addressing Vale directly, because you're nothing but a loser now, and losers don't get to dictate terms to winners. This is might makes right, Vale protested, his voice cracking with hysteria. Absolutely correct, the captain replied with cold satisfaction, just like when you used chemical weapons against Emirate civilians. You chose to play by those rules. Now you get to live with the consequences. The captain turned toward the sky, pointing at the two Gundams hovering overhead. Malcolm instinctively followed the gesture with his camera. Those two machines represent the justice you've been avoiding, the captain announced, his voice carrying across the assembled crowd. The red one is called Justice Goddess. The other is Judgment Goddess. This entire operation has been designated Heaven's Justice Descends, Judgment Falls. As if responding to his words, both Gundams descended slightly, their GN drives casting an ethereal cyan glow across the scene. The symbolism was unmistakable, divine retribution delivered by human hands. justice finally served to those who thought themselves above consequence. President Vale's protests grew increasingly desperate, but his words were lost beneath the sound of approaching transport ships that would carry him and his co-conspirators to face the justice they'd tried so desperately to avoid. The Judah Democratic Republic had fallen, and with it, the illusion that chemical weapons could be deployed against innocent civilians without facing terrible retribution. The Tianyi Group's message echoed across every broadcasting network in human space. Some crimes demand payment in full, regardless of political immunity or international law. Heaven's justice had descended, and judgment had finally arrived. Chapter 112. The verdict, the systematic plundering of the Judah Democratic Republic, continued with ruthless efficiency as Tianyi transport vessels moved in endless convoys, stripping away everything of value from the conquered territories. Only basic weapons were left behind for the remaining military and police forces to maintain some semblance of order, a cruel irony given their complete inability to protect their own nation. With most colonial satellites picked clean like carrion by vultures, criminal elements and pirate gangs had moved in to claim the scraps. Lawlessness reigned in the power vacuum, and desperate families found themselves at the mercy of slavers who saw profit in human misery. Draco Varlan felt no sympathy for their plight. They'd chosen their side when they stood silent during the chemical weapons massacre. The Rhineman Emirates had become the center of the galaxy's attention as international media converged on the small nation like moths to flame. The reason was simple. The Tianyi mercenary group had delivered President Harrison Vale, Prime Minister Blackwood, and Defense Secretary Hartwell to Emir Rashid Roman IV for judgment. The port area swarmed with journalists, government officials, and thousands upon thousands of ordinary citizens who'd lost everything to Judah Republic poison gas. Many clutched photographs of dead family members, children, parents, grandparents, all victims of corporate greed disguised as foreign policy. Tell us how you feel about the former Judah Republic leadership. A BBC correspondent asked one elderly woman holding a picture of a young girl. The woman's eyes blazed with barely contained fury. "They are bloody animals, the lot of them," she spat, her voice trembling with rage. "Worse than animals. At least beasts kill for food, not profit. My granddaughter Amelia was only 6 years old when their poison took her. 6 bloody years old. I want to see them suffer like she did, gasping for air that wouldn't come." Similar scenes played out across the crowd as journalists captured the raw emotion of a people finally seeing justice within reach. But when the questions turned to the Tianyi mercenary group, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "They are angels," whispered one father, tears streaming down his weathered face. "Real bloody angels sent by God himself. When the whole galaxy turned their backs on us, when every so-called civilized nation offered nothing but empty words and meaningless sanctions, the Tianyi group actually did something. They are heroes, every last one of them." A young boy tugged at his mother's sleeve, declaring with fierce determination, "Mum, when I grow up, I'm joining the Tianyi group. I want to help people like they helped us." The international community remains divided on Operation Heaven's Justice, reported CNN's chief correspondent. Democratic coalition nations condemn what they call vigilante justice, whilst imperial powers largely support the action. But here in the Emirates, amongst the victims themselves, support for the Tianyi group is absolutely unanimous. These people see them not as mercenaries, but as the hand of divine retribution itself. Colonel Shrek's fleet entered the harbour to thunderous cheers from the assembled crowds. The gruff commander disembarked alongside several senior officers, walking with measured dignity toward Emir Rashid Roman IV. Behind them, in shackles and under heavy guard, shuffled the three architects of genocide. The sight of President Vale, Prime Minister Blackwood, and Defense Secretary Hartwell sent the crowd into a frenzy of hatred. Soldiers formed human barriers to prevent the mob from tearing the prisoners apart with their bare hands. "Your Majesty," Colonel Shrek said with a formal bow, "these bastards are yours now." Emir Rashid Roman IV nodded gravely. "I hope you and your people will remain as our guests for several days. It would be an honor to show proper hospitality to those who have delivered justice to our doorstep." "Much obliged, Your Majesty. The lads could use a proper rest after all this." As the armored transport carrying the war criminals departed the port, angry citizens lined the streets. Rotten vegetables, eggs, and rubbish rained down on the vehicle, whilst people waved photographs of dead relatives and screamed curses in Arabic, English, and a dozen other languages. "The fury here is absolutely palpable," breathed Sky News reporter James Morrison, broadcasting live from the convoy route. "These people have waited months for this moment, and their anger is beyond anything I've witnessed in 20 years of war correspondence." At several points, enraged civilians broke through police lines to attack the prisoners directly. Stones flew through the air, whilst bare fists connected with the faces of those who'd ordered mass murder. Security forces quickly intervened, but their restraint was clearly tested by their own desire for vengeance. Suddenly, a series of warning shots cracked through the air, security forces firing skyward to restore order. "Citizens of the Emirates," boomed Chief of Security Hassan al-Mahmoud through a megaphone, his voice carrying across the crowd. "I understand your anger. I share it completely. My own brother died in the gas attacks, and like you, I want nothing more than to see these monsters torn apart. But we cannot allow mob justice to rob us of our moment. These criminals must face formal trial before the watching galaxy. We must show the world that we are not barbarians like them. We will have our justice, but it will be civilized justice that honors our dead." The crowd gradually calmed, though hatred still burned in every pair of eyes. Hours later, across the Emirates and broadcast live to billions of viewers galaxy-wide, the trial commenced. Citizens gathered around television screens in homes, shops, and public squares as Judge Khalil Rahman read the charges. "You stand accused of conspiracy to commit genocide, the deployment of chemical weapons against civilian populations, and crimes against humanity," the judge declared, his voice carrying the weight of absolute moral authority. "The evidence against you is overwhelming and undeniable." The courtroom fell silent as the full scope of the conspiracy was laid bare: corporate contracts for chemical weapons, communications between government officials and arms dealers, financial records showing payments for mass murder. President Vale attempted one final protest: "This is a kangaroo court. I demand immunity as a former head of state." Judge Rahman's response was ice cold. "You forfeited any claim to immunity when you chose to gas children. Your crimes are so heinous that death itself seems insufficient punishment. I therefore sentence you all to death by firing squad." The gavel struck with finality as the condemned men broke down, some weeping, others screaming denials, all finally understanding that their wealth and power meant nothing in the face of divine justice. The execution ground was a vast meadow dotted with over 1 million small Emirates flags, each one representing a victim of the chemical weapons attack. The symbolism was devastating in its simplicity. International media crews captured every moment as the condemned were led onto the field in chains. The executioner, a veteran sergeant who'd lost his entire family to the gas attacks, addressed them with quiet dignity. "Every flag you see represents an innocent life snuffed out by your greed," he said, gesturing across the memorial field. "Men, women, children, all dead because you chose profit over human decency. Your deaths won't bring them back, but they'll bloody well ensure you can't hurt anyone else. One by one, the war criminals were forced to their knees. The executioner raised his sidearm and delivered swift justice with precise shots to the back of each head. Across the Emirates, citizens watching the broadcast erupted in cheers and tears of relief. Amelia, love, whispered the elderly grandmother to her granddaughter's photograph. The monsters are dead. You can rest easy now. The day after the executions, Draco and Persica made a quiet pilgrimage to the memorial cemetery where Bijo and Jelin's families were buried. They stood in silent respect before modest headstones that represented the human cost of unchecked corporate power. Meanwhile, throughout the Emirates, Tianyi mercenaries found themselves treated as conquering heroes. Shop owners refused payment for goods and services, whilst grateful citizens offered free meals and accommodation at every turn. Draco had anticipated this reaction and issued strict orders. All Tianyi personnel would pay full price for everything, without exception. Military discipline would be maintained even in the face of overwhelming gratitude. "Sir, the shop owner won't take our money," reported one bemused sergeant. "Then explain that we're under orders to pay, and if he won't accept payment, we can't shop here again," came the standard response. "We're soldiers, not charity cases." This approach actually endeared them further to the local population, who respected the mercenaries' discipline whilst offering generous discounts as a compromise. As a final gesture of gratitude, Emir Rashid Roman IV formally granted the Tianyi group a substantial tract of land for a permanent base. With a century-long tax exemption, justice had been served, debts had been paid, and the galaxy had learned a harsh lesson about the consequences of chemical warfare against innocent civilians. The Tianyi group's message was clear. Some crimes demand payment in full, regardless of political immunity or international law. Heaven's justice had indeed descended, and judgment had been served with British efficiency and righteous fury. Chapter 113 Return to the Aegis asteroid. The vast wealth plundered from the Judah Democratic Republic now sat in enormous warehouses across the Rhineland Emirates, officially declared as war reparations by the Tianyi mercenary group. The sheer volume of seized assets, industrial equipment, rare minerals, military hardware and financial reserves represented the complete economic gutting of a middle power. Emir Rashid Roman IV surveyed the massive stockpiles with a mixture of gratitude and overwhelming concern. "Colonel Shrek," he said during their final meeting, "this is far too generous. My nation couldn't possibly utilize even a fraction of these resources, and we contributed nothing to your campaign beyond moral support." The gruff mercenary commander waved away the emir's protests with characteristic bluntness. "Your Majesty, you provided us with a righteous cause and a place to deliver justice. That's worth more than any military contribution." After considerable negotiation, they reached a compromise. The Emirates would retain 1/4 of the seized assets, whilst the remaining 3/4 would return with the Tianyi forces to support their expanding operations. On the 4th day of their stay in the Emirates, Colonel Shrek's fleet departed for the 6th Colonial District, their cargo holds groaning under the weight of their systematic pillaging of the Judah Republic. The 7th Colonial District, which had been racked by unrest following the Republic's defeat, was finally beginning to settle into an uneasy peace. Meanwhile, across the inhabited galaxy, intelligence agencies worked overtime trying to penetrate the mystery surrounding the Tianyi group's leadership structure. Every major power desperately wanted to identify the shadowy figures behind the most technologically advanced military force in human space. 9 days after leaving the Emirates, Shrek's convoy finally reached the Aegis asteroid. their formation of warships and transport vessels, creating a spectacular sight against the backdrop of the ancient meteorite field. Big Sister, Lyrica Tao burst from the crowd of waiting personnel, her face radiant with joy as she threw herself into Persica's arms. Persica held her younger sister tight, noting how much she'd grown during their separation. At 15, Lyrica was beginning to show the same fierce intelligence that characterized the Tao family, though her enthusiasm remained refreshingly youthful. "I've missed you terribly," Persica whispered before leading Lyrica over to Luna Yu, who'd been supervising the girl's care. "Luna, I can't thank you enough for looking after her." Luna smiled warmly, her naturally maternal instincts evident. "Honestly, it's been lovely having her around. She and my younger brother Saul are practically the same age, and they get along brilliantly." Persica noticed her sister wearing an elegant Goro brand outfit she didn't recognize. Clearly Luna had been more than generous during their shopping excursions. "Luna, please let me reimburse you for the clothes." "Absolutely not," Luna interrupted with typical Yorkshire directness. "It's just a few bits and bobs, nothing fancy." "I insist." "Right then, you can buy me dinner next time we're planet-side." "Deal," Persica laughed despite herself. "Deal. And I'll pick up something nice for Saul as well." In the Aegis Asteroids primary conference room, Draco sat with Jaren Lee and the mercenary group's senior staff, all staring somewhat helplessly at detailed inventory reports that seemed to go on for pages. "Bloody hell," muttered Colonel Andre, flipping through resource manifests. "We've got enough industrial machinery to build 3 shipyards, enough rare metals to construct a fleet, and enough liquid capital to fund a small war." "Which is exactly the problem," Draco replied, rubbing his temples. "We're mercenaries, not a bloody logistics company. Half this stuff we can't even use." Jaren Lee leaned forward with a practical suggestion. "Sir, I recommend we liquidate approximately 60% of the non-essential assets, use the proceeds for combat bonuses. The lads who fought deserve proper compensation, and for the families of those we lost, well, they deserve more than our standard death benefits." Draco nodded approvingly. "Excellent thinking. Make sure the widows and orphans are taken care of properly. Money can't bring back the dead, but it can secure their families' futures." After the other officers departed, Jaren remained for his private briefing with Draco, a ritual that had become essential for managing their expanding operations. "Sir, I've got several items requiring your attention," Jaren began, consulting his secure tablet. "First, our defensive upgrades are complete. The I-field generators have reached full production readiness. We can retrofit every ship in the fleet within 6 months. Excellent work. What else? The Colonial Union is demanding we surrender our captured nuclear weapons to their oversight committee." Draco's expression hardened. "Tell them to sod off." "Already done, sir." "They've also requested, and I quote, humanitarian sharing of our medical gel technology and nanomachine treatment pods for the betterment of all mankind." A bitter laugh escaped Draco's lips. "Humanitarian, my arse. The pharmaceutical companies are shitting themselves because we've made their overpriced treatments obsolete. Now they are using the UN as their personal collection agency. Thought you'd say that." Next item. "King Thrax of Mykeon has invited you to attend his birthday celebration." Draco rolled his eyes. "Let me guess, another attempt to offer me his daughter's hand in marriage." "Most likely, sir," Jaren replied with barely concealed amusement, "though I will say Princess Rabina is quite stunning. And the moment I showed interest, dear old dad would be demanding Gundams as wedding presents." Draco interrupted. "The king's political calculations are painfully obvious." "Fair point. Shall I send your regrets?" Send someone appropriately senior to represent me, give them a nice gift and our diplomatic courtesies, but make it clear I'm otherwise occupied. Consider it done. Moving on. Production update. The Blue Duel and ZZ Gundams are complete and ready for deployment. Next in the queue are Wing, Ultron and Gold Frame. Jaren hesitated before broaching his next subject. Sir, I wanted to discuss Lyrica Tao. Her mobile suit aptitude scores are extraordinary, possibly higher than her sisters, and approaching Sol Yu's level of natural talent. Draco raised an eyebrow. You want to recruit her as a Gundam pilot? The thought had occurred to me, yes, but obviously that would require family approval. Discuss it with Persica, but make absolutely clear there's no pressure involved. The girl's barely 15, she should make her own choices about her future. Understood completely. Anything else? Jaren's expression grew more serious. My family situation, sir. Ever since my public appearance as your spokesman, the Lee clan has been persistent in their attempts to bring me home. Draco's eyes narrowed dangerously. They want intelligence about our operations. Exactly. Before my television appearances, I was barely acknowledged at family gatherings. Just another minor branch member with no particular prospects. Now suddenly I'm their long-lost favorite son, and they're desperate for a family reunion. And you told them to stuff it. In so many words, yes. Leo's received similar approaches from his family. We've both made it clear we're staying put. Smart lads, though I suspect they won't give up easily. Actually, sir, they've now requested a direct meeting with you, supposedly to discuss opportunities for mutual cooperation between our ancient families. Draco let out a harsh laugh. How wonderfully transparent of them. I assume you advised against this meeting. Strongly, sir. Nothing good could come of it. Agreed. If they persist, have security make it clear that any further harassment will be dealt with directly. After Jaren departed, Draco settled in for what he knew would be several days of intensive research and development. His current project involved two potentially revolutionary systems: the AGE Adaptive Technology Suite and Advanced MD Automated Manufacturing Protocols. The AGE system's theoretical capabilities fascinated him. A combat AI that could analyze enemy capabilities in real time and design countermeasures on the fly. The original anime version had been somewhat fantastical in its execution, supposedly creating entire weapons from raw metal bars, but the core concept of adaptive tactical development was sound. The MD system offered different possibilities. Draco had already adapted portions of it for automated manufacturing and ship systems management, but he sensed untapped potential in its core architecture. For 7 straight days, Draco barely left his office, surviving on delivered meals and catnaps, whilst his mind worked through complex theoretical frameworks and practical engineering challenges. His staff grew accustomed to seeing food trays disappear into his sanctum and hearing the occasional frustrated curse when a calculation refused to cooperate. On the 7th day, bleary-eyed and sporting impressive dark circles, Draco finally achieved his breakthrough. The integrated AGE/MD hybrid system would allow their manufacturing facilities to not only adapt production in real time based on combat data, but to do so with unprecedented efficiency and speed. As he finally stumbled back to his quarters for proper sleep, Draco allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The next phase of their technological evolution was ready to begin, and with it, their ability to stay ahead of any potential rivals who might challenge the Tianyi group's growing dominance. The galaxy was about to discover that their previous victories had been merely the opening moves in a much larger game. Chapter 114 Rankings. Draco Varlan paused outside the mobile suit simulation chamber. immediately struck by the sight of his supposedly elite ace pilots slouching about like defeated schoolchildren after a particularly brutal examination. Right then, he called out to the nearest pilot, Aviana, who was staring at her boots with the intensity of someone contemplating life's cruel ironies. "What's got you lot looking like someone's nicked your favorite biscuits?" Aviana glanced up with the expression of someone who just discovered that Father Christmas was, in fact, a rather nasty bloke with questionable intentions. "Most of us just got our arses handed to us by a bloody 15-year-old, sir." "A kid?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "Sal's always been better than the lot of you. Thought you'd gotten used to that particular humiliation by now. What's different this time?" "It wasn't Sal, sir," Aviana replied miserably. "It was another one. Another one. You don't mean..." Draco strode directly into the simulation chamber, already suspecting what theatrical drama was unfolding. Inside the cavernous chamber, dozens of supposedly elite pilots had gathered around the massive projection screen like mourners at a particularly entertaining funeral. On the display, 2 Gundams danced through simulated space in a ballet of lethal precision. The ZZ Gundam weaved through a barrage of cannon fire from a Strike Gundam equipped with the ILSP pack, its twin 105mm cannons spitting death with mechanical regularity. The ZZ responded with impassable grace, dodging, whilst simultaneously returning fire with its twin-beam rifle, a move that spoke of instinctive piloting talent that couldn't be taught. The Strike pilot wasn't having it though, drawing an anti-ship sword from the ILSP pack's arsenal. The mobile suit charged forward with the kind of reckless courage that either ended in glory or spectacular failure. Steel met energy as the 2 machines clashed, their weapons sparking against each other in a display that had the watching pilots holding their collective breath. The Strike's pilot demonstrated superior close-quarters technique, pressing the ZZ back with a combination of aggressive strikes and tactical positioning that spoke of natural talent refined by recent intensive training. Then came the moment that made half the audience wince. The Strike executed a perfect spinning kick that connected squarely with the ZZ's cockpit, sending the larger machine tumbling through virtual space. But the ZZ's pilot wasn't finished. As the Strike moved in for what should have been a killing blow, the ZZ's head-mounted cannon suddenly roared to life at point-blank range, reducing the Strike to expanding plasma and twisted metal. The simulation ended. ZZ Gundam victorious. The chamber erupted in groans and muttered curses. "Bloody hell," someone complained. "Even Leo got done in by her." "It's not fair," another pilot added with the petulant tone of someone discovering that the universe doesn't actually revolve around their personal convenience. "First the sister's a monster, now the little one's just as bad. These Tau girls are taking the piss." Draco turned to a cluster of nearby aces. Did Sal lose to her as well? The pilots snapped to attention upon recognizing their employer's voice, several nearly dropping their beverages in their haste to salute properly. "No, sir," replied Pan, whose reflexes were always quicker than his common sense. "Sal's still got her number. Never lost a match against her, not once. And the rest of you, surely someone's managed to beat a 15-year-old girl." The uncomfortable silence that followed spoke volumes. "Well, sir," Pan continued with obvious reluctance, "apart from her sister Persica, nobody's really managed it. Leo here fought her 3 times, lost twice, drew once. A draw. How's that work then?" Last match, Leo used the Shield Gundam in mobile armor mode, grabbed onto her machine, and they both unleashed everything they had. Positron cannon, beam rifles, the works. Mutual annihilation, sir. Leo Kai emerged from his simulation pod, looking like someone who just discovered that his favorite pub had been converted into a health food shop. Meanwhile, Lyrica Tao bounced out of her own cockpit with the insufferable confidence of youth, throwing up victory signs and loudly declaring herself the third-ranked pilot in the entire organization. Draco studied the massive ranking display that dominated one wall of the chamber. First place, Sol Yu 38 battles, 36 wins, 2 losses, second place. Persica Tao 42 battles, 34 wins, 6 losses, 2 draws, third place. Lyrica Tao 30 battles, 27 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw, fourth place. Liu Kai 44 battles, 30 wins, 10 losses, 4 draws, fifth place tied. Jaina Zhu and Neria Zhu, various statistics trailing off the visible display Draco, approached the victorious teenager with the measured pace of a man who just had a delightfully wicked idea. Right then, Lyrica, he said with deceptive casualness, "Fancy a go against me?" The girl's eyes lit up with the kind of dangerous enthusiasm usually reserved for small children who just discovered fireworks. "Oh, brilliant! But don't you dare start crying when I beat you, sir." Persica immediately tensed, her protective sisterly instincts warring with the knowledge that Lyrica had been getting rather too big for her boots lately. Perhaps a proper humbling would do the girl some good. The other ace pilots exchanged knowing glances and barely suppressed grins. Poor kid had no idea what she'd just walked into. Lyrica bounced back into her simulation pod, naturally selecting her beloved ZZ Gundam. Draco settled into the opposing cockpit with the calm confidence of someone about to deliver an educational experience. Choosing the Justice Goddess F-type, the battle commenced with typical teenage aggression. The ZZ immediately opened fire with its twin-beam rifle, sending crimson death lancing across the simulated battlefield. The Justice Goddess responded with fluid grace that made several watching pilots whistle in appreciation. Rather than simply dodging, Draco's machine seemed to flow between the incoming shots, each movement precise and economical, whilst simultaneously closing the distance with predatory purpose. "Bloody hell," breathed one observer. "Look at that technique. He's not even trying." Lyrica, recognizing that her standard approach wasn't working, unleashed everything she had: missiles, concentrated beam fire, even attempting to predict his movement patterns. Her tactical thinking was sound, her execution nearly flawless. Draco's Justice Goddess performed a soaring leap that carried it directly through the entire missile barrage, its GN rifles picking off individual warheads with surgical precision. The explosions created a perfect smokescreen, which the machine used to reposition before emerging with both beam rifles blazing. Warning klaxons screamed in Lyrica's cockpit as crimson energy bolts converged on her position. The ZZ's shield came up just in time, absorbing impacts that would have ended the fight instantly. But Draco was already inside her guard, the Justice Goddess appearing at close range like a mechanical ghost. The ZZ's beam saber swept out in a desperate counterattack, only to find empty space as its opponent executed a perfect aerial somersault that ended with the GN saber descending toward the ZZ's head. Lyrica's reflexes saved her, barely. The larger machine twisted aside, its twin-beam rifle swinging around for point-blank retaliation. The Justice Goddess flickered aside like smoke, appearing behind the ZZ before Lyrica could fully process the movement. "Oh, bugger," she whispered, realizing her head-mounted cannon was still locked in forward-firing position. The Justice Goddess decapitated the ZZ with casual efficiency, then put a GN blast through the cockpit for good measure. "Match over." Lyrica stumbled out of her pod, wearing an expression somewhere between shock and wounded pride. "Again," she demanded, her voice carrying the stubborn determination of someone not quite ready to accept reality. Of course, the rematch saw role reversal. Lyrica took the Justice Goddess whilst Draco selected the ZZ. The result was even more decisive. The ZZ caught the Justice Goddess in a grappling hold and obliterated it with the head cannon at point-blank range. Again, third match, fourth, fifth, each ended with Lyrica's decisive defeat, her techniques improving slightly but never enough to bridge the vast gulf in experience and instinctive talent. By the 10th consecutive loss, Lyrica had dropped from 3rd place to 6th in the overall rankings, her earlier confidence evaporating like morning mist. She slumped in her pilot seat, staring at the ranking display with the hollow expression of someone whose worldview had just undergone violent reconstruction. Pan leaned over with the kind of sympathy usually reserved for small animals caught in thunderstorms. "Sorry, love, but the boss is our hidden ace. Been that way since day one. We all learned this lesson ages ago." Lyrica looked toward her sister with questioning eyes. Persica nodded solemnly. "Draco's mobile suit skills are beyond anything I can manage, Lyrica. Even if Saul and I teamed up against him, we'd still get properly schooled." The girl stared at her dramatically reduced ranking, processing what felt like a 10,000-point critical hit to her ego. All those victories, all that confidence, undone by challenging someone so far above her weight class that the contest had been meaningless from the start. Draco emerged from his simulation pod and approached the dejected teenager with the measured pace of someone who understood that the next few moments would define how she responded to genuine adversity. He placed a gentle hand on her head, his voice carrying the kind of authority that came from genuine experience rather than mere position. "Listen carefully, Lyrica," he said quietly. "Setbacks don't define you. How you respond to them does. Today you learned that there are levels of skill you haven't reached yet. That's not failure, it's education. You've got tremendous natural talent, but if you let this defeat break your spirit, you'll waste that gift completely." He paused, letting the words sink in. "Get back up, train harder, learn from this, and then come find me when you're ready for a proper rematch." Lyrica looked up, her expression shifting from defeat to determination, with the resilience that only the young possessed in full measure. "Right then," she declared, straightening her shoulders, "I'll train until I can beat you properly, sir. That's a promise." Lyrica, Persica warned, recognizing her sister's tendency toward inappropriate boldness. Draco held up a hand, his smile genuine as he ruffled the girl's hair. "I look forward to it." Then his expression shifted, becoming the stern commander these pilots knew and respected. He turned to address the entire assembly, his voice carrying the kind of edge that made grown warriors suddenly find their bootlaces fascinating. "Right, you lot," he barked. "Look at yourselves." Getting shown up by a 17-year-old lad was embarrassing enough. Now a 15-year-old girl's making you look like complete amateurs. Are you proud of this performance? The assembled aces suddenly discovered compelling reasons to study the floor, ceiling, and various pieces of equipment, anything to avoid their commander's withering gaze. "I want to see improvement," Draco continued relentlessly. "Real improvement. Because if you can't manage better than this, I'll happily demote the lot of you back to the regular pilot ranks and find some fresh talent that actually gives a damn about excellence." The response was immediate and heartfelt. "Yes, sir." As the pilots dispersed to resume their training with renewed determination, Draco allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Competition bred excellence, and a little public humiliation never hurt anyone, especially not ace pilots who'd grown too comfortable with their elite status. The rankings board would look different tomorrow, He was certain of that, and hopefully young Lyrica would channel her wounded pride into something more productive than teenage overconfidence. After all, the galaxy was a dangerous place, and the Tianyi group needed pilots who understood that there was always someone better, faster, and more dangerous just waiting for them to drop their guard. Chapter 115, Untapped Potential. The mess hall buzzed with the familiar clatter of cutlery and conversation as Draco Varlan surveyed the spread before him. A marked improvement from the standard military rations they'd been serving just months earlier. The aroma of properly seasoned dishes filled the air, speaking of prosperity and success that had filtered down to every aspect of their operation. Commander-in-Chief Jaron Lee approached with his own laden tray, settling into the seat across from Draco with the easy familiarity of long military partnership. The grubs certainly stepped up a notch from last month, Draco observed, gesturing at his plate of fragrant jasmine rice accompanied by spicy diced chicken, black pepper beef stir-fry, mapo tofu that promised to clear his sinuses, garlic fried greens, and seafood egg drop soup. A tall glass of iced tea completed the feast. Business must be booming then. Jaron's weathered face creased into a satisfied grin. Absolutely brilliant, actually. Ever since Colonel Shrek's fleet provided protection for St. Ethel during that terrorist incident in the theocracy of Aurea, we've been inundated with contracts, words gotten round about our performance under pressure, and clients are willing to pay premium rates for our services. This month's profits have exceeded our usual quarterly earnings, not just here at the Aegis asteroid, but across all our subsidiary bases. The Tao sisters approached their table, Persica carrying her customary bowl of noodle soup accompanied by sweet and sour pork, bean sprout and radish stir-fry, and green tea, a balanced meal reflecting her disciplined nature. Lyrica, meanwhile, had assembled what could only be described as a teenage growth spurt special. Egg and ham sandwich, crispy fried chicken cutlet, a massive roasted chicken leg, beef meatballs, and a large milk tea that probably contained enough sugar to power a small mobile suit. A nearby pilot couldn't resist having a go at the younger girl. "Blimey, love, you planning to eat all that? Keep going like that and you'll need a bigger cockpit." Lyrica's response was immediate and fierce. "Stuff it, you great pillock. Mind your own bloody business." The pilot burst into laughter at her spirited retort, but quickly sobered when Draco's steely gaze settled on him. The message was clear: leave the kid alone. Lyrica's at that age where she needs proper nutrition, Draco said mildly, his tone carrying enough authority to end the discussion. Growing teenagers have appetites that would frighten a Gundam's fusion reactor. Lyrica, currently engaged in demolishing her chicken leg, with the kind of enthusiasm that only 15-year-olds could muster, looked up with grease glistening on her chin. "Sir, I've been thinking, when's the ZZ Gundam going to see some proper action? I'd like to take her out for a real sortie." Lyrica, Persica's voice carried a sharp edge of warning, but her sister pressed on with typical teenage determination. Draco studied the girl's face, noting the set of her jaw, the fire in her eyes. This wasn't a casual request born of boredom or sibling rivalry. This was ambition, pure and simple. "Combat isn't like your simulation matches," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of hard-earned experience. "There's no reset button when things go wrong. Real warfare means killing or being killed. No second chances, no do-overs. Are you truly prepared for that, ready to take a life to preserve your own?" Without hesitation, Lyrica met his gaze directly. "Yes, sir, I am." The simple conviction in her voice sent a chill through the mess hall. This wasn't teenage bravado. It was the cold certainty of someone who'd already made peace with necessity. Persica shot to her feet so quickly her chair scraped against the floor, drawing stares from across the room. Absolutely not. I won't allow it. I want to fight alongside you, Persica, Lyrica said, her voice carrying a stubborn edge that reminded Draco of her older sister. We're stronger together. You're still a child. So is Saul, and he's been in combat for months. What makes him different from me? That's completely different, and you know it. Tears began to well in Lyrica's eyes, not from fear or self-pity, but from frustration at being denied what she saw as her rightful place. Without another word, she bolted from the table, leaving her half-finished meal behind. Lyrica, get back here this instant. Persica called, but her sister was already pushing through the mess hall doors. Draco watched the family drama unfold with the detached interest of someone who'd seen similar scenes play out countless times in military families. Talent versus protection, ambition versus safety, eternal conflicts that rarely resolved easily. You're being overprotective, he told Persica bluntly. That girl has raw potential that rivals Saul's natural ability. If you keep wrapping her in cotton wool, you'll stunt her development when she needs it most. Persica's laugh held no warmth. Oh, I see right through you. You want to exploit my sister's talents for your mercenary group, don't you? She's just another asset to be developed and deployed. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't part of it, Draco admitted with characteristic honesty. Her potential, properly developed, could make her one of our most valuable pilots, but that's not the only consideration here. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to ensure their conversation remained private. Lyrica won't stay under your protection forever, Persica. At some point, she'll make her own choices about her future. The question is whether you want to be part of that decision, or have it made despite your objections. And as an outside observer, I can see she's desperate not to repeat past failures. The reference to their family's tragic history hit home, and Persica's expression darkened with old pain. Draco finished his meal and reached for Lyrica's abandoned plate. She's still growing, needs proper nutrition. Not eating won't solve anything. When Persica moved to take the tray, Draco shook his head. She's angry with you right now. Won't accept anything from you directly. Why don't you handle my dishes whilst I track down our runaway pilot? He added an extra fried chicken leg to the plate before heading out to find Lyrica, asking several staff members for her whereabouts. Eventually, he discovered her perched on a supply crate in one of the quieter storage areas, radiating teenage sulkiness with impressive efficiency. When she spotted him approaching, she deliberately turned her face away in a display of wounded dignity. Right then, Draco said, settling the food beside her, enough of this sulking. Your sister's worried about you, and starving yourself won't prove anything except that you're still acting like a child. He paused, watching her from the corner of his eye. If you truly want to pilot a Gundam in combat, you need to maintain peak physical condition. Can't have you passing out in the cockpit because you skipped dinner over a family row, can we? Pride warring with hunger, Lyrica finally reached for the food, attacking the chicken leg with renewed vigor. Watching her eat with such unrestrained enthusiasm, grease smearing across her cheeks and chin, Draco felt an unexpected surge of protective affection. In his previous life, he'd been an only child. In this existence, as the youngest of 4 siblings, he'd been showered with attention from 3 doting older sisters. Without the memories of his past life to ground him, he might well have grown up as a spoiled rich boy, used to getting his way through family indulgence. Looking at Lyrica now, he could imagine how he might have felt about a younger sister. That fierce desire to protect, combined with the need to let her find her own strength. When she'd finished eating, he produced a handkerchief to clean the grease from her face and hands with gentle efficiency. Sir, she said quietly, when the new battleship Ptolemaeus finishes her trials, could I be part of the crew? Certainly, but first you need to apologize to your sister. Lyrica's expression immediately soured. "Do I have to? She cares about you, loves you enough to risk your anger by saying no. Most people wouldn't bother. They'd just let you make your own mistakes. The fact that she's willing to be the villain in your story shows how much she values your safety." "I suppose," Lyrica mumbled, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. "Come on then," Draco said, extending his hand. "Let's go sort this out properly." She took his offered hand without hesitation, and together they found Persica waiting anxiously in the corridor outside the mess hall. The apology was stilted but sincere, and Persica's response was immediate forgiveness wrapped in fierce protective love. After some negotiation, they reached a compromise. Lyrica would undergo full combat training and psychological evaluation before being cleared for active duty. Only after proving herself completely ready would she be allowed to join combat operations, and then only alongside her sister for her first several missions. As Draco watched the sisters walk away together, Persica's arm draped protectively around Lyrica's shoulders. Jaren appeared at his elbow. "Sir, when she does pass her qualifications, I recommend keeping her away from the front lines initially. Pair her with Persica for joint operations. They'll complement each other's strengths." "Agreed, though honestly, Jaren, I've been planning to recruit her officially for months. That girl's raw talent is genuinely extraordinary, possibly exceeding even Sal's natural abilities. Having her in our ranks could be invaluable for future operations." Draco sighed heavily, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of difficult decisions yet to be made. "Something troubling you, sir?" "If I had my way, I wouldn't use children in combat at all," Draco said quietly. "The whole business sits wrong with me." "With respect, sir, if we don't recruit and train them properly, someone else will, and they might not share our ethical standards. Criminal organizations, terrorist groups, rogue military units. At least with us, they'll learn discipline, honor, and proper tactical doctrine. We have standards, lines we won't cross." Draco nodded slowly, acknowledging the harsh realities of their universe. "You're absolutely right. At the end of the day, we do maintain certain principles, and truthfully, I'd rather develop their potential properly than see such remarkable talent wasted or corrupted." The conversation drifted into comfortable silence as both men contemplated the challenges of nurturing exceptional ability whilst preserving the innocence that made such talent worth protecting in the first place. In the end, they were soldiers preparing for an uncertain future, and sometimes that meant making difficult choices about who would stand beside them when the shooting started. Chapter 116, Mobile Suit Ace Pilots. The merchant convoy drifted through the star-speckled void like a school of steel fish, their hulls gleaming under the harsh light of distant suns. Escort frigates maintained protective formation around the larger cargo vessels, their weapon systems scanning constantly for threats that lurked in the darkness between worlds. Every ship bore the same corporate banner, the distinctive Muba logo, "Mission must be achieved," emblazoned proudly across their hulls. This fleet belonged to one of the galaxy's most successful interplanetary shipping enterprises, with operations spanning both Earth's sphere and the colonial territories. The company had earned its reputation through decades of reliable service, connecting distant worlds through the dangerous void of space. Mission Must Be Achieved Transport was, in fact, a subsidiary of the powerful Valan family's business empire, based in the prosperous Cathayan Empire. Their current destination was the Celestial Crown Station, one of the Empire's most important commercial satellites. Aboard the flagship, a brown-haired young man sat comfortably in the observation lounge, nursing a steaming cup of coffee while studying holographic battle footage projected before him. The images showed mobile suits engaged in fierce combat, their movements captured in vivid detail by battlefield cameras. "Anthony, you're at it again," came a feminine voice tinged with fond exasperation. A striking red-haired woman settled into the adjacent chair, her green eyes reflecting the glow of the tactical displays. "Still obsessing over those Tianyi Group mobile suit engagements, I see." Anthony Cross glanced up at his companion, nodding with the enthusiasm of a schoolboy discussing his favorite subject. "I can't help myself, Sonia. The performance characteristics of their machines are absolutely fascinating, especially those units they call Gundams. The capabilities they've demonstrated are simply unprecedented." Sonia Hayes, chief navigator and Anthony's longtime partner in both business and battle, shook her head with a wry smile. "From what I've heard, they're not selling those particular models to anyone. Even Tianyi Arms Manufacturing refuses to part with their Gundam technology. Hell, they won't even sell their latest GM2 variants or those specialized Dagger series units." Anthony paused the playback at a particularly striking sequence, a strike Gundam equipped with the Sword Striker pack charging through enemy lines, its massive blade cleaving an opposing mobile suit cleanly in half. Enemy fire peppered its armor to no visible effect, the projectiles seemingly incapable of penetrating its defenses. "Look at that," Sonia murmured, leaning forward despite herself. "That Gundam can swap equipment packs for different combat roles, adapting its fighting style on the fly, and conventional ballistic weapons appear utterly ineffective against its armor." She watched Anthony's face as he studied frame after frame of Gundam combat footage, his expression carrying the wide-eyed wonder of a child discovering a particularly brilliant toy. For all his professional reputation and combat experience, he remained genuinely passionate about mobile suit technology and tactics. Anthony Cross was no amateur enthusiast. He was recognized throughout the inhabited galaxy as one of the top 10 mobile suit ace pilots of the current generation. His fame stemmed from a legendary engagement 3 years prior, when his custom Peregrine mobile suit had single-handedly destroyed 50 pirate mobile suits and 20 fighters whilst defending a merchant convoy. That battle had catapulted him to celebrity status within military and mobile suit circles. In subsequent convoy defense actions, Anthony regularly achieved similar kill ratios, often exceeding 50 enemy units per engagement. Every major military publication and mobile suit magazine had featured articles about his tactical brilliance and piloting skills. His employer's admission must be achieved had recognized his value early, providing him with an extensively modified Peregrine mobile suit, a machine customized specifically for his fighting style and preferences. "Come to think of it," Sonia said, settling back in her chair, "having our corporate bosses assign their top ace pilot to escort duty suggests this particular cargo must be rather important." Anthony glanced away from the tactical displays. "Any idea what we're actually protecting?" Word is its prototype mobile suits from Velocity Defense Systems, one of the Varlan family's military development subsidiaries. Anthony's attention returned immediately to the Gundam footage, his expression suggesting polite disinterest in domestic military projects. "You don't seem particularly excited about testing our employer's latest hardware," Sonia observed. "I heard there might be opportunities for you to serve as a test pilot when we reach our destination." Anthony's response carried the dismissive tone of someone who'd seen too many overhyped military prototypes. "Tell me honestly, Sonia, do you think anything Velocity Defense Systems produces could match a Gundam's capabilities?" Sonia found herself without a ready answer. Our Peregrine mobile suits and their Annihilator series were developed during the same period. Anthony continued, his voice carrying the authority of genuine expertise. The peregrine sacrifices raw firepower and defense for superior versatility. It can operate effectively in any combat environment, which is why so many well-funded mercenary groups prefer it. My custom unit has received extensive upgrades, but even with all those modifications, it wouldn't last 5 minutes against a proper Gundam. Hell, it would struggle against one of their export model GM custom variants. But I've heard Velocity's new mobile suits actually exceed your Peregrine's performance specifications. Sonya pressed. Surely you're curious about piloting something more advanced. Anthony shook his head with the weary patience of someone explaining obvious facts to a child. Sonya, I have access to industry intelligence that most people don't. Velocity Defense Systems' revolutionary new mobile suit performs roughly equivalent to the downgraded dagger variants that Tianyi Arms sells to smaller nations. Sonya's eyes widened. She hadn't realized how far behind domestic military technology had fallen compared to Tianyi Group's innovations. Anthony returned his attention to the Gundam combat footage, muttering observations that revealed the depth of his analytical mind. Each engagement shows subtle differences in piloting technique, even when using identical mobile suits. Multiple pilots clearly, but most of them aren't exploiting their machine's full potential. Sonya watched him study the tactical displays, recognizing that she lacked the technical expertise to appreciate the nuances he was observing. The gap between a skilled pilot and a true ace was wider than she'd imagined. Now this, Anthony said, highlighting footage of a crimson Gundam wreathed in cyan particle effects. This is the Justice Goddess. Watch the pilot's technique. Every movement is perfectly economical, not a single wasted motion. This individual is extracting maximum performance from an already superior machine. Absolutely brilliant work. He leaned back in his chair, genuine admiration coloring his voice. I'd give anything for a proper engagement against this pilot. Sonya raised an eyebrow, surprised by Anthony's uncharacteristic praise. In all their years together, she'd rarely heard him speak so positively about another pilot's abilities. Anthony, is this Justice Goddess pilot one of your fellow top 10 aces? No, he replied immediately. I've studied combat footage from all the other 9. Their techniques, fighting styles, tactical preferences. The Justice Goddess pilot is completely different. This individual possesses skills that rival any of us recognized aces, but remains completely anonymous. Suddenly, warning klaxons began wailing throughout the ship. Anthony and Sonya immediately grabbed their pilot helmets, sprinting toward the mobile suit hangar as emergency lighting bathed the corridors in crimson urgency. Anthony, came Sonya's voice through the comm system as they reached their respective mobile suits. Who do you think is targeting our convoy? Anthony was already performing pre-flight checks on his custom Peregrine, its sleek form bristling with upgraded weapons and sensor arrays. Unlikely to be ordinary pirates. My money's on corporate espionage, probably competitors trying to sabotage Velocity Defense Systems' new prototypes. If you're right, they'll be trying to destroy our cargo rather than capture it. Then we'd better make sure they don't get the chance. Anthony replied grimly, his Peregrine systems coming online with predatory efficiency. Time to remind the galaxy why they call us aces. The hangar doors began cycling open, revealing the star-scattered battlefield beyond. Whatever forces had come hunting for their convoy were about to discover that mission must be achieved employed only the very best pilots. And Anthony Cross intended to add to his already legendary kill count. The dance of death among the stars was about to begin. Chapter 117, The Destroyer Organization. All fighter and mobile suit pilots, attention. The comms officer's voice crackled with barely controlled panic. Incoming hostiles identified as Strike Dagger mobile suits. Bloody hell, there's over 100 of them. Anthony Cross and Sonia Hayes were already strapped into their respective Peregrine mobile suits, the familiar hum of fusion reactors warming their cockpits as they prepared for combat launch. Sonia's brow furrowed as her tactical display lit up like a Christmas tree, each red blip representing an enemy mobile suit. Christ almighty, how'd so many Strike Daggers end up in the hands of these criminal bastards? Anthony's voice came through the calm with the grim certainty of experience. Corrupt military officials, most likely, half the galaxy's armed forces are flogging their hardware on the black market for a quick profit. This lot don't look like your average pirates. Destroyer organization, I'd wager, Anthony replied, his Peregrine's thrusters igniting as the catapult system prepared to launch him into the void. Protect the convoy at all costs. Bloody mercenaries, Sonia spat with obvious disgust. Worse than street thugs. Take the money, smash the target, then leg it before anyone can retaliate. Absolute nightmare for escort duty. Several thousand kilometers away, within the cockpit of a customized Strike Dagger painted in menacing black and crimson, a blue-haired young man addressed his red-haired squadron leader through the tactical network. "Rex, which transport are we actually after?" "Doesn't matter, Viper," came the harsh reply. "Slag the lot of them. More wreckage means more bonus pay. Just make sure we outperform the other crews." The space around the convoy erupted into deadly chaos as Peregrine mobile suits and cheetah fighters engaged the incoming Strike Dagger swarm. Missiles, beam weapons, and ballistic projectiles crisscrossed the battlefield in brilliant displays of lethal light, whilst the escort frigates added their own firepower to the desperate defense. 3 minutes into the engagement, Sonia's Peregrine had already lost its shield to concentrated enemy fire. Her pulse rifle was down to its final magazine, 26 rounds remaining, forcing her to switch to single-shot mode, whilst gripping a military combat knife in her mobile suit's left manipulator arm. A Strike Dagger charged towards her, its beam saber crackling with deadly energy. Sonia's Peregrine twisted aside from the thrust, the combat blade in its left hand driving deep into the enemy cockpit with lethal precision. "Bloody hell," she muttered through gritted teeth. "These pilots actually know what they are doing." Her radar screen suddenly lit up with additional contacts, prompting a particularly colorful outburst. "Motherfucker!" Another 50 Strike Daggers had just dropped out of hyperspace to join the battle, salvaging a ballistic rifle from her most recent kill. 60 rounds according to the display. Sonia barely had time to reload before proximity alarms screamed warnings. 3 Strike Daggers were converging on her position, beam rifles blazing. Her Peregrine danced through the incoming fire, returning precise shots that sent 2 of the attackers spinning into explosive death. The third pilot proved more skilled, weaving through her counterattack whilst maintaining steady pressure. "Motherfucking hell," Sonia growled, genuine respect coloring her profanity. "This bastard's actually as good as I am." Meanwhile, Anthony had single-handedly destroyed 30 enemy mobile suits, but he wasn't allowing himself any satisfaction. These weren't the usual rabble of pirate dregs. Many of these pilots showed clear signs of professional military training. At least half the enemy force consisted of veteran mobile suit operators, likely cashiered soldiers selling their skills to the highest bidder. A glance at his tactical display revealed the harsh reality. Over half the cheetah fighters had been shot down, and his Peregrine squadron was down to 35 units from their original 50. Anthony discarded his depleted 150mm rifle, appropriating a ballistic weapon from a freshly destroyed Strike Dagger. The enemy was pressing their numerical advantage hard, but his defensive line was holding, primarily because Anthony himself was drawing massive amounts of enemy fire. Every strike dagger that attempted to break through towards the convoy found itself in Anthony's crosshairs, and few survived the encounter. Take out their ace first, came an intercepted enemy transmission. We can't complete the mission while he's still operational. Suddenly, the upper defensive perimeter crumbled under concentrated assault. This is Frigate Valiant, came an urgent distress call. We're taking heavy damage. Request immediate assistance. Anthony's voice cut through the calm chatter with calm authority. Sonia, take 3 pilots and shore up that breach. I'll handle things here. Roger that, Anthony. Mind yourself out there. As Sonia led her small force towards the collapsing perimeter, Anthony's peregrine accelerated into the heart of the enemy formation. His mobile suit moved like liquid mercury, beam rifle spitting precise death that claimed 7 strike daggers in rapid succession. Enemy fire tracked his previous positions, but never quite managed to connect with his current location. Rex, this Anthony bloke's even deadlier than the intelligence report suggested, came a worried voice over the enemy tactical net. We've lost dozens to him already. I know. Keep drawing his attention. I'm moving into position for a killing shot. Anthony was so focused on the immediate threats surrounding him that he missed the long-range targeting scan, painting his mobile suit's profile. Years of combat had honed his instincts to a razor's edge, however, and something made his blood run cold, that particular sensation that preceded imminent death. Without conscious thought, his peregrine twisted aside just as an anti-mobile suit sniper round screamed through the space his cockpit had occupied a split second earlier. The hypervelocity projectile shattered his mobile suit's left arm joint instead of ending his life. Hidden amongst the debris of destroyed strike daggers, Rex cursed softly. Damn! How'd he sense that coming? Bloody close, Anthony breathed, sweat beading on his forehead. The damage to his mobile suit affected more than just his combat capability. It sent a ripple of concern through his remaining pilots, degrading their overall effectiveness when they needed every advantage. Anthony's peregrine was running low on everything. Shoulder-mounted weapons exhausted, main rifle down to 10 rounds. He jettisoned all depleted armaments to improve speed and maneuverability, but the tactical situation continued deteriorating. Enemy mobile suits pressed their attack with renewed vigor, whilst Anthony's comrades struggled to provide covering fire. The last cheetah fighter died in a brilliant explosion, leaving fewer than 20 peregrines to defend the entire convoy. Multiple strike daggers had breached the perimeter, and both escort frigates and merchant vessels were taking damage. Mission must be achieved had transmitted emergency signals the moment combat began, and word had finally arrived that Cathay and Empire border forces were en route. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes. 10 minutes might as well be 10 hours. Anthony's face was slick with perspiration, his damaged peregrine now missing its left arm entirely and operating on empty magazines. Fewer than 10 friendly mobile suits remained operational against more than 50 enemy units still in the fight. Don't let him reach those weapons. Multiple strike daggers concentrated fire on debris fields, preventing Anthony from salvaging ammunition or replacement armaments. Others closed for melee combat, beam sabers igniting in deadly anticipation. Anthony could only evade, his tactical options reduced to pure survival. When 2 strike daggers attacked simultaneously with energy blades, his peregrine twisted between them, dodging one slash whilst using its remaining leg to kick the second attacker away. Rex seized the moment, his sniper's shot punching through the peregrine's rear armor. Oh, bollocks! Anthony yanked the ejection lever without hesitation. His mobile suit exploded in a brilliant fireball as the escape pod blasted clear, tumbling through space before impacting against strike dagger wreckage. Anthony, Sonia's anguished cry echoed through the comm system as she witnessed his mobile suit's destruction. Relief flooded through her as she spotted the escape pod, though her heart sank when it collided with debris. Anthony, do you copy? Please respond. Inside the pod, Anthony lay unconscious and severely wounded. The impact had triggered secondary explosions, sending shrapnel through his body, including fragments that had damaged his spinal cord. Sonia's peregrine grasped the damaged escape pod, whilst fending off attacking strike daggers with her remaining weapon. She accelerated towards the convoy flagship, desperate to get Anthony into medical care. At that critical moment, the distinctive engine signatures of Cathay and Empire Border Defense Forces finally appeared on the tactical display. The cavalry had arrived, but whether they were too late remained to be seen. Chapter 118, Better to die fighting than live. Broken Anton lay motionless in the sterile hospital bed, his vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling tiles above. The fluorescent lights hummed their endless tune, casting harsh shadows across his gaunt face. 15 days had crawled by since that bloody skirmish, 5 since he'd dragged himself back to consciousness in this god-forsaken ward on Tiangui satellite. Apart from Sonia's faithful visits, and one stiff-lipped corporate suit from Mission Accomplished who'd come to deliver his redundancy papers, the world had forgotten him entirely. The company exec had been all false smiles and hollow sympathy, spouting rehearsed lines about compensation packages and ongoing medical support, whilst essentially binning him like yesterday's rubbish. The brutal truth was written in the medical charts. Everything below his neck was dead weight now. His spine had taken a right hammering in that last engagement, leaving him a prisoner in his own body. The surgeons had worked miracles keeping him alive, but miracles only stretched so far. The rest of his days would be spent staring at the world from a wheelchair. 10 million Earth credits in hush money sat in his account. Mission Accomplished's way of keeping him sweet and the press at bay. Blood money, really, though Anton couldn't muster the energy to care anymore. The door creaked open, and Sonia bustled in with her usual basket of fruit, her face a careful mask of cheerfulness that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Brought you some proper apples this time," she said, settling into the bedside chair. "None of that synthetic rubbish from the vending machines." Anton managed a weak smile, the first genuine expression to cross his features in days. "Itar's love. Good of you to keep coming round. This'll be my last visit for a while, I'm afraid," Sonia admitted, already reaching for a paring knife. "Back to the grind tomorrow. Bills won't pay themselves. Course they won't. Work comes first, always has." As she peeled the apple with practiced efficiency, Sonia's jaw worked like she was chewing over words she couldn't quite spit out. Anton had known her long enough to read the signs. "Out with it then," he said quietly. "Whatever's eating at you." Sonia's hands stilled on the fruit. "That cargo run, the one that did you in. There was never any new MS prototype aboard that freighter. The real tech got shipped out weeks ago through different channels. We were just bloody decoys, Anton, bait to draw off the competition, whilst the genuine article slipped away unnoticed." Anton absorbed this revelation with the same flat calm he'd shown everything else lately. "Makes sense, I suppose. Makes sense." Sonia's voice cracked with indignation. "Anton, they used us as sacrificial lambs. You're lying here broken because some corporate suit needed a distraction for their rivals. Doesn't that make your blood boil? What's the point in being angry?" Anton's voice was barely above a whisper. "We're hired guns, Sonia. Always have been. Risk comes with the territory. Don't want to end up crippled or dead." Don't climb into an MS cockpit. Sonia slumped back in her chair, deflated. How can you be so bloody calm about this? If it were me, I'd be screaming blue murder at anyone who'd listen. Before Anton could respond, the door swung open again. A young man in a black coat strode in, followed by a teenager with an odd, mechanical gait. Both carried themselves with the easy confidence of seasoned fighters. Sonia leapt to her feet, instantly defensive. Zoe, can't you see he's not taking visitors? Sod off and leave him be. The young man, barely out of his 20s but with eyes that had seen far too much, glanced at her before addressing Anton directly. Tianyi mercenary group. The name hit Sonia like a slap. You've got some nerve showing up here. Your bloody machines are what put him in this state. You. Anton raised a trembling hand, cutting her off mid-rant. The stranger's response was measured, almost gentle. By that logic, shouldn't the families of every pilot we've down be cursing the manufacturers of our enemy's kit? War's war, miss. Machines don't kill people, people kill people. The simple truth of it stopped Sonia cold. She deflated, mumbling an embarrassed apology. Think nothing of it. The stranger, who could only be Draco Valen himself, replied with surprising grace. Draco had come because whispered conversations in Mother Base corridors had reached his ears. Tales of Anton Reyes, one of the system's 10 greatest ace pilots, lying broken in a Cathayan hospital ward. And Draco had an idea, dangerous, experimental, but possibly life-changing. I'm not here to gloat or offer empty sympathy, Draco said, pulling up a chair. I'm here because we might have a way to get you back on your feet, back in a cockpit. Anton's dead eyes flickered with the first spark of hope they'd shown in weeks. You're having me on. Instead of answering, Draco nodded to the teenager, who turned around and pulled down his collar. Nestled at the base of his skull was a complex mechanical interface. Cables and circuitry integrated directly into his nervous system. Bloody hell, Sonia breathed. Is that? Meris here was paralyzed in combat, same as you, Draco explained. Our surgeons developed an experimental neural interface system. It's not pretty and it's not pleasant, but it works. Before Anton could respond, another interruption, this time a Tianyi operative whispering urgently in Draco's ear. The young CEO's expression darkened, but after a moment's consideration he nodded. Send her in. The woman who entered was elegantly dressed and carried herself with aristocratic poise. Her resemblance to Draco was subtle but unmistakable. Lady Helena Long. She introduced herself with a slight bow. I represent the Long family interests. We've come to offer our condolences and our support. Anton frowned. Mission accomplished. Already sent someone round with compensation. That was corporate obligation, Helena replied smoothly, producing an ornate credit chip. This is personal gratitude. The Long family recognizes exceptional service when we see it. Should you ever find yourself in need, you need only ask. Anton pocketed the chip without ceremony, but his attention remained fixed on Draco. This surgery, you're serious about it helping me walk again? Helena raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. I won't lie to you, Draco said bluntly. The success rate is maybe 10%. There's a 30% chance you'll die on the table. The rest, well, you'd be no worse off than you are now. Anton, no. Sonia grabbed his arm. Those odds are terrible. It's not worth the risk. But Anton was studying Meris with new intensity. This lad, was he born paralyzed, or did it happen in combat like mine? Combat injury, Draco confirmed. I can give you 48 hours to think it over. Sod that. Anton's voice carried more conviction than it had in weeks. Get me discharged. I want this done today if possible. Anton, please. Sonia was nearly in tears. You could die. You could actually die. Anton met her gaze with something approaching his old fire. Love, I'd rather die fighting for a chance than spend the next 50 years rotting in this bed. Living broken isn't living at all. The words hung heavy in the sterile air. Outside the window, cargo haulers traced lazy arcs between the satellite's docking rings, carrying goods and dreams across the void. But in this small room, surrounded by the smell of antiseptic and despair, a man was choosing hope over safety, even if that hope came wrapped in scalpels and steel. Chapter 119, Fury unleashed Draco. Varlan dispatched his personnel to handle Anthony's discharge procedures with military efficiency, the paperwork flowing through administrative channels like water through a well-oiled machine. As Draco and Maris exited the sterile hospital corridor, Lady Helena long followed in their wake, only to find herself intercepted by a wall of black-clad Tianyi operatives whose presence commanded immediate attention. Draco, love, she called out with the authoritative tone that had cowed boardrooms across the Cathayan Empire. Her nephew raised one hand in silent command, and the operative stepped aside with practiced precision, allowing the family matriarch to pass. Lady Helena studied the young man beside Draco with calculating eyes, before addressing her nephew with fond familiarity. Since you're back home for once, why don't you join your old auntie for a proper meal? It's been far too long. Draco considered the invitation, weighing diplomatic necessity against personal preference. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded his agreement. Lady Helena had arranged something spectacular, a banquet fit for corporate royalty, at one of the constellation's most prestigious establishments. As they approached the Dragon's Palace, one of the Varlan family's flagship restaurants, Maris found himself gawping at architecture that seemed to drip with liquid gold and crystalline magnificence. The opulent establishment sparkled like a jewel against the station's metallic backdrop, its entrance flanked by holographic dragons that writhed through the air with lifelike grace. What Draco hadn't anticipated was walking straight into a family gathering of the most awkward variety. Well, well, came a voice dripping with calculated charm, if it isn't my beloved cousin Draco, gracing us common folk with his presence. Chengshuan long rose from his table with theatrical flourish, clearly enjoying this unexpected encounter. He'd been conducting business negotiations with the Zhao family. Patriarch Zhao Huarui, his wife Lady Zhu Jiayan, and their daughter Zhao Xinlin, when fate delivered this delicious opportunity for public humiliation. Zhao Xinlin's breath caught in her throat as her gaze fell upon Draco, her carefully composed expression cracking to reveal years of suppressed longing. Lady Zhu Jiayan's face twisted with obvious distaste, as if she detected something particularly unpleasant on her shoe. Zhao Huarui acknowledged Draco with a polite nod and warm greeting to Lady Helena, maintaining the diplomatic courtesy that had built his business empire. Chengshuan's attention shifted to the Tianyi operatives flanking Draco, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the distinctive Spartan battle gear they wore. The advanced personal armor represented technology that Velocity Defense Systems, his family's military development company, could only dream of producing. The sight of such sophisticated equipment in the hands of his supposedly inferior cousin sparked a furnace of jealousy in Chengshuan's chest. I say, Chengshuan drawled with poisonous pleasantry, what's happened to our restaurant's security standards? Normally, bodyguards and private security aren't permitted inside, yet today we're allowing armed militants to parade about like they own the place. Draco rolled his eyes with theatrical exaggeration, clearly unimpressed by his cousin's petty provocations. Lady Helena's voice could have frozen molten steel. I granted them permission personally. Do you have something you'd like to say about my decisions? Chengshuan's eye twitched involuntarily. Whilst his aunt had always intimidated him, backing down now, in front of the Zhao family, would make him look like a complete coward. His reputation as the Varlan heir apparent was at stake. Aunt Helena, he pressed forward with dangerous boldness, I'm merely concerned about the family's reputation. Allowing armed mercenaries to wander freely through our establishment sets a dangerous precedent. What happens when others follow suit? When grandfather hears about this security breach, will you be able to handle his displeasure? The sound of Lady Helena's palm connecting with Chengshuan's cheek echoed through the restaurant like a gunshot. Yingshuan Long's expression darkened thunderously as he glared at his sister, whilst the Zhao family watched the family drama unfold with barely concealed fascination. Lady Helena's finger jabbed toward Chengshuan's nose like a weapon. I don't require commentary from junior family members on how to conduct myself. You lack the authority to question my decisions, boy. If grandfather takes issue with my actions, I'll explain myself to him directly, not to some upstart nephew who doesn't know his bloody place. Her finger swiveled toward her older brother with lethal precision. And you control your son's mouth before I control it for him. If he disrespects me again, that slap won't be the only thing connecting with his face. Both of you would do well to prepare yourselves accordingly. Without another word, Lady Helena spun on her heel and led Draco toward their private dining room, leaving stunned silence in her wake. Yingshuan composed himself with practiced ease, turning to his business partner with an apologetic smile. My apologies, Brother Zhao. Family dynamics can be complicated. Think nothing of it, Zhao Huarui replied diplomatically. I've heard tales of the Varlan families, spirited discussions. Your sister's reputation for directness precedes her. Indeed, father has always doted on Helena, which has fostered her rather independent nature. She's never been one to kowtow to anyone. Shall we proceed with our meal and business discussion? Of course, Brother Zhao, right this way. In the opulent private dining room, Lady Helena's true agenda began to emerge as the courses arrived with choreographed precision. Now then, love, she began whilst delicately sampling the starter, I've got some business propositions I'd like to discuss. Draco continued eating with methodical focus. If you're interested in commercial partnerships, you should speak directly with the relevant company presidents. They handle all negotiations. What I'm particularly interested in are your healing gel formulations, those miraculous nanomedical chambers, and especially the surgical procedures you're planning for Anthony. Forget it, Aunt Helena. That technology isn't for sale at any price. A flicker of disappointment crossed her features, though she'd expected this response. Such revolutionary medical technology would generate astronomical profits, the kind that made empires jealous. If anyone else possessed such innovations, she might have resorted to less ethical acquisition methods. But this was her beloved nephew's work, and family loyalty still meant something. Your Tianyi arms manufacturing has been extraordinarily successful with those strike dagger and GM custom variants. She continued, shifting tactics. Multiple nations are clamoring for procurement contracts. Velocity defense systems would appreciate additional subcontracting opportunities. Discuss terms directly with President Saskia. Lady Helena's smile carried a note of frustration. Your president drives rather hard bargains, I'm afraid. Whilst we do turn profits on the subcontracting work, the margins are razor thin even when operating at full capacity. I was hoping you might authorize more generous compensation for future contracts. Draco immediately contacted Saskia via his mobile, instructing her to offer improved rates specifically when his aunt negotiated personally. Your Tianyi Software's 7-nanometer quantum processors, Helena pressed on. Our celestial communications division requires substantial quantities. Might we discuss volume discounts? Certainly, provided you handle negotiations personally and use only your most trusted personnel for implementation. The business discussion continued through multiple courses, with Draco authorizing various preferential arrangements for his aunt's legitimate enterprises. Each concession came with the understanding that Lady Helena herself would be directly involved, a requirement that spoke to both family loyalty and cautious pragmatism. Maris, having finished eating, occupied himself browsing news feeds on his mobile device, whilst his employer conducted family business. A particular headline caught his attention: footage of a new mobile suit unveiled by Velocity Defense Systems. The machine featured a distinctive monocular sensor and impressive performance specifications that immediately triggered his recognition protocols. During a natural pause in the business conversation, Maris slid his device across the table toward Draco. The effect was instantaneous and volcanic. Draco's expression shifted from casual interest to barely contained rage as he absorbed the specifications and imagery. His hand trembled slightly as he thrust the device toward his aunt. "Explain this," he demanded, his voice carrying the kind of deadly calm that preceded explosions. "Why is my Xeon mobile suit design being developed by Velocity Defense Systems?" Lady Helena's composure cracked like thin ice under pressure. The moment she dreaded had arrived, and Draco's expression promised consequences that would reverberate through the family hierarchy. She could either attempt deception and face his wrath when the complete truth inevitably emerged, or provide full disclosure and hope for clemency. "The situation is complicated," she began carefully. "I want the complete story." Now, Lady Helena recounted the theft in precise detail. How Yingxuan and Chengxuan had acquired Draco's design specifications during his absence, how they'd presented the stolen technology as their own innovation, how Velocity Defense Systems had invested substantial resources in development based on fraudulent claims. Draco's fist connected with the dining table like a thunderclap, sending dishes and glasses jumping, whilst his Tianyi operatives burst through the doors in response to the disturbance. "Where are they?" he snarled, his voice carrying the promise of violence. "Draco, love, you need to calm. Where are they?" The roar filled the private dining room like an explosion, causing even his battle-hardened operatives to step back involuntarily. Lady Helena recognized the signs of her nephew's legendary temper finally unleashed. "They are in the Jade Phoenix room. I'll show you the way." "Give me a weapon," Draco commanded, extending his hand toward the nearest operative. The telescoping combat baton snapped to full extension with metallic efficiency. In the Jade Phoenix dining room, the Zhao family business meeting was proceeding smoothly, until the door exploded inward under the force of Draco's boot. "What's the meaning of?" Yingxuan began, rising from his seat. Draco advanced like an avenging angel, the combat baton whistling through the air before connecting with Chengxuan's skull. The younger man's scream split the air as he collapsed, clutching his bloodied head. "Stop this instant." Yingxuan's protest died as the baton swept across his face with bone-crushing force, sending him sprawling across the expensive carpeting. What followed was systematic and brutal, Draco methodically delivering punishment to both thieves, whilst they screamed for mercy that would not come. Lady Helena swiftly escorted the Zhao family from the room, sparing them the worst of the violence, whilst the sounds of retribution echoed through the restaurant. "How utterly uncouth!" Lady Zhu Jiayan sniffed with obvious disgust. "What kind of family raises such a violent brute?" Lady Helena's glare could have melted tungsten. "Don't think your family's influence protects you from consequences, woman. Lady Zhu continued recklessly, "I'll speak my mind about that nephew of yours, regardless of your grandfather's favor." The sound of the combat baton connecting with Lady Zhu's skull was sickeningly final. She collapsed with a wail of agony, hands pressed against her bleeding head as she writhed on the floor. "How dare you?" Zhao Huarui moved to protect his wife, only to find himself facing a coal-dyed Tianyi operative whose weapon remained ready. "Insulting my commanding officer carries consequences," the mercenary stated with mechanical precision. "Your commanding officer." Understanding dawned in Zhao Huarui's eyes as he glanced toward the private dining room. Lady Helena loomed over the injured woman with contempt. "My brother and nephew are receiving punishment for legitimate crimes. You, on the other hand, spoke from ignorance. I suggest you keep your opinions to yourself in future." Zhao Xinlin approached Lady Helena with obvious concern. "Aunt Helena, why is Draco so angry? What did they do to deserve this?" "Take a look at Velocity Defense System's new mobile suit demonstration," Lady Helena replied grimly. "If you recognize the design, you'll understand perfectly." Zhao Xinlin's face went pale as recognition struck. "But that's Draco's design. The one he drew years ago. They stole his work." The Zhao parents exchanged meaningful glances as the full scope of the situation became clear. In the Jade Phoenix room, the sounds of violence were finally beginning to subside. But the consequences of this family betrayal had only just begun. Chapter 120. Only blokes who pilot Gundams are proper men. Draco Varlan stepped out of the private dining room, his walking stick slick with crimson. Blood still dripped from its polished surface onto the marble floor below. Lady Helena Long's voice quavered with concern. "Bloody hell, you haven't gone and killed your uncle and cousin, have you?" "Don't fret yourself, Aunt Helena." Draco's tone was matter-of-fact, almost casual. "They'll live. Might spend a few days in hospital, mind you, but they'll pull through." Relief washed over Lady Helena's features as she pressed a trembling hand to her chest. "Thank God for that." Draco's sharp gaze fixed on Princess Jia Zhu, who was still clutching the back of her head. "Princess Jia, what's happened to you?" "Your man struck me," she spat, indignation flaring in her eyes. The Tianyi mercenary who delivered the blow immediately stepped forward, explaining the incident to his boss with crisp military precision. Without warning, Draco's palm cracked sharply across Princess Jia's cheek. The sound echoed through the corridor like a gunshot. "How dare you!" Lord Zhao erupted, fury blazing as he watched his wife take yet another blow. He lunged forward, intent on delivering his own slap to Draco's face, but found himself staring down the barrel of a Tianyi mercenary's sidearm. The weapon's muzzle pressed cold against his temple, the soldier's finger poised on the trigger. Draco's voice cut through the tension like a blade of ice. "Insult me all you want, but slag off my father. That earns you a beating." As Draco turned to leave, his footsteps echoed deliberately on the polished floor. After several paces, he stopped abruptly and swiveled round to face his aunt. "Tell Patriarch Valerius this." His words carried the weight of an executioner's axe. "When I arrive at the Long family estate, he'll be the one on his knees, welcoming me home. He'll beg my forgiveness for what he's done." Lord Zhao watched Draco's retreating form with mounting disbelief. In all his years, he'd never heard anyone speak of Patriarch Valerius Long with such brazen audacity. The only person who could command the old patriarch to kneel would be the emperor himself. Not even the prime minister wielded such influence. "That lad's either completely barking mad," Lord Zhao mused, "or he's got power beyond imagination. Those Tianyi mercenaries call him boss. Could it be?" The pieces began falling into place in Lord Zhao's mind. Miss Zhao supported her mother as they watched Draco disappear into the distance, his entourage flowing around him like a dark tide. Lady Helena instructed the hotel staff to carry her injured brother and nephew to safety. When she saw them being wheeled out on gurneys, faces swollen beyond recognition, limbs twisted at unnatural angles, she winced. Draco had shown no mercy whatsoever. Aboard the MS carrier Albion I, Draco found Anton resting in his quarters. Not wanting to linger on the satellite any longer than necessary, Draco ordered the fleet commander to set course for their asteroid base. In the sterile white corridors of the hospital, Long Chengxuan lay battered and broken in the intensive care ward. This was the first time in his privileged life that anyone had dared lay a finger on him, let alone reduce him to this pitiful state. Through gritted teeth and swollen lips, he contacted his grandfather, pleading for vengeance. Little Chengxuan, Patriarch Valerius's voice crackled through the calm, weary and resigned. "I've no intention of picking a fight with Draco Varlan. Let this matter rest. Besides, we were in the wrong from the start." His reaction was entirely justified. Long Chengxuan couldn't believe his ears. His grandfather, typically so domineering and ruthless, was backing down from a confrontation. Desperate, Long Chengxuan relayed Draco's parting threat word for word. Patriarch Valerius's expression darkened considerably, and for a moment Long Chengxuan's heart soared. Surely now his grandfather would act. But the old man drew a deep breath, swallowing his pride along with his rage. "This ends here," he declared firmly. "I won't have our family at war with Draco Varlan. Grandfather, he's still on the Tiangui satellite. We could send our people to capture him. You think our forces could take him?" Patriarch Valerius's laugh was bitter. "Even if we hired every mercenary company in the sector, do you honestly believe we could defeat the Tianyi mercenary fleet?" Long Chengxuan fell silent, knowing his grandfather spoke truth. "If we truly crossed swords with that young man, I'd never be able to face our ancestors after death. My only concern now is finding a way to bring him home to the family." "But grandfather," he demanded that you kneel before him. "He wants you to crawl and beg forgiveness. If it means elevating our family to greater heights, making us stronger than ever before." Patriarch Valerius paused, the weight of leadership heavy in his voice. "What's a bit of kneeling?" Long Chengxuan was utterly flummoxed by his grandfather's complete reversal. The truth was, despite his typically iron-fisted approach, Patriarch Valerius would sacrifice personal dignity for the family's prosperity. He deeply regretted his treatment of Draco, such a brilliant descendant of the Long bloodline, cast out into the cold. The lad could well become their family's worst nightmare, and the guilt ate at the old patriarch's soul like acid. Now his only hope lay in appeasing Draco, convincing him to return to the fold. He'd even dispatched envoys to apologize to Draco's three sisters, offering generous business concessions as proof of his sincerity. He prayed they might intercede when Draco's fury reached its peak. Revenge was absolutely off the table. Knowing the full circumstances behind his son and grandson's beating, Patriarch Valerius accepted they'd brought it upon themselves. Perhaps Draco's violence would serve as sufficient catharsis. He issued Long Chengxuan a stern warning. Any attempt at retaliation against Draco or his sisters would result in immediate disownment and exile from the family. Back at the asteroid base, Draco began preparing for Anton's surgery. The advanced medical bay hummed with cutting-edge technology, nanoscale surgical instruments gleaming under the sterile lighting. 2 days later, the first nanotechnology treatment commenced. Though it failed to achieve complete success, it wasn't a total loss either. Anton's paralyzed body had been numb for months, but sensation began returning to his deadened limbs, a small victory that felt monumental to the broken soldier. Despite the excruciating pain of the procedure, Anton endured it stoically. Any progress was better than none. 10 days later, the second surgery proved half successful. Anton's upper body regained full mobility, though his legs remained stubbornly unresponsive. Draco was amazed by the modified Animeanalysis system's effectiveness. Originally, he'd assumed the improvements merely increased success rates and allowed adult subjects to undergo the procedure. The results exceeded his wildest expectations. After another 10-day interval, the third surgery achieved complete success. Anton moved with the fluid grace of an uninjured man. The neural interface port at the base of his skull, the only visible sign of his transformation. For Anton, the ability to pilot mobile suits again was worth any price. He knelt before Draco in the medical bay, tears streaming down his weathered face. "My lord, you've given me life itself," he declared, voice thick with emotion. "I swear by all that's sacred, I'll serve you with every breath in my body until my dying day." Gaining one of the world's top 10 ace pilots as a loyal subordinate was an invaluable acquisition for Draco. Anton's eyes lit up like a child's at Christmas as he toured the hangar bays, drinking in the sight of each magnificent Gundam. His voice rang out with pure reverence. "Any proper bloke who pilots mobile suits should be in a Gundam. Only men who pilot Gundams are real men." The words echoed through the cavernous hangar, carrying with them the passion of a true warrior reborn. Chapter 121. Cries of anguish. The mobile suit simulation chamber echoed with the sounds of defeat. Groans, wails, and the occasional string of colorful language that would make a darker blush. Every ace pilot who emerged from the simulation cockpit did so clutching their head in anguish, their pride as battered as their virtual mobile suits. The once confident warriors now shuffled about like deflated balloons, their legendary reputations lying in tatters. Lydia strode into the simulation cockpit next, brimming with the kind of confidence that comes from years of aerial superiority. Less than 5 minutes later, she stumbled out looking like she'd been run over by a freight lorry. "Bloody hell," she muttered, staring at her hands in disbelief. Where the devil did the boss find this monster? The gathered pilots exchanged knowing glances, their expressions a mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude. "Well, he is one of the top 10 mobile suit aces internationally recognized," remarked Thors, trying to maintain some dignity despite his own recent thrashing. "Even our resident prodigy couldn't last 5 minutes against him." "Hang on," interjected Pan, scratching his chin thoughtfully. "Wasn't the boss the only one who could take down our genius girl that quickly before?" "Blimey, you're right," exclaimed Rebecca. "If Anthony can match that record, doesn't that mean our boss has got the chops to stand among the top 10 as well?" Anthony Cross's record climbed steadily on the leaderboard, 42 wins, 0 defeats, an absolutely pristine record that had the entire pilot corps buzzing with nervous energy. For Anthony, these past few days had been nothing short of euphoric. Whilst he hadn't yet piloted an actual Gundam, the simulation systems allowed him to experience their unparalleled performance capabilities. Each Gundam possessed its own distinct combat personality, and he'd sampled them all with the enthusiasm of a wine connoisseur discovering a legendary vintage. The Zhu sisters, Jaina and Neria, had just returned from shore leave alongside Sal Yu and his sister Luna. The moment they set foot back on the Aegis asteroid, 3 of them were immediately shanghaied by their fellow aces and dragged to the simulation chambers. En route, they heard the tale of woe from their colleagues. Anthony had systematically demolished every pilot on the base, even the Zhu sisters working in perfect tandem. A devastating 2-on-1 assault had been thoroughly trounced in roughly 10 minutes. Lydia had been first up, first down. Petunia stepped into the ring next, selecting her beloved Zeta Gundam whilst Anthony chose the strike freedom. She was the most technically proficient pilot among the aces, known for her precision and tactical brilliance. The moment their Gundams clashed, Anthony knew he was facing a different caliber of opponent entirely. Now this is more like it. He breathed, genuine excitement coloring his voice. This one's got proper skill. Both mobile suits danced through space with lethal grace, beam sabers sparking against each other in showers of deadly light. They separated and immediately opened fire with their beam rifles, each pilot anticipating the other's movements with uncanny precision. Bloody hell, Petunia gasped, beads of sweat forming on her brow as the pressure mounted. This bastard's everything the magazines said and more. I'm throwing everything I've got at him and can't even gain an inch. Her Zeta Gundam swept its beam saber in a devastating arc toward Anthony's strike freedom, but he responded with an almost gymnastic flourish, his machine flipping over her attack to hover directly above. Oh, Barlix! Petunia's eyes widened as she realized her predicament. Her committed attack had left her completely exposed. Anthony's strike freedom descended like an avenging angel, beam saber raised for the killing blow. Petunia desperately raised her beam rifle to block, but the weapon was cleaved in half like butter. As she attempted to retreat, Anthony pressed his advantage with ruthless efficiency. His mobile suit's second beam rifle leveled at her Gundam's head. The headshot was clean and decisive. Petunia's screens went dark, but she stubbornly attempted to continue firing blind. Anthony wasn't having any of that nonsense. One final stroke bisected her Zeta Gundam at the waist. 8 minutes, that's all it had taken. Sol Yu fared slightly better, managing to survive 9 minutes of Anthony's systematic dismantling before his mobile suit joined the growing scrap heap of defeated machines. Anthony emerged from his cockpit, stretching like a satisfied cat. Right then, who's next? The assembled aces exchanged glances like condemned prisoners awaiting execution. Reckon we'll have to call in the boss, someone muttered with resignation. Anthony's eyebrows shot up. The boss pilot's mobile suits as well. Sol Yu's expression shifted to something approaching religious reverence. Boss isn't just our best pilot, he's in a league of his own entirely. You're having me on, Anthony protested, genuine shock coloring his voice. I thought he was some sort of scientist and medical genius. You're telling me he's also an ace pilot. Our boss, Sol Yu declared with absolute conviction, is nothing short of godlike. Every pilot present nodded in solemn agreement. Speak of the devil, here he comes now. Draco Varlan entered the simulation chamber, his eyes immediately drawn to the scoreboard where Anthony's perfect record dominated the display. Anthony stepped forward with the bearing of a duelist, issuing a formal challenge. Boss, I'd like to test myself against you. Will you accept? Why not? Draco replied with casual confidence that somehow managed to be more intimidating than any boast. Draco selected the Justice Goddess, whilst Anthony chose the Barbaros, both machines loading their preferred weapon configurations. The moment they launched, the assembled pilots knew they were witnessing something extraordinary. The two Gundams clashed like opposing forces of nature, streaks of emerald and ivory light colliding and separating in a deadly ballet. Their speed was so tremendous that several spectators struggled to track their movements, beam fire crisscrossing the virtual battlefield like lethal fireworks. Anthony found himself pushed beyond his previous limits, his spatial awareness expanding with each passing second. The sensation was intoxicating. He could feel the dimensions of space around him with unprecedented clarity. Both Gundams executed maneuvers that defied conventional physics, their pilots pushing the boundaries of what mobile suit combat could achieve. Is this Anthony's true capability? Someone whispered in awe. The boss has been fighting for ages and still hasn't won. Another observed. Hold on, Jaina interjected thoughtfully. We've all sparred with the boss before, but he's never fought at this intensity. You mean to say the boss has been holding back all this time? Every pilot watched with bated breath as the two machines continued their deadly dance. Multiple times they collided and separated, each exchange leaving both combatants slightly more damaged. The battle eventually moved into an asteroid field, where both pilots used the environment to maximum advantage. They played an elaborate game of cat and mouse among the floating rocks, sometimes striking like serpents from concealment, other times engaging in running battles that showcased their tactical brilliance. Anthony seized what appeared to be a perfect opportunity, accelerating toward the Justice Goddess's blind spot with predatory intent. Why isn't Anthony firing? One pilot wondered aloud. Petunia provided the tactical analysis. Because the moment he opens fire, the boss will detect the attack and evade. Anthony needs to get close enough for a decisive strike. Draco's enhanced senses detected the approaching threat just in time. His Gundam spun and delivered a devastating kick to the Barbaros's head, but Anthony's reflexes were supernatural. Even as his machine reeled from the impact, he hurled his great sword at the Justice Goddess. Both beam weapons fired simultaneously. The GN rifle punched through the Barbaros's cockpit at the exact moment the throne blade pierced the Justice Goddess's pilot compartment. Draw. Anthony emerged from his cockpit with genuine admiration, giving Draco an enthusiastic thumbs up. Brilliant work, boss. Your skills definitely rank among the top 10 internationally. Just lucky to manage a draw, Draco replied with characteristic modesty. If I'd been piloting a different Gundam, you'd have had me. Anthony shook his head emphatically. Boss, I need to be completely honest with you. Without your Isekai surgical modifications, I wouldn't have stood a chance. The gathered pilots looked puzzled, unsure what he meant by this revelation. Draco's expression grew serious. You're experiencing spatial awareness enhancement, aren't you? Exactly, but it only manifests when piloting the Barbaros or Astaroth, both Gundams designed for the system. Do you understand what Isekai actually means? Aye, it's an ancient term meaning sacrifice. I've read the technical documentation you provided. I may have gained incredible spatial perception, but I understand the price. If the system limiters are ever removed, it could well be the end of me. Draco nodded gravely before addressing the entire group. I came here to inform you that in a few days, you'll all be learning new techniques. But first, I want everyone to have several more matches against Anthony. The collective groan that arose from the assembled pilots could have been heard across 3 sectors. Please, no. I can't take another beating. Anthony grinned with the enthusiasm of a predator offered fresh prey. 2-on-1 is fine by me. 3-on-1 if you fancy. The pilots looked at each other with dawning hope. Perhaps there was strength in numbers after all. Unfortunately, shortly after Draco's departure, the simulation chamber once again filled with the sounds of anguish as Anthony systematically demolished every combination they could devise. Some lessons, it seemed, had to be learned the hard way. Chapter 122, Hidden Motives all around the war room of the Veridian Federation's High Command, buzzed with tense energy. Thick cigar smoke curling between the assembled brass like serpents of unease. General Powell, the Federation's supreme commander, stood rigid at the head of the mahogany conference table, his weathered face etched with lines that spoke of sleepless nights and impossible decisions. The wall-mounted holographic display flickered to life, casting an eerie blue glow across the faces of the assembled military elite. What they witnessed sent shockwaves through the room. A one-sided massacre playing out in the cold vacuum of space within a hollowed-out asteroid. A ragtag pirate fleet was being systematically annihilated by the Tianyi mercenary group with the clinical precision of a surgeon's scalpel. "Bloody hell," muttered Admiral Grayson under his breath, his knuckles white as he gripped his brandy tumbler. On screen, a lone figure in distinctive Spartan battle armor charged into the enemy formation with reckless abandon, weaving between explosive plasma bursts like a dancer performing a deadly ballet. Several pirate mobile suits converged on the vulnerable soldier, beam weapons charging for the killing blow. Then something extraordinary happened. A Mark Roman II Gundam burst onto the battlefield from seemingly nowhere, its crimson optical sensors blazing like the eyes of an avenging demon. The massive war machine tore through the pirate mobile suits with contemptuous ease, their armored hulls crumpling like paper beneath its assault. As the last enemy fell, the Gundam's cockpit hatch spiraled open, revealing nothing but empty air inside. Without hesitation, the Spartan-clad mercenary leaped through space and slipped into the wading cockpit. The moment the warrior made contact, the Gundam's crimson eyes shifted to brilliant azure, and the machine's movements transformed from mechanical precision to fluid, almost organic grace. The Mark Roman II began raining hellfire upon the remaining pirates with renewed fury, each shot finding its mark with supernatural accuracy. "Good God," breathed General Powell, his voice barely above a whisper. The tactical display showed similar phenomena occurring across the battlefield. A Hyaku Shiki accepting its pilot mid-combat, a strike Gundam responding to its operator's call, a red frame astray dancing through enemy fire with impossible elegance. As the footage concluded, leaving the conference room in stunned silence, General Powell surveyed his senior staff with grim determination. "Gentlemen and lady," he nodded towards the lone female admiral present, "what you've just witnessed represents a paradigm shift in mobile suit warfare. Our intelligence indicates that Tianyi mercenary group has developed technology allowing ace pilots and elite special forces operatives to remotely summon and control Gundam units equipped with autonomous operation systems." Admiral Grayson, a grizzled veteran whose red beard had earned him the nickname Copper Wire among the ranks, raised his hand with military precision. "Admiral Grayson, you have the floor." "Sir, was this footage obtained by one of our embedded operatives?" Powell shook his head grimly. "Negative. We currently have no assets within Tianyi's inner circle. Our people are limited to peripheral surveillance. This intelligence was purchased from a compromised camera operator at considerable expense. Then, what do we actually know about their command structure?" Grayson pressed, his Scottish brogue thickening with frustration. "Who's pulling the strings behind this Tianyi group?" A bitter smile played across Powell's lips. "According to our sources, the entire organization is controlled by a lad who hasn't yet seen his 25th birthday." The reaction was immediate and visceral. Several officers exchanged glances that ranged from incredulous to openly skeptical, their expressions clearly conveying variations of "you're having a bloody laugh, aren't you?" Powell raised his hand for silence before dropping his next bombshell. "Multiple sources confirm that the vast majority of Tianyi's military technology, including their arms manufacturing capabilities, originates from this same young individual." "With respect, sir," interrupted a colonel from the back of the room, "that intelligence seems rather questionable. A teenager developing technology that's decades ahead of our best research programs." "I understand your skepticism," Powell replied coolly. "However, consider this. Anthony Cross, one of the internationally recognized top 10 mobile suit aces, suffered severe spinal injuries resulting in complete paralysis below the neck. Tianyi retrieved him for treatment, and within 6 weeks he was fully operational again. The silence that followed was deafening. Admiral Victoria Sterling, the only woman present and a formidable tactician in her own right, leaned forward with obvious interest. "Admiral Sterling, you wish to comment?" "General, was Anthony's recovery achieved through nanomedical chamber therapy?" Her cultured Oxford accent cut through the room's tension like a rapier. "Negative. Our medical intelligence suggests nanochambers require immediate intervention. Anthony's injuries were far beyond that window. The procedure reportedly involved something called a Leavenana surgical enhancement." Every face around the table registered shock. The implications were staggering. A mercenary organization possessing medical technology that could resurrect crippled warriors. Admiral Felix Blackwood, his silver hair gleaming under the conference room's harsh lighting, requested permission to speak. "Could we not simply deploy overwhelming force against their primary base, crush them and seize their technology by brute strength?" "Impossible," Powell replied with obvious frustration. "Their headquarters lies beyond multiple sovereign territories. We'd have to cross half the colonial sphere just to reach engagement range." "Then, what about proxy warfare? Surely we could find local allies willing to." "Even less feasible." Powell's tone grew increasingly bitter. "Tiany's main base and all subsidiary installations are surrounded exclusively by minor nations. These countries lack the military capacity to threaten a garden party, let alone a professional mercenary force. Moreover, the Republic of Judea's complete annihilation serves as a rather pointed reminder of what happens to nations foolish enough to antagonize Tiany." Blackwood persisted with the tenacity of a terrier. "What about their commercial operations? Tiany arms manufacturing must have vulnerabilities we can exploit through local authorities. Every Tiany manufacturing facility operates under the protection of a mercenary base. They've created an integrated military-industrial complex that's practically untouchable." Admiral Sterling interjected with characteristic precision. "What about their other corporate holdings? Surely they can't protect every subsidiary. Their non-military enterprises fall under standard commercial law. No government can simply seize private assets without cause. We're dealing with a ghost that refuses to be caught." The room fell into contemplative silence, each officer wrestling with the implications. Here was an organization wielding technology that could reshape the balance of power, yet it remained tantalizingly beyond their reach. Across the galaxy, similar conversations were unfolding in the corridors of power. The Cathayan Empire's military leadership had conducted their own analysis, wargaming various scenarios for acquiring Tiany's capabilities. Their conclusions were sobering. A full-scale assault would require 70% of the Empire's total military strength, leaving them catastrophically vulnerable to their northern rival, the Rossovian Union. Victory would be Pyrrhic at best. Even if they succeeded in seizing Tiany's technology, they lacked the industrial infrastructure to implement it rapidly enough to matter. The Rossovians would simply wait for the Cathayans to exhaust themselves, then sweep down to claim the prize without firing a shot. Reluctantly, the Cathayan High Command shelved their invasion plans, choosing instead to watch and wait for a better opportunity. Every major power found themselves in the same predicament, desperately coveting Tiany's capabilities, whilst lacking any practical means of acquisition. It was a stalemate that bred paranoia and resentment in equal measure. Meanwhile, within the bustling hangars of the Aegis asteroid, Draco Varland's private fortress continued its relentless expansion. The newly completed Ptolemaeos class carrier had undergone exhaustive testing and been formally commissioned as Draco's personal flagship. A mobile command center worthy of his growing empire. The manufacturing bays hummed with activity as 3 new Gundam units neared completion. The Wing Gundam with its transforming capabilities, the Shenlong Gundam optimized for close combat, and the Gold Frame Astray bristling with experimental weaponry. Already, work had begun on the next generation. Hyperion, Stargazer, Goddess, and Gusion were taking shape within their construction cradles, each representing another step towards technological supremacy. The great powers of Earth and the colonies might scheme and plot, but here in the asteroid fields, the future was being forged one innovation at a time. And Draco Varlan, barely 25 years old, stood at the center of it all, a young man whose brilliance had inadvertently triggered a cold war among the stars. The game of nations continued, with each player nursing their hidden agendas, whilst a single mercenary organization rewrote the rules of engagement. In the depths of space, revolution was taking shape, one Gundam at a time. Chapter 123, Commission from the Rossovian Union. Petunia slipped the VR headset over her eyes, and the sterile training room dissolved into a war-torn battlefield that pulsed with digital menace. Concrete rubble and twisted metal created a labyrinth of death, whilst the distant rumble of artillery painted an ominous soundtrack across the virtual landscape. Gripping her assault rifle with practiced familiarity, she pressed her back against a crumbling wall and squeezed off controlled bursts at enemy positions. Her Spartan battle armor's micro-thrusters ignited with a soft whine, propelling her upward in a graceful arc that carried her to a third-floor balcony. Her boots hit the deck running as hostile fire traced lethal patterns through the air where she'd been moments before. Each step was calculated, each movement flowing into the next with the fluid precision of a dancer performing a deadly ballet. At the balcony's edge, she triggered her thrusters again, a brief kiss of acceleration that launched her skyward. Her helmet's summoning interface blazed to life, and she transmitted the call that would change everything. Zeta Gundam, respond to my position. As gravity reclaimed her, Petunia rolled upon landing with feline grace, simultaneously drawing her sidearm and putting rounds into advancing hostiles. Each shot found its mark with surgical precision, bodies dropping in her wake like wheat before the scythe. The Zeta Gundam descended from the heavens like a mechanical angel of destruction, its massive form touching down mere meters from her position. Without breaking stride, both pilot and machine converged, she sprinting toward salvation whilst her Gundam rushed to meet her. The cockpit hatch spiraled open with mechanical precision, and Petunia launched herself through the air in a leap that spoke of countless hours of training. The moment her body settled into the pilot's seat, the Gundam's crimson optical sensors shifted to brilliant azure, and what had been merely a machine became an extension of her will. Right then, you bastards, she muttered through gritted teeth. Let's see how you like proper firepower. The Zeta Gundam began its deadly work, beam weapons carving through enemy positions with contemptuous ease. 3 minutes later, silence reigned supreme across the virtual battlefield. Petunia pulled off her VR headset and rolled her shoulders to work out the kinks. The training room felt almost disappointingly mundane after the adrenaline rush of simulated combat. As she exited, another ace pilot brushed past her with a nod of professional acknowledgement, eager for his turn at the cutting-edge training system. Across the Aegis asteroid, the mercenary base hummed with activity. When not engaged in VR combat simulations, the pilots could be found honing their skills on the firing range, pushing their physical limits in the gymnasium, or perfecting hand-to-hand techniques in the martial arts dojo. Ever since Draco had implemented the mobile doll system into their Gundam units, real-world performance had improved dramatically. The technology allowed pilots to operate as enhanced infantry, whilst maintaining the ability to summon their mobile suits at need. But only for those who possess the physical conditioning to handle such demanding operations. Every Gundam pilot now underwent rigorous training in marksmanship, close quarters combat, and physical fitness. The days of being merely a skilled machine operator were long gone. Petunia found herself gravitating toward the break room, where the sight of Draco slouched on a sofa with a sports drink brought an unexpected warmth to her chest. Didn't expect to find the boss slumming it down here with us common folk, she said, settling into the adjacent seat with carefully casual grace. Draco's lips quirked in a tired smile. Even commanders need to keep their edge sharp. Can't very well ask my people to maintain standards I won't meet myself. Well, well, came Leo Kai's voice from the doorway, rich with mischief. What have we here? A cozy little rendezvous. A flush of embarrassment colored Petunia's cheeks, but she managed to maintain her composure. Leo grinned like a cat with cream. Seriously though, you two make quite the pair when you're together like this. Just saying, pack it in, Leo, Draco replied with good-natured exasperation. Romance is the last thing on my mind right now. I've got an empire to build and wars to fight. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of Lydia and Sal Yu, both looking thoroughly wrung out from their training sessions. Lydia immediately began clamoring for a fizzy drink, whilst Sal, though maintaining his usual stoic silence, couldn't quite hide his exhaustion. Draco's mobile buzzed insistently, the caller ID displaying Commander Jaren Lee. His expression shifted to business mode as he answered. Boss, came Jaren's crisp voice. We've got a diplomatic situation brewing. Russian delegation just arrived, and they are requesting an immediate audience. Draco was on his feet before the sentence finished. On my way. Minutes later, he sat in his executive chair, multiple monitors displaying feeds from Jaren's office. The scene unfolding was intriguing. His commander-in-chief sharing the frame with a blonde young man whose bearing spoke of military training and political awareness in equal measure. Commander Lee, the visitor said with formal precision, extending his hand, I am Lev Krivoshtchev, representing the Rossovian Union. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. Jaren's handshake was firm and professional, always pleased to meet potential clients. What sort of commission brings the Rossovian Union to our door? Before we discuss business, Lev replied, I'm curious about your awareness of recent Earth-sphere developments. You mean the Southern Reach Confederate States tearing themselves apart? Jaren's expression remained neutral. Aye, nasty business. Civil war weakened them enough for the Anglo-Saxon Republic to march in and claim the lot. Lev nodded approvingly. And do you have any insight into the Republic's next objectives, their ultimate goals? Jaren leaned back thoughtfully. Can't say I've game-theoried their grand strategy, but I'd wager they are after electromagnetic mass drivers. That's the prize that makes planetary conquest worthwhile. Quite astute, and which nations currently possess such installations? Your people, the Cathayan Empire, the Southeast Maritime Alliance, the United African Front, and the Theocracy of Aurea. Jaren rattled off without hesitation. Lev's smile carried a predatory edge. Of those powers, which would you consider most vulnerable? I see where this is heading, Jaren said carefully. You're concerned about Aurea. The Republic now controls 2 mass drivers. Lev explained, his diplomatic mask slipping slightly to reveal genuine concern. That gives them tremendous advantages in off-world trade and military logistics. If they acquire a third, the balance shifts permanently, Jaren finished. But you're overestimating our capabilities. If you think we can stand toe-to-toe with the Republic, we crushed the Republic of Judea, sure, but that was a regional power. The Anglo-Saxons are a different beast entirely. Lev raised an index finger. We're not asking you to defeat them. We're proposing a partnership. Disrupt their deployment, create chaos in their ranks, force them to divide their attention. And your government's contribution to this partnership would be. Lev made the universal gesture for money, rubbing thumb against fingertips. The theocracy of Aurea paid us 300 million Earth sphere credits per day, plus full compensation for losses. Jaren stated bluntly, "My government is prepared to match those terms." Jaren nodded slowly. "Generous, but we'll need operational details. Terrain analysis, enemy disposition, logistics constraints. We don't take contracts blind, no matter how well they pay." Smart man, Lev thought. This mercenary group didn't build their reputation through reckless bravado. He produced a tablet, its holographic display projecting a detailed world map. His finger traced a path across continents, highlighting strategic positions and potential flashpoints. Jaren studied the projection, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "When do you need boots on ground?" "Next month. It's acceptable. Tiani mercenary group accepts your commission." Lev retrieved a secure communication device from his jacket. "Commander Lee, this device will allow my superiors to coordinate directly with your forces. Specific operational parameters will follow through this channel." "Understood." Jaren pocketed the device. "Pleasure doing business." As they shook hands to seal the agreement, Lev's eyes flickered toward the monitoring camera with obvious awareness. His slight smile suggested he'd known about Draco's surveillance from the beginning. After escorting the Russian diplomat to the docking bay and seeing him safely aboard his departure shuttle, Jaren returned to find a priority communication waiting from his commander. "Sir, I won't interfere with your tactical decisions on this one." Draco's voice carried through the encrypted channel. "But I want the Ptolemaeos deployed for this operation. It's time to test our new flagship's combat capabilities under real-world conditions." "Understood, sir. The crew will be thrilled to finally stretch her legs." As the communication ended, Draco leaned back in his chair and contemplated the chessboard that was interplanetary politics. The Rossovians were playing a sophisticated game, using mercenaries to maintain plausible deniability, whilst checking the Anglo-Saxon Republic's expansion. "Let's see how well our new toys perform when the stakes are real," he mused, already beginning to formulate strategies that would test both his equipment and his people's capabilities. The game of nations continued, and Tiani mercenary group had just been dealt another hand at the table. Chapter 124, Victoria Harbour. The Ptolemaeos' mobile suit carrier cut through the void like a steel leviathan, flanked by 2 Albion-class vessels, 6 destroyers, 8 frigates, and a pair of assault landing ships that moved in perfect formation. The entire flotilla bristled with enough firepower to level a small continent. Colonel Shrek occupied the fleet commander's chair with the bearing of a man who'd earned his rank through blood and steel rather than politics. His promotion to First Fleet Commander of the Mother Base represented both recognition of his tactical brilliance and Draco's absolute trust in his capabilities. Their destination, the frozen reaches of the Rossovian Union in Earth's sphere. 7 days had passed since Lev Krivishchiov's departure when the secure communication device he'd left with Commander Jaren Lee crackled to life. After receiving detailed operational parameters from Lev's superior, Jaren had set the wheels of war in motion with characteristic efficiency. Shrek settled into the captain's chair, the communication device resting in his weathered palm like a technological lifeline to their Russian allies. Somewhere deep within the Ptolemaeos' bowels, in the advanced simulation chambers, Draco Varlan was conducting underwater warfare exercises with Petunia, Lydia, Saul Yu, Anthony Cross, and several other ace pilots. The device buzzed with incoming transmission. You'd be Colonel Shrek, I presume. The voice was surprisingly young, carrying an accent that spoke of Moscow's elite military academies. That's correct, lad. Our escort vessels will guide your fleet to the electromagnetic catapult system. Please maintain formation and follow our lead. Understood. The RSS Snowbear, a Rossovian-built frigate, sliced through space with the understated elegance of Soviet engineering. On her bridge, a middle-aged captain stood beside a strikingly handsome young man with chestnut hair, whose bearing commanded immediate respect despite his youth. The contrast was remarkable. The captain wore a major's insignia, whilst the young man's collar bore the eagles of a full colonel. Colonel Alexei, the frigate captain, reported with military precision, 15 minutes until rendezvous with the Tianyi First Fleet. Alexei nodded, anticipation burning in his steel-grey eyes. He'd studied the intelligence reports obsessively. This mercenary force had crushed a medium-sized nation with clinical efficiency. More intriguingly, their fleet reportedly carried the legendary Gundams into battle. He desperately wanted to witness these mechanical gods of war firsthand. 10 minutes later, both officers frowned as their radar operator delivered a puzzling report. Sir, scopes are clear. No contacts detected. Deploy optical telescopes immediately. The captain ordered, professional concern creeping into his voice. Within moments, a crewman's excited voice crackled through the intercom. Visual contact established. Tianyi fleet identified. The main screen flickered to life, revealing the approaching armada. Alexei's breath caught as he observed the Ptolemaios, trailing luminous azure particles from her propulsion systems, like stellar fire. Major, Alexei's voice carried quiet amazement. Have you seen footage of Tianyi's Gundams producing those blue particles? Aye, Colonel. Intelligence designates them as Justice Goddess and Judgment Goddess according to media reports. And their function? The Major's eyes widened as comprehension struck. Rumored to disrupt radar and scanning equipment. His gaze snapped to the particle trail streaming from the Ptolemaios. Good God, that carrier possesses the same capabilities. Almost certainly, Alexei confirmed grimly. Their communications officer interrupted. Captain, incoming transmission from the Tianyi fleet commander. Put it through. After brief but professional exchanges, the Snowbear assumed escort duties, guiding the mercenary fleet toward the Rossovian Union's electromagnetic launcher. Every patrol vessel they passed reported the same phenomenon: complete radar failure in proximity to the mysterious carrier. The combined flotilla entered the massive acceleration tunnel, Earth's gravity well drawing them downward through layers of atmosphere, until they emerged above a snow-shrouded coastal metropolis. Victoria Harbour sprawled across the frozen shoreline, like a jewel set against white velvet, its industrial port facilities seamlessly integrated with the city's elegant architecture. Under guidance from base mobile suits, the Tianyi fleet settled into assigned berths within the military harbour complex. Scores of Russian personnel gathered to witness the arrival, mobile phones appearing like flowers in spring, as they captured footage of the Ptolemaios trailing her signature azure exhaust. Sergei, one soldier, called to his mate, "Reckon we'll see those legendary Gundams launch for a demonstration." "Don't be daft," Sergei replied with a grin. "We're allies, not targets. Only the enemy gets to meet Gundams up close," another voice added darkly. "Sorry, you lot." A sergeant's bark scattered the impromptu crowd. "Back to your posts before I have you scrubbing latrines until the spring thaw." The gawking soldiers scattered like startled birds, returning reluctantly to their duties. Colonel Shrek's first meeting with base commander Colonel Leonid took place in a sterile conference room that reeked of military coffee and old cigarettes. "A pleasure to meet you, Colonel Shrek," Leonid offered with genuine warmth. "Likewise, Colonel Leonid." The Russian officer gestured toward a red-haired young man whose uniform bore the rank insignia of a brigadier general. "Allow me to present Brigadier General Victor, operational commander for this mission." Victor extended his hand with confident authority. "Colonel Shrek, if you'll accompany me, I'll brief you on our tactical objectives." Meanwhile, aboard the Ptolemaios, Lydia twirled before her sister in a powder-pink winter coat that made her look like a porcelain doll. "How do I look, sis?" "Absolutely lovely," Petunia replied warmly, adjusting her own pristine white winter jacket. The sisters emerged from their quarters to find Draco striding down the corridor in a sleek black overcoat that gave him the appearance of a gentleman spy. "Boss," Lydia caught herself mid-word, clapping a hand over her mouth. "I mean Lieutenant Draco." Draco's expression softened with amusement. "What is it, Lydia? Are you heading into the city, sir?" "Indeed. We've got 3 days before mission commencement, and I'd be mad to waste the opportunity to explore Victoria Harbour properly." Lydia's eyes lit up with hope. "Might we? That is, would you consider allowing us to accompany you?" Draco glanced at Petunia, who stepped forward with characteristic grace. "Lieutenant, if our company wouldn't be a burden, we'd be honored to serve as your guides to local culture." "Burden?" Draco laughed, the sound echoing warmly through the corridor. "I'd welcome the company. Come along then." He activated his mobile, contacting the hangar crew to assemble his motorcycle's sidecar attachment, a sleek 3-wheeled configuration that turned heads wherever it appeared. Minutes later, Draco guided his technological marvel through the base's main thoroughfare, whilst Petunia and Lydia settled into the comfortable sidecar seats. Russian soldiers stopped and stared, their expressions mixing wonder with undisguised envy. "Bloody hell, look at that machine," one private exclaimed, "like something from a science fiction film." His mate agreed with obvious appreciation. At the security checkpoint, Draco presented their passes to a guard whose professional demeanor cracked slightly as he examined the futuristic motorcycle. The soldier's salute was crisper than usual as he waved them through. Behind them, a military jeep approached with 4 young officers aboard. The blue-haired lieutenant driving couldn't contain his admiration. "Never seen anything like that motorcycle in my life." His blonde passenger, also a lieutenant, leaned forward with obvious interest. "Did you notice the 2 females in the sidecar? One looked quite young." From the rear seats, a dark-haired female lieutenant offered grimly, "Probably child soldiers." The driver's expression darkened. "Wouldn't surprise me. I've heard the colonial settlements have legalized human trafficking. Mercenary outfits purchase children as expendable infantry." The red-haired female lieutenant in the back seat felt her stomach turn with disgust, her hands clenching into unconscious fists. "Sister, look how beautiful the city is." Lydia pointed excitedly toward Victoria Harbour's snow-covered spires and elegant boulevards that stretched toward the frozen bay. "It truly is magnificent." Petunia agreed, her breath forming crystalline clouds in the Arctic air as she watched snowflakes dance through the afternoon light. The motorcycle purred through streets lined with architectural marvels that spoke of Imperial Russian grandeur, tempered by Soviet practicality and modern innovation. Street vendors offered steaming cups of chai, whilst children built snowmen in parks where bronze statues of heroes stood sentinel over a city that had survived revolution, war, and the march of centuries. As they explored the harbour district, Draco found himself genuinely relaxed for the first time in months. The weight of command, the constant pressure of strategic planning, the burden of leading an ever-growing military empire, All of it seemed to melt away in the simple pleasure of showing two young women the wonders of a foreign city. For these precious few days before battle called again, he could almost pretend he was merely a young man enjoying the company of friends, rather than a warlord whose decisions shaped the fate of nations. But even in this moment of peace, the azure particles trailing from the Ptolemaios reminded anyone who cared to look that the god of war had come to Victoria Harbour, and soon the galaxy would tremble once more. Chapter 125, I'll be the bloody referee, blimey, sis, look at this. Lydia exclaimed, her eyes wide as saucers as she surveyed the restaurant table laden with an impressive spread. The meat here's dirt cheap, but the veg costs an absolute fortune. Petunia found herself equally bewildered by the peculiar pricing structure, studying the enormous platters of grilled meat beside a tiny dish of celery that had cost more than the lamb. Draco leaned back in his chair, gesturing expansively as he explained the local economics. The Rossovian Union possesses vast territories perfect for livestock grazing, but bugger all suitable for proper agriculture. Most of their fruit and vegetables come from abroad, which explains the mad price difference. Petunia's brow furrowed as she examined the drinks menu. Good heavens, their fizzy drinks cost more than the alcohol. Perfectly sensible when you think about it, Draco replied with a knowing smile. Most of their territories buried under snow for months on end. Alcohol warms the blood far better than any soft drink, so they've got more distilleries than bottling plants. Half the population brews their own spirits at home. As for vegetables, they import most everything except potatoes. They dedicate what arable land they have to brewing ingredients and spuds, since potatoes pack the most calories per acre. Their table groaned under the weight of carnivorous abundance. Roasted leg of lamb, skewered meat still sizzling from the grill, thick beef steaks, and enormous platters of crab and lobster that would feed a small army. The vegetable offerings consisted of a modest salad and a generous helping of mashed potatoes. Being too young for alcohol, Lydia nursed a large glass of expensive fizzy drink, whilst a bottle of crystal-clear Rossovian vodka appeared at the table, 45 proof and potent enough to strip paint. Reckon we can actually finish all this grub? Petunia asked dubiously, and won't the drinking affect our operational readiness? We're expecting company shortly, Draco replied, pouring a small measure for Petunia. The alcohol's purely medicinal. Can't you feel the cold even through these winter coats? Fair point, Petunia conceded, accepting the glass and downing it in one go. Her face immediately contorted in shock. Bloody hell, that's like drinking liquid fire. 45% alcohol will do that, Draco chuckled. But I'll wager you're feeling warmer now. Actually, yes, Petunia admitted, colour returning to her cheeks. At that moment, 4 Rossovian military officers, 2 men and 2 women, entered the establishment and took a table adjacent to theirs. Shortly after, Anthony Cross, Jaina Zhu, Neria Zhu and Pan joined Draco's party, filling out their table nicely. The military quartet's conversation died mid-sentence when they spotted Anthony, their expressions shifting to wide-eyed amazement as they began whispering amongst themselves. The blonde male lieutenant leaned toward his blue-haired colleague. Dmitri, wasn't Anthony Cross supposed to be permanently disabled? How should I know, Alexei? Came the bemused reply. The dark-haired female officer addressed her red-haired companion. Yelena, has your family received any intelligence about Cross's recovery? How's he walking about? Marina, rumors suggest he underwent some sort of advanced surgical procedure, Yelena replied thoughtfully. Alexei rummaged through his uniform and produced a postcard bearing Anthony's photograph, clearly a collector's item from his racing days. With the enthusiasm of a starstruck fan, he approached Anthony's table. Mr. Cross, might I trouble you for an autograph? Anthony glanced at Alexei with genuine warmth, accepting the postcard and pen with professional grace. As he signed, Alexei's sharp eyes noted an unusual protrusion at the base of Anthony's neck. "I say, Mr. Cross," Alexei inquired with calculated casualness, "what's that at the back of your neck?" Anthony's eyes flickered toward Draco, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. The exchange didn't escape Alexei's notice. With deliberate transparency, Anthony pulled down his collar to reveal the neural interface ports. "This little beauty is what allowed me to walk again. Fascinating. Might I ask what it actually is?" Anthony's smile remained polite but firm. "Company secrets, I'm afraid. Can't say more than that." Yelena discreetly activated her mobile beneath the table, transmitting urgent intelligence to both her superiors and family contacts. As Draco's table began attacking their feast with gusto, Yelena found herself studying them intently. Her gaze lingered on Lydia with unmistakable pity. Such a young child, she thought with disgust. How can Tianyi mercenary group be so heartless as to throw children into combat? Bloody human traffickers, the lot of them. The restaurant's atmosphere shifted as 7 new arrivals entered. A group led by a blond young man wrapped in an expensive sable coat. Upon spotting Yelena's table, he strode over with predatory confidence. Well, Yelena, what delightful serendipity, running into you here." Yelena's expression curdled with obvious revulsion. "Boris, what brings you to this establishment?" Boris knew perfectly well how much she despised him, but pressed forward with sadistic pleasure. "Having dinner, naturally. Surely a man can greet his fiancée without causing offense." "You bloody bastard." Yelena's voice rose to a near shriek. "I've never consented to any family arrangement." Every patron in the restaurant turned to witness the confrontation unfolding. Boris continued his psychological torment with theatrical innocence. "If you object so strenuously, perhaps you should take it up with your family. Shouting at me here won't change the contracts." Yelena's face flushed crimson with helpless rage, whilst her colleagues attempted to calm her down. Boris had expertly trapped her. They both knew the family alliance was ironclad. One of Boris's lackeys gestured toward Anthony. "Boss, isn't that Anthony Cross?" Boris's eyes lit up like a child spotting presents on Boxing Day. His family's intelligence network had reported Cross's miraculous recovery through Tianyi medical intervention. With practiced business enthusiasm, Boris produced an expensive calling card and presented it to Anthony with theatrical flourish. Anthony examined it politely before declining with characteristic grace. "Mr. Cross," Boris pressed, "Guaranteed Delivery Corporation would be honored to offer you a most generous employment package." "Thank you for the flattering offer," Anthony replied diplomatically, "but I'm perfectly content with Tianyi Mercenary Group. I've no intention of leaving." Boris wasn't so easily deterred. "Perhaps you're concerned about breach of contract penalties. GD Corporation would gladly cover all legal obligations, whilst offering compensation far exceeding your current arrangements." Anthony's refusal remained absolute. "I'm afraid no amount of money would tempt me to betray Tianyi. Without them, I'd be a crippled has-been rotting in some hospital ward. They are like family to me, parents who gave me a second life. Abandoning them would violate every principle I hold sacred." Yelena's table nodded approvingly, their respect for Anthony's integrity evident in their expressions. Boris's face twisted with mercenary contempt. "Principles don't pay the bills, old chap. Besides, how much can a tin-pot mercenary outfit possibly afford?" The temperature in Anthony's immediate vicinity seemed to drop several degrees as he rose from his chair, radiating an aura of barely contained menace that made several patrons instinctively lean away. "Mr. Boris," Anthony's voice carried the quiet authority of a man accustomed to life-or-death command decisions. "You're a businessman who'd sacrifice any principle for profit. I'm not cut from that cloth. When I was lying broken in that hospital bed, did any of you corporate vultures visit? Did anyone offer so much as a kind word? Not bloody one. Tiani took me in, gave me purpose, made me whole again. Now that I'm useful, you want to poach me like some mercenary commodity. You think I'm the same sort of unprincipled bastard as the rest of you lot, willing to sell my soul for money." His final words punctuated by a thunderous blow that made the entire table jump. Boris stumbled backward, clearly intimidated by Anthony's fierce loyalty. His composure cracked as anger replaced his businessman's smile. "Mr. Cross, I made a perfectly reasonable offer, and your response is completely unwar." His complaint ended abruptly as a dinner plate connected with his skull in a spectacular ceramic explosion. Crash! Boris collapsed like a felled tree, hands clutching his bleeding scalp whilst howling in pain. The plate-wielding culprit was Jaina Zhu, who stood with the satisfied expression of someone who'd been waiting for exactly such an opportunity. Boris's entourage rushed to assist their fallen leader, whilst one particularly loyal minion threw a haymaker at Jaina's face. Unfortunately for him, Jaina possessed reflexes honed by countless hours of mobile suit combat. She smoothly trapped his arm in a joint lock, whilst her sister Neria delivered a precision kick to his temple that sent him into unconscious oblivion. Lydia clapped her hands in delight at the impromptu martial arts demonstration, prompting Petunia to quickly cover her sister's eyes. "Don't watch this violence, and absolutely don't try copying it." Boris struggled to his feet, blood streaming down his face as his remaining cronies prepared for a proper brawl. "You bastards," he roared, murder in his eyes, before the situation could escalate further. The restaurant owner intervened with the authority of a man accustomed to maintaining order. He emerged from behind the bar, carrying a hunting rifle with the casual competence of someone perfectly willing to use it. "Oi," he bellowed, the weapon's barrel making lazy circles that encompassed all potential troublemakers. "Anyone fancying a dust-up needs to ask my shotgun for permission first." Boris's crew hesitated, clearly reconsidering their options in light of this development. However, Draco rose with the theatrical timing of a seasoned showman. "Boss," he addressed the owner with infectious enthusiasm, "I understand you Rossovians prefer settling disputes through proper physical contest." He gestured toward an empty table area. "What say we clear that space for an impromptu fighting ring? Loser covers all damages plus dinner for everyone present. Winner takes the glory." The suggestion electrified the entire establishment. Patrons abandoned their meals, money appeared as impromptu betting pools formed, and the atmosphere transformed from tense confrontation to carnival excitement. The owner's entrepreneurial instincts recognized a golden opportunity. He nodded with growing enthusiasm, particularly after Boris desperately declared his intention to order 10 portions of everything on the menu. Right then, the owner announced, his grin wide enough to accommodate a freight train. "Clear that bloody table. I'll referee this myself." "Yeah." The restaurant erupted in anticipatory chaos as furniture scraped across floors and voices rose in raucous approval. What had begun as a business dinner was about to become the evening's prime entertainment. The stage was set for a proper Rossovian-style resolution to their differences. Chapter 126, ready for departure, victory to the blue corner. 3 consecutive wins. The restaurant owner declared, his voice booming across the makeshift ring as Jaina Zhu stood victorious over her latest opponent. Jaina was breathing hard, her cheek sporting a fresh bruise that would darken by morning, but her eyes blazed with the satisfaction of a job well done. When Boris's crew attempted to send their fourth fighter into the fray, the owner immediately raised his hand like a referee calling time. "You've already won 3 on the trot, love," he called to Jaina with genuine concern. "You fancy a breather? Want to tag someone else in?" "Sister, let me have a go," Nirya interjected eagerly, bouncing on her toes like a boxer warming up. "I've been itching to lamp someone all evening." The sisters exchanged a crisp high five as Nirya vaulted into the improvised ring with predatory grace. Anthony Cross leaned toward Draco with genuine remorse etched across his features. "Terribly sorry, sir. My baggage has dragged you all into this mess." "Don't give it another thought," Draco replied with casual dismissal. "Truth be told, we were rather hoping for an excuse to throw some punches." Nirya's opponent barely lasted 60 seconds before her rapid-fire combination left him unconscious on the sawdust-covered floor. The betting crowd erupted, half in triumphant cheers, half in anguished wails as their wagers evaporated. Boris's final lackey stepped forward with all the enthusiasm of a man walking to the gallows. Nirya dispatched him with similar efficiency, her flurry of strikes dropping him like a sack of potatoes. Boris's face had turned an alarming shade of purple as reality set in. He couldn't win a fight to save his life, but refusing to enter the ring would earn him the mockery of every patron present. The corporate golden boy found himself trapped between his cowardice and his reputation. Nirya crooked her finger at Boris in a gesture of pure contempt, her smile predatory. Boris's eye twitched as his carefully constructed composure cracked. A perfectly aimed boot connected with his posterior, sending him stumbling into the ring in a most undignified manner. Ivan melted back into the crowd with a satisfied smirk, her contribution to evening's entertainment. Boris lasted precisely 90 seconds before Nirya's systematic beating left him unconscious, his face a colourful map of bruises and his dignity in tatters. The aftermath proved even more satisfying. Boris's credit card emerged from his jacket, and the restaurant owner's grin stretched so wide it threatened to split his face as opportunistic patrons ordered round after round on the unconscious businessman's tab. Once the financial damage was assessed, Boris and his crew were unceremoniously ejected like refuse, their groans fading into the Victoria Harbour night. The following day found Draco exploring the city's central plaza, with Petunia and Lydia in tow. Petunia indulged her sister's shopping desires, purchasing an impressive collection of winter clothing and stuffed animals, whilst Draco selected local souvenirs with the methodical precision of a man who understood the value of cultural diplomacy. Other Tiani personnel wandered the streets in civilian clothes, their laughter echoing off snow-covered buildings. For soldiers facing potential combat, these precious days represented their final opportunity to embrace normal life. On the eve of deployment, Colonel Shrek and Brigadier General Victor orchestrated joint training exercises between their respective forces. Military cooperation inevitably involved equipment demonstrations, a diplomatic showing of mutual capabilities. Draco recognized the 4 young Rosovian officers from their restaurant encounter, now understanding their role in the upcoming operation. Their presence confirmed these weren't mere observers but fellow combatants. Russian personnel swarmed around the displayed Gundams like children at Christmas, mobile phones appearing in a forest of raised hands. The Hyakushiki and Mark Roman II units drew particular attention, with soldiers pressing against security barriers for better photographs. Only vigilant Tiani guards prevented enthusiastic Russians from attempting to climb into cockpits for impromptu test flights. Victor approached Shrek with visible embarrassment. "Colonel, please forgive my men's enthusiasm. No worries at all, Shrek chuckled. We have a saying in our organization. Oh, what's that? A mobile suit pilot only becomes a true pilot when they've operated a Gundam. Victor's laugh was genuine. Many of our pilots share that sentiment. They'd give anything for a chance to pilot proper Gundams. Draco positioned himself against a supply container, observing Russian military hardware with professional interest. Their equipment told a sobering story. Warships, mobile suits, tanks, and small arms representing technology from over a decade past. One exception caught his attention. A pristine mobile suit carrier stretching 380 meters, her fixed armaments representing current generation technology. This vessel likely represented the Rosovian Union's most advanced naval asset. As Draco prepared to return to the Ptolemaios, a somewhat simple-looking soldier in MS pilot gear approached with nervous energy. "Excuse me, are you Lieutenant Draco?" Draco's brow furrowed with mild annoyance, but politeness prevailed. "I am. And you are. You wouldn't know me, sir, but I know you. You're the pilot who stopped those terrorists in the Duchy of Stonehaven and helped that little girl find her mum." The memory surfaced, media coverage from a humanitarian intervention that had somehow captured public imagination. Anyone with the capability would have acted similarly. Draco deflected with characteristic modesty. "Nothing remarkable about it. Begging your pardon, sir, but it was remarkable. Your actions inspired many of us, especially my sister. She absolutely idolizes you." "Indeed." Draco nodded curtly, turning toward his ship. "Wait, sir. I haven't introduced myself properly. I'm Gorky." Gorky pursued with the persistence of an overeager puppy, questions tumbling from his lips. "Sir, what's it really like piloting a Gundam? How many different models have you operated?" Draco maintained his diplomatic silence until a sharp voice cut through Gorky's enthusiasm. "Brother, stop making a complete fool of yourself." A striking brunette sergeant jogged over, grabbing Gorky's arm with obvious exasperation. "Sister, it's Lieutenant Draco." "Lieutenant Draco? Good Lord, you mean the cold-as-ice Gundam pilot from the Stonehaven incident?" "Exactly." The young woman, Sergeant Fiona, released her brother and hurried to intercept Draco. "Lieutenant, I'm your biggest fan." Draco paused, genuinely puzzled. "Biggest fan of what, precisely?" "Sir, your heroism during the Stonehaven crisis was inspirational, not just stopping the terrorists, but helping that little girl find her mother. Later at the restaurant, you shared your meal with her and stared down that awful man who tried stealing her bread. You showed us that strength and compassion aren't mutually exclusive." Riona's eyes practically sparkled with hero worship, causing Draco considerable discomfort. "Really, it was nothing special," he muttered, resuming his retreat toward the Ptolemaios. As Riona prepared to follow, a sharp voice called her to attention. "Sergeant." "Present." Riona snapped to attention as Lieutenant Ivan approached with military precision. "Sergeant Riona, maintain proper distance from mercenary personnel, particularly organizations like Tiani that deploy children in combat roles." That evening, in Draco's private quarters aboard the Ptolemaios, operational briefings painted a clear tactical picture. The First Fleet would operate alongside Victoria Harbour Base's 1st Squadron in coordinated operations. The Russian squadron's centerpiece was their most advanced carrier, RNS Ocean Goddess, 380 meters of cutting-edge naval engineering representing their finest maritime technology. Meanwhile, in Brigadier General Victor's residence, an elderly man in a wheelchair shared quiet conversation in a book-lined study. "Grandfather, can we truly halt the Anglo-Saxon Republic's expansion?" The old man was Yevgeny Algernonos, Victor's grandfather, and a veteran of countless political machinations. He gazed through frost-covered windows at falling snow, his weathered features reflecting decades of strategic thinking. "Do you know why I named you Victor? You wanted me to be victorious." "Precisely." Yevgeny nodded slowly. "Once released, an arrow cannot return to its bow. This battle permits only victory, and we're not the only nation opposing Anglo-Saxon ambitions. You're suggesting other powers are moving against them. The Cathayan Empire provides covert support to surviving Southern Reach resistance groups, enabling guerrilla operations to disrupt Anglo-Saxon deployments. Victor's strategic mind connected the implications. Are we coordinating with the Cathayans? Rather than coordination, we share common enemies. If the Cathayans are genuinely undermining Anglo-Saxon operations, our success probability increases significantly." Indeed, Yevgeny's expression grew thoughtful. "I'm curious whether these Gundams truly possess the capabilities suggested by reports and recordings. Once combat begins, I'll ensure complete documentation of Gundam performance, battle footage, technical data, everything useful for next-generation MS development. Their new carrier design also warrants detailed analysis." Yevgeny absorbed this information before producing a photograph from his jacket, extending it toward his grandson. Victor examined the image, his expression shifting to profound surprise. The photograph's contents remained hidden, but its impact on Victor suggested intelligence of considerable significance, perhaps the final piece in a puzzle spanning multiple star systems and the ambitions of nations. Outside, snow continued falling on Victoria Harbour, each flake a silent witness to the gathering storm that would soon engulf the colonial sphere in conflict. Chapter 127. Amphibious mobile suits. Two Tianyi mobile suit pilots stood examining the mechanical marvels before them. Sleek crabman and turtle boss units gleaming under the hangar's harsh fluorescent lights. "Can't fathom why the boss bothered developing proper amphibious mobile suits," muttered the first pilot, scratching his head with obvious bewilderment. "Dead right, mate," agreed his companion. "The 105 Dagger series work perfectly fine underwater, with the right backpack configuration. Same goes for the GM Roman II variants. Bit of retrofitting and Bob's your uncle. They are ready for aquatic ops." A sharp voice cut through their casual grousing as Lieutenant Morrison approached with the measured stride of military authority. "You lot best keep your opinions about the boss to yourselves." "No disrespect intended, sir," the first pilot replied hastily. "We're just wondering what the point is of manufacturing these specialized amphibious units. Have you actually run simulation tests on these machines?" "Aye, sir," both pilots responded in unison. "And your assessment?" The first pilot's expression grew thoughtful. "For proper naval warfare, these units are absolutely brilliant. Underwater maneuverability is exceptional, and their land-based performance rivals the GM ground combat type and the entire Dagger series." "There you have it then," Morrison replied with satisfied finality. "Remember, our operational theater isn't space or conventional ground combat. We're dealing primarily with surface naval engagements and underwater operations. The boss doesn't develop equipment without sound strategic reasoning." "What sort of reasoning, sir?" pressed the second pilot with genuine curiosity. "That's not for us to speculate about, soldier. Focus on your duties and leave the grand strategy to your superiors." Aboard the Ptolemaios, Azure GN particles streamed from the massive carrier's propulsion systems in carefully controlled concentrations. Under precise operational management, the particle emissions maintained normal density levels without interfering with radar or communication systems. Colonel Eses, the vessel's commanding officer, cut an impressive figure on the bridge. At 26, her flowing hair and statuesque frame commanded respect, Whilst her piercing gaze missed nothing, her sharp intellect had earned rapid promotion through Tiany's meritocratic ranks. All hands prepare for Level 1 combat readiness, she announced through the ship's communication system after concluding her tactical briefing with Colonel Shrek. Aboard the RNS Ocean Goddess, Captain Markov fielded concerns from his senior staff. Captain Rakasi, a blonde officer whose youthful features belied his tactical acumen, leaned forward with obvious unease. Colonel Markov, can we truly trust these mercenaries in actual combat? Markov, a seasoned veteran whose weathered face spoke of decades at sea, considered the question carefully. Initially, Captain, I harbored similar reservations about High Command's decision to employ Tiany at considerable expense. However, our pre-deployment exchanges revealed impressive capabilities. Beyond their standard Dagger series and GM Roman II aquatic configurations, they've deployed 2 remarkable single-eye amphibious units that significantly boosted my confidence. Their strategic discussion was interrupted by urgent reports from the radar operator. Contact, Anglo-Saxon Republic fleet, demanding immediate withdrawal. They are threatening to open fire if we don't comply. All vessels commence bombardment, deploy mobile suit squadrons. Markov commanded with crisp authority the Ocean Goddess Task Force, and Tiany's First Fleet unleashed coordinated artillery salvos against the Anglo-Saxon Border Patrol Flotilla. The enemy formation, consisting of 2 surface destroyers, 5 frigates, and a single carrier, crumbled under the devastating barrage. Within minutes, most enemy vessels had slipped beneath the waves, leaving only the carrier blazing like a funeral pyre against the grey ocean. A desperate helicopter lifted off from the dying vessel, escorted by several Hellcat mobile suits riding flight platforms through the salt spray and smoke. From the Ptolemaios' launch bay, a Zeta Gundam burst forth in fighter configuration, cutting through the air like an avenging angel in pursuit of the fleeing survivors. Simultaneously, the First Fleet deployed numerous Crabman and Turtle Boss amphibious units into the depths. Their mission: eliminate any lurking enemy submarines with surgical precision. 2 Anglo-Saxon submarines responded with desperate torpedo volleys, their warheads streaking through the dark water toward the descending mechanical predators. The amphibious mobile suits moved with fluid grace through their aquatic environment, effortlessly evading the incoming projectiles whilst deploying underwater intercept missiles to neutralize the torpedo threat. With razor-sharp claws, they tore through submarine hulls like tin cans, systematically destroying internal systems. Within moments, both enemy submarines joined their surface counterparts on the ocean floor. The Zeta Gundam simultaneously annihilated the fleeing helicopter and its mobile suit escorts in a brief but spectacular aerial engagement. As the Crabman units returned to their motherships, a water-blue Stargazer Goddess Gundam launched from the Ptolemaios, diving gracefully beneath the surface. Petunia piloted the aquatic Gundam with practiced expertise, leading a formation of Turtle Boss units now equipped with specialized underwater weaponry toward their secondary objective. The combined fleet continued toward their primary target, whilst Petunia's strike team operated in the abyssal depths. The GN drive's function remained unimpaired by the marine environment, though its azure particle emissions disrupted enemy sonar, communications, and detection systems throughout the operational area. Fortunately, quantum communication systems allowed Petunia to maintain contact with her subordinates despite the electromagnetic chaos. Lieutenant Petunia, enemy sonar and radar installations detected ahead, reported one of her Turtle Boss pilots deployed jamming and deception devices, She ordered with cool professionalism. Her team methodically attached sophisticated electronic warfare equipment to the underwater sensors, effectively blinding the enemy's surveillance network. During their infiltration, they encountered an Anglo-Saxon submarine. Rather than risk premature exposure, the strike team concealed themselves in an underwater canyon, waiting with predatory patience for the vessel to pass. Despite extensive deep-sea combat simulations, tension ran high among the Turtle Boss pilots. This represented their first genuine underwater operation. Even Petunia felt her pulse quicken as the enormous pressure of command and environment weighed upon her. Human error under stress proved inevitable. During a particularly complex maneuver, one pilot's mistake exposed the team's position to an enemy patrol. The Stargazer goddess immediately fired its harpoon cannon, destroying the patrolling Sea Cat mobile suit before it could fully transmit their discovery. Lieutenant, the enemy managed to relay partial intelligence to their command structure before elimination, reported a subordinate with obvious concern. Inform headquarters, mission parameters compromised. Petunia replied grimly. Colonel Shrek relayed the tactical update to Captain Markov via secure communication. Understood. We'll proceed with Plan Charlie, came the measured response. Meanwhile, at the Dolka Continental Military Port Facility, Colonel Thompson received fragmentary reports from the annihilated Border Patrol just before their final transmissions ceased. The base commander immediately declared Condition 1 alert status, whilst reviewing intelligence from deep-sea reconnaissance units, reporting mysterious hostile forces. In the command center's sterile conference room, Thompson studied grainy photographs with his senior staff, their faces etched with professional concern. Gentlemen, has anyone encountered this single-eye mobile suit configuration before? Thompson inquired, tapping the surveillance images. The assembled officers exchanged uncertain glances until Major Richardson tentatively raised his hand. Sir, the Cathayan Empire's Swift Military Sciences Corporation has been developing a similar single-eye design. Thompson's eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting Cathayan forces have infiltrated our territorial waters? Richardson's silence spoke volumes. Such accusations carried enormous political implications. Thompson activated the main display screen, revealing the final photographs transmitted by their doomed patrol fleet. Every officer immediately recognized both Rossovian warships and the distinctive profile of Tiani vessels. Colonel Hartwell voiced what everyone was thinking. The Rossovians have hired Tiani mercenary group. Remove the uncertainty from that assessment, Colonel, Thompson replied with grim certainty. Major Richardson spoke up again. Sir, those unidentified single-eye units are likely new Tiani group developments. Almost certainly, Thompson agreed. At that moment, the communications operator delivered devastating news. All Sea Cat squadrons sent to investigate the mysterious underwater force had been completely annihilated. All forces to battle stations, Thompson commanded, his voice carrying across the base's emergency communication system. The die had been cast, and the ocean depths would soon witness the fury of modern warfare unleashed in its darkest reaches. Chapter 128, Flying Fox Mobile Suits. Disappointing performance. Petunia's Turtle Boss Squadron had successfully made landfall, their mechanical forms emerging from the churning surf like primordial sea creatures reclaiming ancient shores. The azure particles from their GN drives left ethereal trails in the saltwater that clung to their armored hulls. During their amphibious assault, they'd systematically eliminated several Sea Cat patrol squadrons that had ventured too close to their operational zone. 18 Turtle Boss units had participated in the landing operation, Not a single machine had been lost to enemy action. One of the turtle boss units deployed a cluster of miniature reconnaissance drones, the mechanical scouts dispersing across multiple vectors like a swarm of metallic insects. Their high-definition cameras captured detailed imagery of the Dolka military port facility 20 kilometers distant, the snow-covered installation bristling with defensive positions. Petunia gazed upward through her cockpit's reinforced viewports, studying the grey sky with tactical concern. Wonder if this country's satellite network is experiencing interference, she mused grimly. Otherwise they'll spot our position soon enough. A soft chime echoed through her cockpit as reconnaissance data flooded her tactical displays. The drone footage revealed a sobering sight. Bloody hell, she muttered, observing the enemy base's heightened defensive posture. They are at full alert status. After studying Dolka's perimeter defenses and troop dispositions, Petunia issued precise tactical orders. Her force divided into 3 6-unit squadrons. She would personally lead the primary assault team, the 3rd squadron submerged beneath the waves, whilst her own unit and the 2nd team advanced along separate approach vectors, their movements coordinated with military precision. In the ocean's depths, a Sea Cat patrol encountered the twisted wreckage of their submarine fleet, scattered across the seafloor like the bones of some mechanical graveyard. "Command, this is Squid 1, the lead pilot reported, his voice tight with professional anxiety. "We've located our missing submarines. Complete destruction. No survivors detected." Warning klaxons shrieked through his cockpit as multiple underwater missiles streaked toward his position like phosphorescent death. The pilot's reflexes, honed by years of naval combat, kicked in instantly. His Sea Cat twisted away from the incoming ordnance with fluid grace. His wingman wasn't so fortunate. Sluggish reactions cost precious milliseconds, and the missile struck his cockpit dead center. Crimson fluid bloomed in the water as the shattered pilot compartment hemorrhaged its contents into the dark sea. Before the surviving pilot could cry out to his lost comrade, he witnessed something far worse. Another Sea Cat writhing in mechanical agony as razor-sharp claws punched through its chest armor. The Crabman mobile suit's steel talons emerged dripping from the punctured hull. His own screams were cut short as identical claws pierced his cockpit from behind, consciousness fading as salt water and blood mingled in the crushing darkness. Dolka Base received fragmentary distress signals from multiple patrol units under simultaneous attack. Colonel Thompson coordinated defensive deployments from his command center, whilst urgently forwarding tactical reports to Anglo-Saxon High Command. Surface vessels and submarines scrambled from their moorings as airborne warships lifted off with thunderous roars of displaced air. Missile silos throughout the port facility opened like mechanical flowers, disgorging countless guided projectiles that streaked toward their targets in brilliant arcs. Hellcat mobile suit squadrons launched from their hangars, each unit riding flight platforms that left contrails across the steel-grey sky. The Ocean Goddess Task Force and Tiany's First Fleet responded with coordinated point defense fire. Streams of beam weapons and interceptor missiles created a deadly lattice of light, systematically destroying every incoming projectile before it could reach its intended target. Jaina and Neria Zhu deployed in their Gemini Star Gundams, equipped with specialized marine combat modules for underwater operations. The Blue Frame mobile suit similarly mounted aquatic backpack systems, diving beneath the waves like a mechanical predator. Draco launched in his Justice Goddess F-type Gundam, its crimson frame cutting through the air with lethal elegance. Other aerial combatants, both Gundams and conventional mobile suits, road flight platforms that left geometric patterns against the clouded sky. Through his tactical displays, Draco observed the Rossovian mobile suit deployment. Beyond their standard bear units, they'd fielded new machines he'd not encountered before. His computer identified the newcomers: Flying Fox mobile suits, dedicated aerial combat units featuring streamlined frames and massive thruster backpacks. Standing 16 meters tall, these machines could achieve sustained flight without external platforms, their sleek profiles speaking of speed-focused design philosophy. Gorky came a voice over the tactical frequency. Have a look at that red Gundam ahead. Like our Flying Fox units, it doesn't need a flight platform, but it's faster than us and far more stable in aerial maneuvers. Gorky's attention fixed on the Justice Goddess F-type with obvious fascination, his tactical awareness momentarily compromised by professional admiration. Oi, Gorky, Lieutenant Ivan's sharp voice cut through his reverie. Keep your bloody head in the game. Fight this battle properly. Yes, Lieutenant Ivan, Gorky replied, snapping back to tactical focus. The Justice Goddess F-type spearheaded the aerial assault, its pilot's legendary skills immediately apparent. Multiple Hellcat units locked targeting systems on the Crimson Gundam, unleashing concentrated barrages that should have overwhelmed any conventional mobile suit. Instead, the Justice Goddess F-type danced through the incoming fire with supernatural grace, each evasive maneuver flowing seamlessly into the next. Its twin GN rifles and GN launcher responded with devastating precision. 8 Hellcat units fell within moments, their flaming wreckage tumbling toward the ocean below. Watch this, Lydia called out gleefully as her ZZ Gundam opened fire with its double-barrel beam rifle. 2 more enemy units exploded in brilliant fireballs. The aerial battlefield erupted into chaos as mobile suit squadrons engaged in deadly aerial ballet. Beam weapons traced brilliant lines through the sky, whilst missile contrails created abstract patterns of destruction. Beneath the waves, Crabman units dominated the aquatic battlefield with shocking effectiveness. Their performance exceeded even the specialized marine configurations of GM Roman II and 105 Dagger units, their natural underwater agility proving devastatingly superior. Sea Cat pilots found themselves outmatched by the Crabman's dolphin-like grace in the marine environment. One Crabman drove steel claws deep into an enemy unit's torso, its integrated beam cannon firing point-blank into the victim's internal systems. Superheated steam and bubbles erupted from the destroyed machine as its optical sensors dimmed to black. Bloody hell, Jaina breathed, watching the tactical display with amazement. Never expected the boss's amphibious units to perform this brilliantly. Sister, Neria replied tersely, this isn't the time for admiration. If we don't step up our game, those Crabman units will outshine us completely. Right you are. Gemini Star Unit 1 fired its harpoon cannon with mechanical precision, each shot finding its mark with lethal accuracy. Another Sea Cat joined its companions on the ocean floor. The Rossovian SEAL Mobile Suit Squadron watched the underwater carnage with mounting disbelief. Their pilots felt utterly redundant. 10 minutes of combat had yielded fewer than 5 enemy kills, whilst losing 2 of their own units to return fire. Desperate Sea Cat squadrons transmitted emergency rescue requests, but reinforcements proved unavailable. Other patrol units faced similar ambushes across the operational area. 3 Crabman units suddenly breached the surface like mechanical whales, landing directly on an enemy destroyer's deck. Steel claws punched through armored hull plating, whilst point-blank beam fire reduced the warship to expanding flame and shrapnel. The amphibious assault units used their thrusters to leap between targets, turning the surface fleet into chaos as captains desperately maneuvered to avoid the mechanical borders. Lydia's ZZ Gundam jettisoned its flight platform, landing heavily on a mobile suit carrier's deck. Its beam saber carved through the ship's superstructure in a single devastating stroke before systematically destroying surface targets. Anthony Cross piloted his Strike Gundam ILSP configuration with deadly precision, the anti-ship sword cleaving a frigate's bow section in a single blow that sent the vessel listing toward its inevitable grave. The Flying Fox units relied on superior speed to evade Hellcat fire, but their performance proved disappointingly limited. Speed came at the cost of endurance. Their high-velocity maneuvers drained power reserves at an alarming rate. Worse still, their armament consisted primarily of conventional projectiles. Even with identical calibers, kinetic rounds couldn't match energy weapons' destructive potential or muzzle velocity. The Flying Fox's maximum armament was limited to 200 cannons, sufficient to damage targets but rarely achieving decisive kills. Their lightweight construction prioritized speed over survivability. Armor plating couldn't withstand sustained punishment. 150 rounds could penetrate their protection with just 1 or 2 direct hits. The exchange rate proved catastrophic. 5 Flying Fox units lost for every Hellcat destroyed. Even with Tianyi support, the Rossovian machine's performance remained deeply unsatisfactory. Without mercenary assistance, their kill ratios would have been even worse. The First Fleet suffered modest casualties. Several GM Roman II and Dagger units were shot down, but fortunately no pilots died. Emergency ejection systems activated before cockpit breaches could prove fatal. In Dolka Base's command center, Colonel Thompson received increasingly grim reports from the front lines. His defensive forces approached complete annihilation. When will reinforcements arrive? He demanded of his communications officer. Sir, estimated time of arrival is... The command center shook violently, emergency lighting flickering as structural supports groaned under some tremendous impact. What's happening? Thompson barked. Colonel, the base is under direct attack. Thompson's tactical displays showed devastating footage. A blue mobile suit leading 6 smaller mechanical units in a systematic assault on the primary hangar facilities. For the first time, Thompson observed the Stargazer Goddess Gundam in action. His expression shifted to one of professional recognition, tinged with dread. "Good God," he whispered, "is that a Gundam?" The answer arrived in the form of brilliant beam fire that carved through reinforced concrete as though it were tissue paper. Chapter 129, Stargazer Goddess Gundam vs Raptor Mobile Suits Petunia commanded her Turtle Boss Squadron with the cool precision of a seasoned tactician. Their mechanical frames, stomping through the snow-swept perimeter of the enemy installation like ironclad behemoths, awakened from some frozen slumber. The air hummed with the low thrum of GN drives, azure particles scattering like ethereal frost across the battlefield. "Right, lads," she broadcast over their secure channel, her voice steady but laced with the underlying thrill of combat. "You've done your bit. Fall back to the rally point. I'll handle the stragglers here." "Aye, Lieutenant," came the chorused response from her 6 subordinates, their units peeling away with disciplined efficiency. Dolka Military Port had transformed into a chaotic inferno. Wreckage of tanks and mobile suits littered the grounds, belching thick columns of smoke that twisted upward like accusing fingers against the leaden sky. Alarms wailed in discordant harmony, whilst surviving defenders scrambled to mount some semblance of resistance. At the waterfront, Anglo-Saxon surface vessels and their mobile suit contingents struggled against the Turtle Boss unit's guerrilla tactics. The amphibious machines darted across the waves like elusive phantoms, some skimming the surface with predatory grace, others diving beneath the foam to emerge unexpectedly. It was a nightmare for the defenders. Half the squadron visible one moment, vanished the next, alternating between aquatic ambushes and pinpoint strikes. 6 more turtle boss units prowled the terrestrial perimeter, their opportunistic part charts and hit-and run raids sowing utter pandemonium among the enemy ranks. The Anglo-Saxon forces, encountering such unconventional warfare for the first time, descended into frantic disarray, commands overlapping, formations crumbling like wet sand. Petunia's Stargazer goddess Gundam had expended its GN grenade launcher ammunition, the empty weapon clattering to the frozen ground like discarded scrap. With fluid motion, she drew her twin GN handguns, their barrels gleaming with lethal intent. In a heartbeat, she dispatched 2 flanking Hellcat mobile suits, their frames erupting in brilliant explosions that lit the snowy landscape. No sooner had the wreckage settled than her tactical alarms blared. 6 more Hellcat units, descending from above like vengeful raptors. The Gundam rocketed skyward, GN handguns barking in rapid succession. 6 precise shots found their marks, sending the attackers spiraling down in flaming arcs. A distress signal pierced her communications array. Her ground-based turtle boss team was pinned down by swarming Hellcat units, their positions marked by desperate bursts of defensive fire. Without hesitation, Petunia wheeled her Gundam toward the fray, swapping one handgun for her GN meteor hammer. She swung the weighted chain with devastating force. The weapon connected with a Hellcat's cockpit in a thunderous impact, crumpling the armor like tin foil. The stricken machine plummeted earthward, exploding on impact in a geyser of flame and debris. Her remaining handgun claimed another victim, the beam shot piercing clean through its torso. The Gundam's intervention threw the enemy into disarray, their coordinated assault fracturing under the pressure of this mechanical juggernaut. Petunia's ground team, buoyed by the support, surged forward with renewed vigor, their counterattacks turning the tide in localized pockets of resistance. Another swing of the meteor hammer claimed a 3rd Hellcat, its frame shattering midair like fragile glass. The ground below became a graveyard of burning wreckage, acrid smoke billowing across the snow like funeral shrouds. In the Dolka command center, Colonel Thompson watched the blue Gundam carve through his forces with mounting horror, its movements a deadly ballet of destruction. More bad news flooded in. Surveillance photographs displayed an incoming squadron of additional Gundams racing toward their position, and then the hammer blow. Reports confirmed their submarine defense force was under heavy assault, their underwater assets being systematically dismantled. The Stargazer goddess Gundam now wielded its GN beam saber with elegant lethality, slicing through several Hellcat units in rapid succession. As Petunia lined up her next target for bisection, a primal instinct screamed warning, stronger than any electronic alarm. She wrenched the controls, sending her Gundam twisting aside just as a cyan beam lanced through the space she'd occupied, vaporizing her intended victim instead. Tactical displays revealed 3 identical silver-gray mobile suits, sleek designs reminiscent of Gundams, their manhwa sensors glowing crimson like demonic visors behind wraparound shades. Cole, a red-haired female pilot, addressed her golden-haired comrade via split-screen comms, her voice mixing admiration and tactical assessment. The legends about Gundams weren't exaggerated. That thing maintains stable hover without thruster burnout. Our Raptors can't match that endurance. Cole frowned at his displays, his analytical mind racing. Megan, what intrigues me is its energy consumption. Those beam weapons should have drained its reserves by now, yet it fights on without faltering. A 3rd screen flickered to life, revealing a dark-skinned male pilot. U2 command's orders are clear. Capture that blue Gundam before reinforcements arrive. Understood, Matthew, Cole and Megan chorused. The three Raptor mobile suits surged forward in coordinated assault, their movements a testament to countless hours of drilled teamwork. Petunia responded with her GN handguns, forcing the trio to scatter. They reformed seamlessly, weaving complementary attack patterns that tested her defenses. One Raptor nearly fell to her barrage, but its wingman interposed a shield at the last instant. The beam fire splashed harmlessly across the surface like water on stone. Anti-beam coating on the shield, Petunia noted clinically, adjusting her tactics mid-engagement. Another Raptor rocketed upward, attempting a flanking maneuver from above. Petunia spun her Gundam with acrobatic grace, delivering a powerful kick that sent the attacker tumbling. Her handguns tracked the falling machine, unleashing a storm of beams. The Raptor raised its arms defensively. The shots dispersed across its frame without penetration. Full-body anti-beam treatment, Petunia realized, her brow furrowing with professional respect. These aren't standard units. From below, danger surged, a barrage of beams forcing her to evade with split-second precision. Matthew wiped cold sweat from his brow, his Raptor's displays flashing critical warnings. The anti-beam coding had saved him, but it was now compromised. Another direct hit would penetrate. He maneuvered his unit to maximum safe distance, drawing fire away from his teammates. Impressive coordination, Petunia muttered, dodging and weaving through their assault. They fought together countless times. Their synergy is too polished for anything less. Switching weapons, she deployed her GN media hammer once more, hurling it toward Megan's Raptor with crushing force. "Can't dodge," Megan gasped, activating her shield at the last moment. The impact shattered the defensive barrier, residual force slamming into her machine and sending it crashing earthward. As Petunia closed with her beam saber raised for the killing blow, Cole's Raptor interposed itself, parrying the strike with its own energy blade. Alarms shrieked through Cole's cockpit. Power output disparities flashed red warnings. His arm actuators strained against the superior force, threatening catastrophic overload. Megan recovered enough to fire her beam rifle, forcing Petunia to disengage. Cole exhaled sharply, his heart pounding. 2 seconds more, and his right arm would have detonated from the strain. Petunia evaded another assault, her Gundam twisting through the air with mechanical elegance. From above, 2 more Raptor units descended, their pilots' voices crackling over intercepted channels. "Cole, Matthew, Megan, what's taking so long? 3 of you can't handle one target. If you're so capable, Mac, you try." Cole snapped back, frustration bleeding into his professional tone. Petunia assessed the reinforcements, her tactical mind already calculating new vectors of attack. The odds had shifted, but so had the challenge. And in the heart of battle, that's where true pilots thrived. Chapter 130 Transam Bach, came the crisp voice over the tactical frequency. "That Gundam appears to be a bleeding advanced model, doesn't it?" "Mac," Bach replied grimly, studying the tactical readouts with professional concern. "Have a proper look at Cole and his team's mobile suits. They've taken a right proper battering. 3 experienced pilots working in perfect coordination, all getting systematically outmaneuvered by a single Gundam. This suggests the machine's performance exceeds intelligence estimates, and the pilot's skill is absolutely no joke." "Course I bloody well know that," Mac snapped back, frustration bleeding through his communication filters. "Rio's buggered off to help Colonel Thompson evacuate the base. We've got to coordinate with Cole's team and bring down this Gundam before it tears us all apart." Cole's cockpit display flickered as Mac established direct communication, the blonde pilot's face appearing in a segmented video window. "Cole, we absolutely must work together to capture this Gundam," commands breathing down our necks for results. "Don't need you telling me what I already bloody know," Cole growled, his usual composure cracking under combat stress. Petunia had managed to suppress 3 opponents in her earlier engagement, but facing 5 Raptor mobile suits simultaneously proved a different proposition entirely. The tactical mathematics had shifted decisively against her. "Lieutenant, we're moving to assist," crackled the voice of the 1st Turtle Boss Squadron's leader through her communications array. "Negative," Petunia replied with characteristic determination. "I've got methods for dealing with this lot. Continue your assigned mission parameters." The Stargazer Goddess Gundam found itself reduced to desperate evasive maneuvers as coordinated fire from 5 directions created an increasingly lethal web of destruction. Petunia's tactical display highlighted one target amongst the formation, a Raptor whose positioning offered the slightest vulnerability. In the microsecond between dodging incoming fire, she seized the initiative and launched directly toward her selected target. All 5 Raptor units simultaneously achieved target lock and opened fire, their combined beam weapons creating a brilliant lattice of death. Multiple energy streams converged on the Stargazer Goddess with lethal precision. At the moment of impact, the GN field activated in a spectacular cascade of azure particles, the defensive barrier absorbing the concentrated firepower like some ethereal shield of pure energy. "What the bloody hell?" came 5 simultaneous exclamations as the pilots witnessed their coordinated attack completely neutralized. As the GN field dissipated, the Stargazer Goddess closed to melee range with supernatural speed. Its beam saber carved through Maggie's Raptor in a single devastating stroke, bisecting the mobile suit at the waist. "Maggie!" Cole screamed as his teammate's machine exploded in a brilliant fireball, debris raining across the frozen battlefield like mechanical confetti. Rage consumed Cole's tactical judgment as he threw his Raptor into a berserk assault, beam saber swinging wildly as he sought vengeance for his fallen comrade and lover. His coordinated movements dissolved into undisciplined aggression, exactly what Petunia had been waiting for. Recognizing her opponent's loss of tactical discipline, Petunia decided to end the engagement decisively. "Time to finish this properly," she murmured, her fingers finding the activation sequence. Transam. The Stargazer Goddess Gundam underwent a spectacular transformation as its entire frame shifted to a brilliant crimson configuration, energy output spiking to levels that made the very air around it shimmer with barely contained power. Matthew and his remaining teammates stared in utter amazement, their tactical displays registering energy readings that defied conventional mobile suit parameters. Even Cole's blind fury evaporated as he witnessed the Gundam's metamorphosis. That moment of stunned recognition cost Cole his life. The Transam-enhanced Stargazer Goddess moved with inhuman speed, appearing beside Cole's Raptor in a blur of motion that left only crimson afterimages. His mobile suit suffered the same fate as Maggie's, bisected by energy that cut through armor like butter. "Bloody hell, open fire! Open fire!" Matthew roared desperately. The 3 surviving Raptors unleashed everything in their arsenals, beam rifles and missile pods creating a storm of ordnance that should have obliterated any conventional target. Instead, they found themselves firing at phantom images as the Transam-enhanced Gundam moved faster than their targeting systems could track. "Speed's too bloody fast," one pilot screamed. "Targeting computers can't maintain lock." "Bah!" Mac cried out in horror as he watched his comrade's mobile suit carved apart by twin beam sabers, the raptor disintegrating in a cascade of sparks and flame. Mac saw the stargazer goddess streaking toward him and desperately opened fire. But his beams pierced only empty air where the Gundam had been milliseconds before. "Mac, behind you." Matthew's warning came too late. The last words Mac would ever hear. The stargazer goddess materialized behind Mac's raptor like some mechanical reaper, its beam saber punching through the cockpit in a single decisive thrust. The mobile suit plummeted earthward, trailing smoke and debris. Matthew recognized the futility of continued resistance and attempted immediate withdrawal, but found his escape route blocked by two familiar silhouettes descending from above. The Justice Goddess F-Type and ZZ Gundam had arrived like avenging angels, their weapons trained on his position with deadly intent. Trapped between certain destruction ahead and behind, Matthew experienced the crushing weight of absolute despair. He never noticed the stargazer goddess positioning itself behind his mobile suit until the beam saber carved through his raptor's torso, ending the engagement in a final burst of flame. Petunia's cockpit display activated as Draco established communication, his image appearing with a satisfied expression. "Excellent work, Petunia. You've performed brilliantly under difficult circumstances. Thank you for the acknowledgement," she replied with characteristic modesty. Draco surveyed the devastated Dolka military port, its facilities reduced to smoking rubble, whilst the remains of advanced Raptor mobile suits lay scattered across the battlefield like technological carrion. "What's your assessment of those mobile suits' performance capabilities?" he inquired. Petunia considered her response carefully. Compared to the RX-78 Gundam's original specifications, they fall somewhat short in overall performance metrics. Rather impressive that the Anglo-Saxon Republic has developed such capable production units, Draco mused. Petunia couldn't suppress a slight eye roll. Capable perhaps, but they are nowhere near the standard of our Hyaku Shiki or Mark Roman II production models. And the pilot skill levels, if not quite ace level, certainly elite-grade operators. They coordinated well and fought with genuine competence. Draco's display shifted as Anthony Cross established communication, his report accompanied by video footage showing a dramatic conclusion to ground operations. Anthony had located Colonel Thompson, attempting evacuation via military transport, protected by a single Raptor and Hellcat squadron. His 105 Dagger team had systematically eliminated the escort forces before capturing the Anglo-Saxon commander alive. Within the hour, Dolka military port transmitted unconditional surrender. Draco observed the base's systematic destruction. 90% of surface vessels had joined their submarine counterparts on the ocean floor, transformed from warships into artificial reefs of twisted metal. GM Roman II and Dagger series mobile suits touched down across the facility, whilst Crabman and Turtle Boss units emerged from the harbour waters. Rossovian Bear and Flying Fox mobile suits arrived to maintain order amongst the surrendering garrison. The Ocean Goddess Task Force and First Fleet entered Dolka's waters, Rossovian personnel assuming responsibility for prisoner processing and facility management. Lieutenant Ivan removed her helmet, watching through tactical displays as GM Roman II units carefully loaded damaged Raptor mobile suits aboard transport vessels. She immediately transmitted intelligence reports to Rossovian High Command. Colonel Markov approached Colonel Shrek with a formal request for Raptor technology sharing, but found himself politely refused. "If you're interested in acquisition," Shrek replied diplomatically, "we can certainly discuss commercial arrangements." Markov immediately relayed this development to his superiors, receiving authorization to negotiate for the most intact unit available, with 2 Raptors suffering only cockpit damage, one from Petunia's saber thrust, another from Anthony's precise strike. Rossovian representatives secured the better specimen for nearly 200 million Earth sphere credits. Dolka's occupation would transition to Rossovian administration within 48 hours, whilst the Ocean Goddess Task Force and First Fleet prepared for their next operational theatre. First Fleet casualties proved remarkably light: 3 GM Roman 2 units, 2 105 daggers, 1 dual dagger, 2 turtle boss machines, and a single crabman. Colonel Shrek found the losses significantly below his worst-case projections, though he still requested additional mobile suits and pilots from Tianyi headquarters. Meanwhile, the Rossovian Anglo-Saxon conflict sent shockwaves throughout the international community. Most shocking was confirmation that the Rossovian Union had successfully retained Tianyi mercenary group for active combat operations. The war's opening day witnessed intense fighting across multiple fronts, but Dolka's fall within 24 hours stunned military observers worldwide. Such rapid victory could only result from Gundam deployment, Tianyi's signature calling card. The Anglo-Saxon Republic's parliamentary chambers erupted in acrimonious debate. Dolka's loss had exposed serious vulnerabilities in their northern defences, whilst raising uncomfortable questions about resource allocation. Several legislators advocated recalling forces from southern reach occupation duties to reinforce the Rossovian front. Others vehemently opposed such redeployment, arguing that any reduction in southern reach garrison strength would invite insurgent counterattacks and render previous investments worthless. Additional factions proposed redirecting forces originally designated for operations against the theocracy of Aurea, but this too faced significant opposition. Many parliamentarians believed the Rossovians incapable of sustaining prolonged warfare. Extended conflict would inevitably weaken them sufficiently for the Cathayan Empire to exploit Rossovian vulnerability. The Cathayan Empire lurked like a patient predator along Rossovia's southern borders, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Any significant weakening of Rossovian military capacity would invite Cathayan intervention, potentially transforming a bilateral conflict into a multi-front catastrophe. Parliamentary consensus remained elusive, as competing strategic priorities paralyzed decision-making processes. The Anglo-Saxon Republic found itself trapped between immediate tactical necessities and long-term geopolitical calculations, whilst Tianyi Gundams continued reshaping the battlefield with mechanical precision. The age of conventional warfare was ending, and the Gundam era had begun in earnest. Chapter 131, Assault on Pemberton Base. We need immediate reinforcement. Immediate reinforcement. We can't bloody well hold them much longer. The desperate voice crackled through static-filled communications, panic evident in every syllable. The Tianyi mercenaries are pushing too hard, our defensive perimeters about to be completely overrun. Pemberton Island Military Base represented one of the Anglo-Saxon Republic's most crucial first-line defensive installations. Should this strategic stronghold fall to enemy forces, the entire forward defensive network would collapse like dominoes, the Republic's throat seized by hostile hands, leaving their primary defense vulnerable to systematic dismantlement. Major General Daniel Cromwell, Pemberton's commanding officer, frantically deployed reserve units whilst simultaneously requesting emergency support from neighbouring sectors. His weathered features bore the strain of a career soldier facing potential catastrophe. Nearly a dozen Storm Dagger mobile suits rode flight platforms through the grey maritime sky, their long-range artillery providing covering fire for frontline 105 dagger, dual dagger, and GM Roman II squadrons engaged in increasingly desperate combat below. The Hellcat mobile suits proved woefully inadequate, not merely inferior to Gundam specifications, but demonstrably outclassed by even standard dagger and GM Roman II variants. Beneath the churning ocean surface, countless Sea Cat mobile suits met their destruction in brilliant underwater explosions, their wreckage joining several Anglo-Saxon submarines on the seafloor in a growing mechanical graveyard. "Oi there, you lot with the underwater kit," called a turtle boss pilot through the general frequency, his voice carrying the easy confidence of superior performance. "How many enemy units have you bagged individually?" A crabman pilot responded with characteristic humor, "Probably not many, judging by what I'm seeing. Reckon we made the right choice with these amphibious beauties. Just took down my 4th Sea Cat. Keep this up and they might promote me to Gundam pilot status." "Don't get ahead of yourself, Beckett," came a sardonic reply. "You'll be lucky to make elite squadron, and even then you'd probably only get a production model Gundam." "Still a bloody Gundam, isn't it?" Beckett shot back with obvious pride. The underwater-equipped GM Roman II and 105 dagger pilots listened to this exchange with mounting irritation, professional jealousy evident in their increasingly tense radio chatter. "Right, you lot, pull your finger out and show some fighting spirit. Don't let these short-arse mobile suit jockeys look down on us." "Who are you calling short-arse pilots?" came multiple indignant responses. "Anyone piloting those stumpy little mechs, that's who." "You're asking for a proper thrashing." Multiple voices rose in anger. "What the devil's all this racket?" The commanding officer's furious voice cut through their squabbling like a blade. "You're in active combat, not a bloody school playground." All underwater pilots immediately sobered, returning sheepishly to their assigned duties. Rossovian naval mobile suit operators watched Tiany's amphibious units systematically harvest enemy machines, whilst comparing their own SEAL mobile suits' modest performance. The disparity was both obvious and demoralizing. Every other unit seemed superior to their own equipment. Truly, there was no harm without comparison. Anglo-Saxon naval pilots found themselves trapped in genuine despair, watching comrades fall one after another, whilst knowing their own destruction was merely a matter of timing. The Republic's surface fleet suffered devastating attacks from below as crabman and turtle boss units assaulted ship hulls, while some amphibious machines actually launched themselves from the water onto vessel decks, directly destroying superstructures with mechanical claws and beam weapons. Lieutenant Ivan piloted her flying Fox mobile suit, whilst observing Tiany's forces break through enemy defensive lines like a mechanical avalanche. She'd managed to destroy her 3rd Hellcat unit and felt momentarily satisfied, until learning that Tiany's standard production mobile suits were each averaging over 4 Hellcat kills. This intelligence struck her like a physical blow. She couldn't understand how the Flying Fox, supposedly one of the Rossovian Union's next-generation mobile suit developments, could perform so poorly against a private military organization's equipment. Her display activated as a bearded middle-aged captain appeared in a split-screen communication window. "Lieutenant Ivan, proceed to the enemy's 2nd defensive line, break through with maximum efficiency, and don't let the Tiany mercenaries show us up." "Understood, Captain." Ivan's resentment toward Tiany continued festering. Several days ago at Dolka military port, Rossovian personnel had clashed with Tiany mercenaries in a brawling incident. Despite numerical superiority, the Rossovians had been thoroughly beaten, with numerous soldiers left sprawled unconscious across the establishment. Though both sides' superiors had disciplined their subordinates, many Tianyi personnel continued marking the Rossovians as weaklings, ineffective in warfare and pathetic in personal combat. Earlier, during mobile suit deployment, Tianyi pilots had used public frequencies to ridicule Rossovian capabilities with obvious relish. The Gemini Star Gundams streaked past Ivan's flying Fox, their flight modules enabling sustained aerial combat operations. The twin units moved with synchronized precision that spoke of countless hours training together. Pemberton's second defensive line suddenly received reinforcement units, transforming the tactical situation dramatically. Missiles and beam weapons created chaotic light patterns across the grey sky, whilst combat intensified on multiple fronts. With only 2 Gundams visible on the battlefield, Anglo-Saxon forces concentrated overwhelming firepower on the Gemini Star units, hoping to destroy them and break Tianyi morale, whilst boosting their own troops' fighting spirit. Sister, looks like the enemy's focusing everything they've got on bringing us down, Neria observed with characteristic calm. If they think they can manage it, they are welcome to try. Jaina replied coolly. The Gemini Star Gundams positioned themselves back to back, each pilot wielding a beam rifle in one hand and beam submachine gun in the other. They used the submachine guns to intercept incoming missiles, whilst their rifles systematically eliminated Hellcat units with surgical precision. Warning chimes echoed through both cockpits as radar detected 10 Raptor mobile suits approaching at high velocity. The sisters immediately activated their Gundam's PX system. As 10 Raptors entered the engagement zone, Colonel Shrek deployed the Hyaku Shiki, Mark Roman 2G, and Astaroth as reinforcement. Anthony Cross launched in the Astaroth, neural interface cables connecting as the Aleavenana system came online. The Gundam rode a flight platform into combat with predatory grace. The PX system-enhanced Gemini Star Gundams immediately began suppressing all 10 Raptor units, with devastating effect. Save me, a Raptor pilot's final scream was cut short as Gemini Star Unit 1's beam saber bisected his machine at the waist. The twin Gundams moved like synchronized shooting stars, their crossing attack patterns leaving the remaining 9 Raptors in complete tactical disarray. Major General Cromwell had hoped his base's limited Raptor squadron might destroy the Gundams and restore his forces' morale. Instead, the entire garrison witnessed their supposed elite units being systematically dismantled. Another Raptor fell to Gemini Star Unit 1's sustained beam rifle fire before Unit 2 could provide support, its beam saber punching through the cockpit like a hot knife through butter. The remaining 8 Raptor pilots experienced crushing psychological impact, fear and despair replacing tactical discipline. Then the Hyaku Shiki, Mark Roman 2G, and Astaroth arrived, transforming desperation into complete hopelessness. The Astaroth leaped from its flight platform in a spectacular display of aerial combat prowess. Anthony executed a rapid spin whilst drawing the demolition knife, cleaving a Raptor cleanly in half. In the split second before the severed machine exploded, Astaroth used the upper torso as a stepping stone, thrusters firing at maximum output to propel itself toward the next target. A spinning slash attack bisected another Raptor with mechanical precision. Jaina watched Anthony's performance with genuine admiration. Bloody hell, that's Anthony for you. I couldn't pull off moves like that if my life depended on it. Neria nodded silently, her expression conveying complete agreement. Anthony's intervention lasted less than 60 seconds, sufficient time to eliminate all 8 remaining Raptors. He personally destroyed 4 units, whilst the sisters claimed 2 each, leaving the Hyaku Shiki and mark Roman II-G to finish the final pair. The Anglo-Saxon Republic's most advanced mobile suits had been reduced to scrap metal and expanding debris clouds, their pilots' screams echoing across Pemberton's communication networks as hope died with them. Chapter 132, some rejoice, others mourn. Major General Daniel Cromwell slumped into his command chair like a broken marionette, watching the tactical display confirm what his worst nightmares had predicted. All 10 Raptor mobile suits systematically eliminated, their pilots' final screams still echoing through the communication channels. The communications officer approached with trembling hands, delivering news that would shatter what remained of Cromwell's resolve. Pemberton Island military base's eastern shoreline had been breached by enemy amphibious forces. Staring at the tactical feeds showing crabman mobile suits emerging from the surf like mechanical sea demons, Cromwell summoned reserves of strength he didn't know he possessed. His weathered fingers danced across command interfaces, deploying every available mobile suit and armored vehicle to repel the coastal invasion. The Ocean Goddess Task Force and Rossovian fleet elements received Tiani's victory reports with jubilant celebration. Morale surged through the combined forces like electrical current, as commanders immediately exploited the breakthrough, ordering full-scale assault through the compromised defensive perimeter. Victory was within their grasp. Pemberton would fall within hours. A crabman unit drove steel claws through a Hellcat's torso armor, immediately drawing concentrated fire from surviving enemy units. The amphibious machine used its impaled victim as a makeshift shield, whilst extracting its weapons, then executed evasive maneuvers as support units unleashed missile salvos and beam fire against the remaining Hellcats. Base-mounted rocket artillery and main battle tanks unleashed everything in their arsenals. A desperate barrage of high-explosive shells and guided missiles streaking toward the mechanical invaders with futile determination. 20 crabman units had successfully established the beachhead, their numbers reduced from the initial assault wave, but still devastatingly effective. Suddenly, a massive water column erupted from the harbor surface. A giant humanoid silhouette burst through the cascading spray, landing with earth-shaking impact amongst the crabman formation. Gundam, screamed frontline defenders, their voices cracking with terror and disbelief. Heh heh, let's see how you lot fancy a taste of the heavy arms Gundam equipped with hedgehog artillery modules. Sol Yu murmured with predatory satisfaction, his tongue darting across his lips. The heavy arms leg module gears spun with mechanical precision as the Gundam glided across terrain like some nightmarish mechanical skateboarder. Its rapid-fire Gatling gun erupted in sustained bursts, muzzle flashes strobing like deadly lightning. Within seconds, rocket launchers, main battle tanks, and Hellcat mobile suits detonated in chain reactions, resembling ignited ammunition depots. Black smoke columns rose like funeral pyres as the heavy arms single-handedly carved through defensive positions. The Gundam penetrated deep into enemy territory, moving through Anglo-Saxon forces like a mechanical reaper harvesting souls. In the command center, Major General Cromwell watched the heavy arms rampage through his base's interior, destroying tanks, attack helicopters, and mobile suits with mechanical precision. Each explosion felt like a personal blow to his professional pride. Cromwell immediately ordered remaining forces to execute encirclement tactics. If concentrated firepower couldn't stop one Gundam, perhaps overwhelming numbers might succeed. The heavy arms glided to an open area suitable for the coming engagement, Sol positioning himself with tactical precision. Countless Hellcats, tanks, attack helicopters, and infantry converged on the lone Gundam like antibodies attacking an infection. The mechanical net tightened with military precision. Saul observed the encircling forces through his tactical display with complete calm, his voice carrying conversational ease. The simplest method for eliminating small numbers of enemies involves cutting escape routes and concentrating overwhelming firepower. The commanding officer's tactical choice is fundamentally sound, but he's made one critical error: attempting this strategy without understanding my heavy arms Gundam's true firepower capabilities. His finger found the master firing control. Every hedgehog artillery module opened simultaneously, unleashing a mechanical hurricane of guided missiles in all directions. The heavy arms disappeared within dense smoke clouds, as its weapons spoke with apocalyptic fury. 99% of the encircling forces simply ceased to exist. Distant war correspondents stood in stunned silence, their cameras capturing destruction beyond conventional military comprehension. How is this possible? Cromwell whispered, his hands gripping the command table's edge as tactical displays showed the impossible. A single mobile suit had eliminated 35% of Pemberton's entire defensive capacity in one devastating attack. The Crabman beachhead expanded unopposed as base defenses crumbled. Additional mobile suits, both Tiani and Rossovian units, poured through the breach like water through a broken dam. Ground forces followed, systematically securing critical facilities. Anglo-Saxon war correspondents broadcast increasingly desperate reports as Pemberton's fall became inevitable. Their voices carried the hollow tone of witnessing national catastrophe. A Hyaku shiki streaked overhead, its golden frame catching sunlight like some mechanical angel of destruction. Saul ejected the spent hedgehog artillery modules, checking ammunition levels with professional efficiency. His Gatling gun retained 300 rounds, shoulder-mounted missiles numbered 16, whilst the chest-mounted rotary cannon remained fully loaded. The heavy arms activated its backpack thrusters, launching skyward to seek additional targets. Saul's tactical display identified 12 Hellcats attempting to block a turtle boss advance. 16 missiles arced downward in perfect trajectories. Quick-reflexed pilots managed evasive maneuvers, but slower-reacting crews joined their machines in expanding fireballs. 4 survivors found themselves facing the heavy arms as it touched down amongst them. Gatling gun and rotary cannon fire reduced the Hellcats to scrap metal within seconds, their wreckage adding to Pemberton's mechanical graveyard. The Astaroth landed heavily near the base's central facilities, its 210mm rifle systematically destroying remaining Hellcats before Anthony Cross drew the demolition knife and carved through a communications array like butter. Scattered Anglo-Saxon personnel continued desperate resistance throughout the base. Major General Cromwell studied the tactical situation with professional detachment. Reinforcements had been annihilated, frontline units were routing, yet individual soldiers maintained fierce resistance despite hopeless circumstances. These brave men and women deserved better than dying in a battle already lost. Signal general surrender, Cromwell ordered his aide, his voice carrying quiet dignity. Walking to his private office, the general settled into his command chair and gazed upon the Anglo-Saxon flag, symbols of duty, honor, and sacrifice that had defined his entire career. Standing, Cromwell rendered one final salute to his nation's colors. Drawing his sidearm, he placed the barrel against his temple. The gunshot echoed through Pemberton's corridors like a funeral bell aboard a 500-meter Rossovian aerospace carrier. Major General Nadalisa listened to subordinate reports with characteristic composure. Her auburn hair was drawn into an elegant military bun that emphasized the sharp intelligence in her emerald eyes. Major General, Pemberton's commanding officer has taken his own life, reported her aide. Understood. I'll handle the transition arrangements. Nadalisa replied with professional courtesy that honored a worthy opponent's final choice. Anglo-Saxon war correspondents shared their military's dejection and despair, whilst Rossovian journalists celebrated alongside jubilant troops. The Anglo-Saxon Republic reeled under devastating strategic implications. Their most crucial first-line defense had fallen, leaving the entire defensive network vulnerable to systematic collapse. Worse news arrived from the southern reach, where Confederate remnants had exploited Anglo-Saxon distraction to reclaim several occupied territories. The Republic now faced potential three-front warfare, a nightmare scenario that dominated parliamentary emergency sessions. Most legislators agreed that operations against the theocracy of Aurea required immediate postponement. Several representatives proposed hiring mercenary forces, reasoning that if the Rossovians could employ Tianyi, the Republic should explore similar options. The logic proved compelling. Mercenary casualties wouldn't require government death benefits or family support, purely financial transactions without long-term obligations. Over 2/3 of Parliament endorsed the mercenary proposal within hours. Meanwhile, the Ocean Goddess Task Force and First Fleet prepared for extended occupation duties at captured Pemberton base, requiring resupply and reinforcement. Rossovian financial strategists immediately suspended Tianyi's contract during the maintenance period. No active combat meant no payment obligations. They would resume mercenary employment when operations recommenced. Rossovian government officials launched victory celebrations throughout major cities, their people rejoicing in triumph over the Anglo-Saxon Republic. Today's battle results perfectly embodied war's eternal truth. Some rejoice whilst others mourn victory and defeat, separated by the thinnest margins of fate and firepower. Chapter 133, Simulation Control at Pemberton Island Military Base. The defeated Anglo-Saxon soldiers hung their heads in dejection, their spirits crushed as thoroughly as their defensive lines. Under Rossovian supervision, they shuffled aboard prisoner transport vessels like broken marionettes, bound for internment facilities that would become their home for the foreseeable future. Draco Varlan found himself navigating the base's curved corridors when fate orchestrated an unexpected collision with a red-haired Rossovian second lieutenant. Recognition sparked immediately. This was one of the 4 pilots he'd encountered at that restaurant, her fiery hair unmistakable even in military dress. Terribly sorry, Draco offered with characteristic politeness, extending his hand to help her up. Lieutenant Ivan harbored no particular fondness for Tianyi mercenaries, but her own inattention had caused the collision. Professional courtesy demanded civility, despite her personal reservations. She grasped his offered hand, allowing him to assist her to her feet. "Thank you," she replied curtly, brushing dust from her uniform. Draco nodded politely and continued on his way, leaving Ivan staring after his retreating figure. Memory stirred. She definitely recognized him as the mobile suit pilot who'd shared Anthony's table at that restaurant. Something about his face nagged at her consciousness, familiar yet frustratingly elusive. A hand suddenly landed on Ivan's shoulder, causing her to nearly jump out of her skin. "Bloody hell," she yelped, spinning around. "Marina," Ivan breathed, recognizing her squadron mate. "You nearly gave me a heart attack." "Ivan," you were staring rather intensely. Marina teased with obvious mischief. Spotted yourself a handsome fellow, have you? Ivan rolled her eyes dramatically. Hardly. That bloke who just walked off. Wasn't he one of the mobile suit pilots we saw at the restaurant, dining with Anthony? Marina studied Draco's retreating form, her brow furrowing in concentration. When he turned into another corridor, offering a brief profile view, recognition dawned like sunrise. Captain Dragon, she whispered. You know him? Ivan asked with obvious curiosity. Initially at the restaurant, I thought he looked familiar. Later, back at base, I was scrolling through my mobile when it clicked. The Staunton incident. Marina recounted the historical engagement that had made Draco legendary. Ivan's eyes widened with sudden understanding. Of course, no wonder he seemed so familiar. He's the ace Gundam pilot. That explains why Gorky mentioned meeting Captain Dragon and all the girls in our squadron went completely barmy. Speaking of which, Marina continued with renewed enthusiasm. Fancy a trip to the Tiani mercenary facility. They've set up mobile suit simulation battles, and loads of our mates are having a go. You can actually select their Gundams for combat scenarios in the simulation pods. Ivan's eyes lit up like Christmas morning, her previous animosity momentarily forgotten in the face of such tantalizing possibility. Are you having me on? We can actually pilot their Gundams. She grabbed Marina's shoulders with obvious excitement. Ivan, calm yourself. Not actual Gundam piloting, just simulation pod experiences where you can select Gundams as your combat units. Doesn't matter a jot. Take me there immediately. I absolutely must try piloting a Gundam. Right then, follow me, Marina said, leading her eager friend forward whilst thinking to herself. For someone who claims to despise Tiani mercenaries, she's remarkably excited about piloting their Gundams, even in simulation. Actions speak louder than words, don't they? Marina guided Ivan to a factory facility that Tiani had temporarily converted into an entertainment complex. Inside, numerous simulation pods lined the walls like mechanical cocoons, whilst massive holographic projection screens dominated the central space. Multiple displays showed different scenarios: one-on-one mobile suit duels, 2 versus 2 team battles, and larger squadron engagements. The demographic split was immediately apparent. Tiani mercenaries comprised the majority, with Rossovian personnel forming a distinct minority. The atmosphere buzzed with competitive energy, as Tiani pilots cheered at their screens with raucous enthusiasm. Tear them apart, reduce those Rossovian pilots to whimpering puppies, send them home crying to mummy for milk. Ivan frowned at the aggressive commentary. Do these Tiani pilots genuinely trounce our people this thoroughly? Much as I hate admitting it, Marina replied with reluctant honesty, it's absolutely true. Ivan struggled to accept this reality when nearby jeering erupted. The screens showed a GM custom mobile suit defeating a Raptor unit in spectacular fashion. 2 simulation pods opened simultaneously, disgorging their occupants, both Tiani mercenary pilots. Oi, old Mac, how'd you manage to barlocks that up so badly? Raptor mobile suits supposedly possess near Gundam performance levels, don't they? Your defeat's genuinely shocking, mate. Old Mac scratched his head sheepishly. It's not what you think, lads. Honestly, whilst Raptor units do approach Gundam specifications, they are bloody difficult to operate properly. Skeptical colleagues immediately challenged this assertion, several volunteering to pilot Raptor units in demonstration battles. Results proved mixed. Some won, others lost, but unanimous consensus emerged regarding operational complexity. Ivan and Marina approached these Tiani pilots seeking clarification. Initially dismissive, the mercenaries softened when Marina employed feminine wiles. Please, big brother, she cooed with exaggerated sweetness. Little sister desperately wants to understand. The obvious manipulation proved effective through sheer embarrassment. Try operating one yourselves, they suggested. Experience speaks louder than explanation. The two women exchanged glances before entering simulation pods and selecting Raptor mobile suits. Ivan and Marina found Raptor performance genuinely superior to any Rossovian service mobile suit. However, operational complexity seemed negligible. Controls responded similarly to familiar domestic machines. Emerging from their pods, both women reported minimal operational difficulty. Tianyi pilots greeted this assessment with obvious skepticism, prompting one to suggest they try piloting standard Tianyi production units. Ivan and Marina selected different Dagger variants, discovering to their amazement that these machines operated with stunning simplicity. Both women concluded that Dagger mobile suits were so intuitive that reasonably intelligent children could pilot them effectively. Precisely, a Tianyi pilot confirmed with obvious pride. Simple operation means better combat performance. Many pilots survive battlefields specifically because our machines don't fight their operators. Tianyi personnel displayed uniform expressions of satisfaction and superiority. Ivan suddenly remembered her original goal, piloting a Gundam. She re-entered a simulation pod, selecting a Gundam unit, though she noticed weapon configurations were restricted. Her opponent, another Tianyi pilot, also chose a Gundam for their duel. Ivan found Gundam operation moderately complex, but significantly simpler than Rossovian mobile suits. Ranking operational difficulty, Tianyi production units proved easiest, Gundams moderately challenging, and Rossovian machines genuinely difficult. Despite eventual defeat, Ivan recognized Gundam performance as genuinely revolutionary. Calling them impossible achievements of current technology wouldn't be hyperbole. Moreover, claims that Raptor performance approached Gundam levels were demonstrably false. The capability gap remained vast, almost insurmountable. As Ivan emerged from her simulation experience, she carried newfound respect for Tianyi's technological superiority and a sobering understanding of why Rossovian forces struggled against such overwhelming mechanical advantages. The Gundam age had truly begun, and traditional mobile suit warfare would never be the same. Chapter 134, Contested Territory. After the Rossovian Union successfully captured Pemberton Island military base from the Anglo-Saxon Republic, the Cathayan Empire made their own strategic move, striking whilst the iron was hot. The Anglo-Saxon Republic suddenly found themselves facing simultaneous assaults from two of the Earth sphere's most formidable military powers. This dire situation forced them to redeploy three-quarters of their Southern Reach occupation forces to frontline positions, desperately reinforcing their crumbling defensive perimeters. Confederate remnants in the Southern Reach seized this golden opportunity with both hands. Guerrilla forces that had been scattered and demoralized suddenly coalesced into a proper resistance movement, reclaiming over half their lost territories, whilst Anglo-Saxon attention remained focused elsewhere. From the Anglo-Saxon government's perspective, the Rossovian Union represented the primary existential threat. The Cathayan Empire's involvement seemed more opportunistic than genuinely menacing. The Cathayan Empire's strategic calculus was transparently clear. They absolutely couldn't allow the Rossovians to control the entire first-line encirclement that had previously contained both great powers. This so-called encirclement consisted of Anglo-Saxon, Sunrise Empire, and selected maritime alliance nations maintaining a network of island military installations. The Anglo-Saxon Republic had orchestrated this two-tier containment strategy. The first line established through international cooperation, with over half the bases under Anglo-Saxon control, whilst the second defensive line remained entirely under Republic sovereignty. When the first-line installations came under assault, neither the Sunrise Empire nor Maritime Alliance partners provided immediate military assistance to their supposed allies. Two factors explained this calculated inaction. Firstly, none of the attacked installations belonged directly to these nations. Secondly, they preferred maintaining strategic ambiguity whilst observing how events unfolded. As the first containment line approached complete collapse, these fair-weather allies immediately announced their withdrawal from the alliance, prioritizing self-preservation over collective security obligations. Upon receiving news of this diplomatic abandonment, Anglo-Saxon leadership made a shrewd tactical decision. As Cathayan forces began systematically attacking additional island installations, the Republic immediately ceded all Cathayan targets without resistance, redeploying these garrison forces to reinforce their anti-Rossovian front lines. This calculated strategic retreat reflected Anglo-Saxon intelligence assessments, recognizing that the Cathayan Empire sought to prevent Rossovian domination of the entire first-line defensive network. If the Rossovians achieved complete success, Cathayan maritime approaches would fall under Rossovian surveillance, an unacceptable outcome for Cathayan national security interests. The Cathayan Empire had long coveted these Anglo-Saxon first-line installations. This heaven-sent opportunity demanded immediate exploitation before circumstances changed. Anglo-Saxon strategic analysts concluded that the Cathayans equally opposed Rossovian victory, becoming too comprehensive. Should Rossovian forces capture significant numbers of second-line installations, the Cathayans wouldn't compete for these maritime bases. Instead, they'd likely attack Rossovian rear areas, whilst Rossovian forces remained committed to frontline operations. Therefore, the Anglo-Saxon Republic resolved to concentrate overwhelming force against Rossovian advances first. On the Ocean Goddess Task Force's fourth day at Pemberton Base, reinforcements arrived carrying both fresh personnel and revolutionary new mobile suit technology. The new machines stood 19 meters tall, featuring distinctive twin antennae flanking their heads and visor-like optical sensors that resembled mechanical sunglasses. 3 pairs of main thrusters dominated their dorsal sections, whilst smaller secondary units were mounted on waists and legs. These cutting-edge mobile suits bore the designation Strelborg. Unlike flying fox units that sacrificed defensive capability for raw speed, the Strelborg achieved velocities exceeding flying fox performance whilst incorporating newly developed armor plating and significantly enhanced weapon systems. 10 Strelborg units had arrived for combat evaluation. Lieutenant Ivan tested her assigned Strelborg with obvious excitement, discovering performance specifications that marginally exceeded even Raptor mobile suits. Meanwhile, the First Fleet received their own reinforcements and equipment deliveries at Pemberton Base, including the latest Tianyi development, Gundam Gyusion Heavy Arms Type. Anthony Cross personally conducted field testing of Gundam Gyusion, attracting immediate attention from Rossovian war correspondents covering their national fleet operations. Learning of the Gundam trials, reporters rushed to the testing area and established live broadcast coverage. their commentary mixing professional analysis with obvious national pride. Initially, the correspondent expressed genuine excitement about witnessing Tiany's newest Gundam technology at such proximity, describing the privilege of experiencing next-generation mobile suit capabilities firsthand. However, when comparing the Gundam's performance against their nation's latest Strelborg units, the reporter's expression shifted to barely concealed deflation. Despite obvious disappointment, journalistic integrity compelled honest assessment. Our Strelborg mobile suits represent genuine excellence, he admitted with visible reluctance. But I cannot deny that compared to Gundam performance, we still face considerable technological gaps. Nevertheless, I maintain absolute faith that our nation will develop even more powerful mobile suits. Rosovian Union, fight on. His final declaration emerged as a defiant shout, fist clenched with patriotic determination. Rosovian government officials renewed First Fleet contracts, but with modified operational parameters. Rather than offensive operations against additional targets, Tiany would now defend Pemberton Island Base. Pemberton represented far more than merely the first containment line's strategic choke point. It had become the ultimate prize, contested by both Rosovian and Anglo-Saxon military strategists. Rosovian retention of Pemberton provided a perfect launching platform for three-pronged assaults against the second defensive line. Should any second-line installation fall, Anglo-Saxon home territories would face direct threat. Anglo-Saxon recapture of Pemberton would restore forward logistics capabilities, whilst enabling independent strikes against Rosovian mainland frontier installations. Both powers were now massing unprecedented military strength. The Rosovians absolutely had to retain their captured prize, whilst the Anglo-Saxons were equally determined to reclaim their lost stronghold. The approaching battle would be brutal beyond measure throughout the Earth and colonial spheres. Nations and media organizations focused intense attention on this impending clash of titans. In his private quarters, Draco Varlan interfaced with the AGE system, uploading comprehensive battlefield data and combat specifications from every mobile suit encountered during recent engagements. The AGE system responded by generating theoretical weapon designs that remained beyond current manufacturing capabilities. Draco recognized that significant technological advancement would be required before these concepts could achieve practical implementation. Stretching languidly, he mused aloud, "Tomorrow's going to be one hell of a fight." Draco left his quarters and headed towards the mess hall, where an elaborate feast awaited. Tables groaned under the weight of aromatic delicacies, representing cuisines from across human space. Every conceivable beverage save alcohol was available, a final indulgence for mercenaries about to risk their lives. Tiany personnel attacked the sumptuous spread with obvious relish, savoring what might be their last peaceful meal. Draco selected his preferred dishes and found an available seat, only to be joined by Petunia and her younger sister Pear. The sisters chose their own favorites before settling nearby, Pear deliberately arranging seating so Petunia sat directly beside Draco, while she positioned herself opposite both. As Pear ate, she observed the pair with obvious curiosity. Her sharp eyes noted that both Draco and Petunia had selected identical meals: grilled sausages, pan-seared salmon, medium-rare steaks, onion rings, mapo tofu and scallion pancakes. Even their beverages, watermelon juice and desserts, lychee cream puffs, matched perfectly. Pear found this culinary synchronicity fascinating. She hadn't expected her sister and Draco to share such remarkably similar tastes. Petunia noticed her sister's inattention to food, instead focusing entirely on observing her dinner companions with undisguised interest. Petunia began with slight exasperation. You might actually try eating something instead of conducting surveillance. Pear grinned mischievously. Just making observations, sister dear, quite interesting ones actually. Draco glanced between the siblings with mild amusement, recognizing the family dynamic at play. Tomorrow would bring chaos and violence, but tonight offered these small moments of human connection, perhaps the most valuable treasure of all. Chapter 135. Things aren't what you think. Pear, do get on with your meal. It'll go stone cold if you don't. Petunia chided gently. Pear picked up her roasted chicken drumstick, taking a hearty bite whilst observing. Sister dear, you and the boss have identical tastes in absolutely everything. Only then did Draco and Petunia notice their remarkably synchronized meal selections, a realization that sparked an odd flutter of awareness between them. Draco was mid-sip of watermelon juice, when Pear's next observation caught him completely off guard. Looking at you both like this, I'd say sister and the boss make a rather perfect match. Cough, 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 Draco spluttered desperately, juice threatening to escape through his nose as he fought for breath. Petunia's expression shifted to mortified embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shot her sister a warning glare. Pear, what absolute nonsense are you spouting? From a nearby table, Jaina Zhu caught Pear's comment and couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Little one, now that you mention it, I genuinely think your sister and the boss do have that married couple look about them. Beside her, Neria began whistling teasingly, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Petunia shot to her feet, her voice climbing to near hysteria. Jaina, what rubbish are you talking? And Neria, why are you encouraging this nonsense? Her flustered outburst only encouraged the mischief makers further. Several mercenaries who lived for such entertainment joined in with raucous whistling and good-natured catcalls. Draco raised his hand firmly, cutting through the commotion to rescue Petunia from her ordeal. The room fell silent immediately, though every mercenary's gaze remained fixed on their leader, eager to gauge his reaction to this unexpected development. We've got a proper battle tomorrow, Draco stated with characteristic directness. Pack in this silly carrying on. Besides, romance isn't exactly on my priority list at the moment. The deflating disappointment was palpable as the would-be matchmakers returned glumly to their meals, their entertainment thoroughly squashed. However, Jaina's curiosity proved persistent. But boss, if you were to pursue someone romantically, what sort of woman would catch your fancy? Neria proved even more provocative, adding with obvious mischief, yes, boss, what's your type? Someone like us, perhaps, or more like Petunia. Do tell us what appeals to you. The mercenaries' gossip-hungry souls reignited instantly, every pair of eyes locked onto Draco with renewed fascination. Draco glanced around the room, first at the Zhu sisters, then at the other female mercenaries present, before his gaze finally settled on Petunia. I suppose I'd be drawn to someone like Petunia, gentle yet strong, that sort of woman. Petunia's entire face transformed into a brilliant shade of scarlet, her embarrassment so intense she appeared ready to combust spontaneously. Sensing blood in the water, Jaina pressed her advantage mercilessly. And do you find Petunia attractive, boss? Would she fit your ideal type? Draco studied Petunia's mortified expression before responding thoughtfully. As for having a specific type, I honestly don't think I do. Perhaps I'm more concerned with inner qualities than appearances. That said, Petunia is undeniably beautiful. I'd be daft to deny that, but I stand by what I said. I'm attracted to that combination of gentleness and strength she possesses. Petunia fled the scene as if pursued by demons, her embarrassment having reached absolutely unbearable levels. Sister, Pear abandoned her drumstick immediately, chasing after her mortified sibling. Watching Petunia's hasty retreat, Draco turned to the remaining audience with genuine concern. I say, did I go too far with that lot? More than too far. You've left the poor girl ready to disappear through the floorboards, thought every person present, though none possessed sufficient courage to voice such honesty to their employer. Receiving no response to his query, Draco noticed the sisters' barely touched meals sitting abandoned. Rising purposefully, he collected a tray and gathered both plates, determined to ensure the young women didn't go hungry due to his thoughtless words. As their boss departed on his mission of culinary diplomacy, the mercenaries erupted in whispered speculation about whether romance was blooming and if Petunia might soon become their employer's wife. After making discreet enquiries, Draco learned the sisters had retreated to their shared quarters. Petunia lay face down on her bed, convinced she'd made an absolute spectacle of herself. Though she'd done nothing inappropriate, the entire episode left her burning with humiliation. Pear watched her motionless sister with growing guilt, wondering if her innocent observations had caused genuine harm. She stood helplessly nearby, unsure how to offer comfort. The door chime interrupted the uncomfortable silence. Pear opened it to find Draco standing in the corridor, tray in hand. Boss, Petunia lifted her head just enough to confirm the visitor's identity, before immediately burying her face deeper into her pillow. Draco entered and set the tray on their small table. You barely touched your food, so I brought it over. Can't have you going hungry. Pear's eyes gleamed with mischievous inspiration as she gathered her own plate and drink. Actually, boss, I think I'll finish eating in the mess hall. Perhaps you could persuade my sister to eat something. Pear, Petunia's head snapped up in alarm, but her sister had already vanished, leaving the door firmly closed behind her. Finding herself alone with Draco, Petunia immediately resumed her pillow diving position. Come on then, you need to eat, Draco encouraged gently. Starving yourself isn't healthy. Petunia reluctantly extracted herself from the bed, using her hair as a curtain to hide her still burning cheeks as she settled at the table and began picking at the food. After consuming several onion rings, she summoned enough courage to speak. Boss, you didn't eat much either, did you? Would you like to join me? That's thoughtful, but I'll grab something later when... The door burst open before Draco could finish his polite refusal. Pear reappeared bearing Draco's abandoned meal and drink, setting everything beside her sister's place. Your food, boss. Thought you two might enjoy eating together. Much appreciated, thank you. Pear hastily retreated, closing the door behind her whilst making encouraging gestures, clearly cheering for her sister's romantic prospects. Jaina and Neria arrived at precisely that moment, immediately recognizing the significance of Pear's enthusiastic pantomime. Is the boss inside? Jaina whispered urgently. Yes, he's in there with my sister. Pear confirmed innocently. The Zhu sisters' gossip radar activated instantly, both women pressing their ears shamelessly against the door. Aviana happened upon this undignified scene, her eyebrows rising in disapproval. What on earth are you lot doing? After Neria whispered a hasty explanation, Aviana promptly joined the eavesdropping party without a moment's hesitation. Inside the room, Petunia rose to fetch a napkin but stumbled slightly. Draco moved with lightning reflexes, catching her before she could fall. The resulting sounds of their brief collision sent the corridor listeners into overdrive. Oh, blimey. The boss and Petunia are moving rather fast, aren't they? Good Lord, are they actually? You know, combining forces. What does combining forces mean? Pear asked with genuine innocence. Aviana quickly covered Pear's ears. That's grown-up knowledge, little one. Why don't you pop back to the mess for some pudding? Pear tilted her head thoughtfully before deciding she was indeed still peckish. Wandering off contentedly, the 3 remaining women resumed their surveillance operation. Other Tiani personnel passing by initially found the behavior odd, but upon learning the supposed situation, each immediately joined the growing crowd of corridor lurkers. Colonel Shrek encountered this undignified gathering during his evening rounds, his voice booming with disapproval. "What the devil are you reprobates up to?" After receiving whispered intelligence, Shrek launched into a righteous lecture. "This is the boss's private business. You lot should be bloody ashamed of such gossip mongering." Every eavesdropper immediately raised their middle fingers in unified contempt. Shrek's moral outrage proved entirely hypocritical. While delivering his sanctimonious speech, his own body and ear had pressed firmly against the door, earning him universal scorn from his audience. Inside the room, Petunia accidentally stubbed her toe against the bed frame whilst reaching for something. "Oh, that bloody hurts." The corridor crowd's eyes widened in shock. Had the boss and Petunia just crossed that particular threshold, Draco guided Petunia to sit on the bed, gently placing her injured foot across his lap to examine the damage. "Easy does it, where's the pain?" The innocent exchange sent the eavesdroppers' imaginations into absolute overdrive. Everyone's thoughts ran along identical lines. Could this be Petunia's first time? Only first-time experiences cause such requests for gentleness. "How's this pressure?" That's much better." Petunia's subsequent sounds, small gasps, soft ohs, and gentle sighs of relief as Draco massaged her bruised toe, provided entirely innocent audio that the corridor audience interpreted through their collective gutter minds. The expressions outside grew increasingly scandalized, as they convinced themselves they were witnessing passionate romance rather than basic first aid. Suddenly, the door swung open. Every single eavesdropper tumbled forward in an undignified heap, their espionage operation spectacularly exposed. "What the bloody hell?" Multiple voices cried out in pain and surprise as bodies collided in a most ungraceful fashion. Draco stared down at the writhing pile of his subordinates, his expression darkening considerably. "What exactly are you lot playing at?" Petunia remained perched on the bed, her face a mask of pure bewilderment as she surveyed the human domino effect. The fallen spies scrambled to their feet and snapped to attention with military precision. Colonel Shrek attempted damage control with a knowing grin. "Boss, with tomorrow's big battle approaching, you'll want to conserve your energy properly." "Obviously, I'm aware of that," Draco replied curtly. He then addressed the entire group with genuine confusion. "But what were you all doing pressed against my door?" Jaina deflected expertly. "Boss, you've got to understand. When it's a woman's first time, you need to be particularly gentle. Don't want to cause unnecessary pain, if you catch my meaning." "Ah," Draco looked genuinely mystified by this seemingly random advice. Petunia appeared equally baffled, rising from the bed and taking a few limping steps. "What on earth are you people on about?" Neria's expression turned dramatically sympathetic. "Good heavens, Petunia. Boss, you really could have been more considerate, knowing it was her first time and all. Look at her, the poor girl can barely walk properly." The penny finally dropped for Draco, realization dawning like a particularly mortifying sunrise. Petunia grasped the implications simultaneously, her face transforming into a shade of crimson that defied natural physics. Steam practically rose from her scalp as the full horror of the misunderstanding hit home. "It's not what you think at all," she shrieked at maximum volume. Every person in the corridor clapped their hands over their ears as Petunia's voice achieved decibel levels capable of shattering glass. Her mortification complete, and their collective mistake finally. devastatingly clear. Chapter 136, Fierce Battle Between Two Armies, Bloody Hell. Never thought the Anglo-Saxon Republic would start hiring rival mercenary outfits. One GM Roman II pilot remarked through the communications channel, "Doesn't matter how many competitors they throw at us, we'll still give 'em all a proper thrashing." His wingman replied with characteristic confidence. Both GM Roman II pilots maintained casual banter, whilst systematically eliminating targets, their conversation peppered with mockery about the inconsistent quality of enemy mercenary mobile suits. The sheer volume of kills they were racking up would likely force military assessments to be completely reconsidered. Draco Varlan piloted his Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type with mechanical precision, downing his 30th mobile suit, a mixture of Anglo-Saxon military units and mercenary machines, with hired guns comprising the majority. Seems the Anglo-Saxon Republic has hired every available mercenary outfit to bog us down and wear us thin, Draco observed whilst dispatching another enemy unit with surgical accuracy. Combined Anglo-Saxon military and mercenary forces outnumbered the Rossovian Union and Tianyi forces by more than 2-1, an overwhelming numerical advantage that should have guaranteed victory. The Anglo-Saxon Republic's hired mercenaries concentrated their efforts on containing the First Fleet, creating a tactical bottleneck that prevented Tianyi from deploying their full potential. Lieutenant Ivan engaged a Raptor mobile suit in her Strelborg, beam weapons and projectiles crossing in deadly arcs. As both pilots sought decisive advantage, neither managed clean hits in the opening exchange, their machines dancing through three-dimensional combat space with deadly grace. The battle raged across sky and sea in a brutal stalemate, neither side capable of overwhelming the other through conventional tactics alone. However, beneath the churning ocean surface, the Rossovians held decisive advantage, thanks entirely to Tianyi's amphibious crabman and turtle boss units. Most Anglo-Saxon mercenary organizations lacked underwater combat capabilities entirely. Those few that possessed submersible mobile suits deployed obsolete machines utterly incapable of matching the agility and firepower of Tianyi's specialized amphibious units. Anglo-Saxon submarine squadrons desperately launched torpedo salvos, hoping to eliminate even a handful of the marauding crabman and turtle boss units, whilst frantically requesting surface fleet support. Surface vessels could only deploy depth charges and anti-submarine missiles, inadequate measures against such sophisticated underwater threats. Anglo-Saxon commanders found themselves completely stymied by these amphibious units' unprecedented underwater maneuverability. This represented their first encounter with such technology, leaving them without effective countermeasures. Several crabman and turtle boss units breached enemy defensive perimeters, coordinating to obliterate an entire mobile suit submarine in spectacular fashion. Surviving submarines immediately launched all remaining Sea Cat units, determined to eliminate the mechanical intruders that had penetrated their supposedly secure underwater domain. Ivan fought desperately to defeat her opponent, eventually succeeding but suffering severe damage, her Strelborg's right leg completely severed by enemy fire. Communications crackled through her cockpit as the Ocean Goddess issued recall orders, commanding immediate return for repairs and rearmament. During her return journey, Ivan witnessed two Gundams, Gundam Gyusion and Strike Gundam, systematically eliminating 4 Raptor units with contemptuous ease. "Is strange," she muttered to herself. "Aren't Tianyi mercenaries supposed to be tied down by their competitors?" Aboard the Ocean Goddess carrier, Ivan emerged from her cockpit and accepted an energy drink from maintenance personnel, sipping whilst watching technicians swiftly replace damaged components with practiced efficiency. Knowing repairs would require at least an hour, she headed for the temporary rest area where several colleagues recuperated between sorties, nursing beverages whilst sprawled across comfortable seating. One male colleague activated a three-dimensional holographic display, monitoring current battle developments with professional interest. "How's the tactical situation looking, Victor?" Ivan inquired, settling beside him. Victor glanced up with recognition. Ivan, good to see you made it back in one piece." He gestured toward surface battle displays. "Topside, we're definitely on the back foot. This is their backyard. They know these waters better than we do, plus they've got significant numerical superiority." His finger shifted to underwater tactical feeds. "Below the surface, however, we hold commanding advantage. Those Tiani crabmen and turtle boss units are absolutely devastating. Their underwater agility makes them nearly impossible to target with conventional torpedoes or missiles, and they're systematically destroying enemy submarines and mobile suits." Another colleague interjected, "I've heard our superiors are extremely interested in those amphibious units. Apparently, high-ranking officials have approached Tiani leadership about potential large-scale procurement deals." Victor turned to Ivan. "Have you heard anything about this through family channels?" "Nothing concrete," Ivan replied. "Combat operations have kept me too busy for family communications." "What about aerial combat developments?" Victor leaned back thoughtfully. "Air battles quite interesting, actually. Tiani faces massive numerical disadvantage from all those mercenary outfits, but frankly, they are fighting a rabble. Enemy mercenary mobile suits are inferior not just to Tiani equipment, but even to our standard military issue machines. Tiani's production models are systematically dismantling these mercenary forces, whilst their Gundams are conducting what can only be described as mechanical genocide." Ivan nodded. "I spotted several Gundams operating in our combat zone during my return flight." "Exactly," Victor confirmed. "Those mercenary forces pose absolutely zero threat to Tiani operations, so their commanders are redeploying Gundams to support our areas of engagement. Additionally, several Gundams are conducting underwater operations. Their contribution to our subsurface advantage can't be understated." Their previous conversation partner added, "Though those amphibious units remain the primary factor in underwater superiority." "Undoubtedly the main reason," Victor agreed. A logistics sergeant knocked and entered, informing several pilots that their mobile suits had completed repairs and were ready for redeployment. Their colleague rose with determination. "Ivan, Victor, I'm heading back out. When we achieve victory, we'll celebrate with proper vodka." "Excellent. May fortune favor your combat," both replied in unison. Ivan studied current battle displays, noting how aerial and underwater campaigns were gradually clarifying in their favor, Rossovian forces gaining decisive momentum. However, she felt no particular elation about these developments. Their advantageous position depended entirely on hired Tiani mercenaries. Surface naval combat without Tiani participation clearly favored enemy forces. Without Tiani support, aerial and underwater battles would likely have gone disastrously wrong. They might already have faced complete defeat. This realization deeply troubled Ivan. Tiani remained a private military organization motivated purely by profit. Today they fought Anglo-Saxon forces for Rossovian payment. Tomorrow they might accept Anglo-Saxon contracts against Rossovian interests, should such circumstances arise. Could Rossovian military forces withstand Tiani's technological superiority? Meanwhile, the Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type eliminated 4 Raptor units within 60 seconds of engaging them. Wielding twin GN rifles, Draco landed consecutive hits on a 5th Raptor, the target exploding in brilliant pyrotechnics. Colonel Ises aboard the Tempest contacted Draco with intelligence updates. Additional enemy mercenary forces were joining the engagement zone. "They're trying to overwhelm us through sheer numbers," Draco thought grimly. "Understood, Colonel. I'll handle the new arrivals personally." "Captain Draco, I'm deploying 2 Gundams and 2 mobile suit squadrons as reinforcement." "Acknowledged." The Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type accelerated toward its destination, leaving brilliant azure contrails across the battlefield as it prepared to demonstrate why Tianyi commanded premium rates for their services. The Anglo-Saxon Republic was about to learn that quantity rarely trumped quality when facing truly superior technology and piloting skills. Chapter 137, Unstoppable Force. We've thrown everything we've bloody got at them. Mobile suits, fighters, the lot, and we can't even scratch one Gundam. This job's turned into a right bloody disaster. Should have never taken this sodding contract in the first place. Mercenary commanders and outfit bosses wailed in despair across communication channels, watching their forces systematically obliterated whilst failing to down a single enemy Gundam. Their fighters and mobile suits fell like autumn leaves in a hurricane. The Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type caught supply drones delivering rocket launchers and GN beam cannons with mechanical precision. Draco wielded both weapons simultaneously, unleashing devastating volleys that eliminated mercenary mobile suits and fighters in brilliant explosions. The Justice Goddess penetrated enemy defensive lines with contemptuous ease, a single machine carving through organized resistance like a hot knife through butter. "Stop that Gundam. For God's sake, stop it." A mercenary commander's voice cracked with hysteria as he watched the Justice Goddess bearing down on his flagship. Countless projectiles and beam weapons failed to find their mark as the Gundam weaved through defensive fire with supernatural grace. "No," the commander's final scream echoed through communication channels before his vessel erupted in spectacular fashion. The Justice Goddess punched a hole clean through the target warship's bow before immediately acquiring its next victim. Surviving mercenary vessels desperately created interlocking fields of beam cannon and missile fire, hoping to keep the mechanical demon at bay through sheer volume of ordnance. Suddenly, a massive cannon blast tore through multiple mercenary warships in sequence, their hulls splitting like overripe fruit. The devastating shot originated from the ZZ Gundam's head-mounted high-energy cannon. Anthony Cross followed up with Gundam Gyusion's long-range electromagnetic sniper rifle, punching through enemy bow sections with surgical precision. The second and third vessels suffered identical fates as Anthony demonstrated his marksmanship prowess. A squadron of 105 Dagger mobile suits provided protective screening, ensuring no mercenary fighters or mobile suits could threaten Gundam Gyusion's devastating long-range assault. The coordinated fire from ZZ and Gyusion created the opening Draco needed. The Justice Goddess exploited the breach immediately, systematically eliminating several mercenary warships in quick succession. Signal flares burst across the battlefield as mercenary commanders ordered general retreat. Once the first mercenary outfit fled, others followed in rapid succession. Nobody wanted to die for a paycheck, especially when the money wasn't worth facing mechanical annihilation. The battlefield exodus accelerated as common sense overcame contractual obligations. Anglo-Saxon military commanders desperately contacted fleeing mercenaries, demanding they return to combat. Most mercenary outfits simply refused communications, Those who answered delivered colorful responses to Anglo-Saxon authority figures. "I'm here to earn money I can bloody well spend, not get myself killed on some suicide mission. Sod this, I'm refunding your bleeding money. Consider my company permanently withdrawn from Anglo-Saxon territory." Anglo-Saxon military officials hadn't anticipated dealing with such uncompromising pragmatists. They'd paid good money for services that mercenaries now refused to provide. As mercenary forces abandoned the battlefield, the First Fleet redeployed mobile suit squadrons against Anglo-Saxon naval forces. Anglo-Saxon surface fleets found themselves under attack from below. Their submarine forces had been systematically eliminated, allowing crabman and turtle boss units to concentrate firepower against surface vessels. Battle momentum had shifted decisively toward Rossovian forces. Anglo-Saxon military units faced systematic defeat across all engagement zones. Persica piloted the Star Water Goddess Gundam with lethal efficiency, her GN rocket cannon punching through a Raptor mobile suit before switching to GN rifle and eliminating 3 Hellcat units in rapid succession. Lieutenant Ivan witnessed this display from her Strelborg cockpit, consumed by envious admiration. She would gladly sacrifice 10 years of life expectancy for the privilege of piloting such advanced technology. Warning klaxons shrieked through her cockpit as a Raptor mobile suit closed with beam saber raised. Ivan's Strelborg drew its own energy blade for defensive action. A rocket streaked past Ivan's machine, obliterating the attacking Raptor in spectacular fashion. Ivan spun around, discovering the Star Water Goddess had fired the life-saving shot. Before Ivan could open communications to protest such reckless friendly fire, the Gundam had already departed for other targets. Bloody hell, one wrong move and I'd be space debris right now. When this battle ends, I'm having words with that pilot. Ivan snarled into her helmet microphone. Persica remained unaware of Ivan's resentment. Her tactical computers had confirmed 0 friendly fire probability. She'd acted without hesitation. Sal Yu equipped the Strike Gundam with Sword Striker Pack, wielding the anti-ship sword to cleave 2 Raptor units in spectacular fashion. A Hyaku Shiki fired its mega bazooka, the devastating shot tearing an Anglo-Saxon mobile suit carrier completely in half like paper. Additional Gundams employed anti-ship rifle lasers, each shot punching through warship bow sections with mechanical precision. The Justice Goddess F-Type wielded its GN launcher, a single sweeping shot bisecting 2 aerial warships simultaneously. Every Gundam dominated their respective engagement zones, systematically eliminating mobile suits and capital ships with unstoppable efficiency. Lieutenant General Trevor, Anglo-Saxon operational commander, observed the tactical situation from his command center with growing despair. Submarine forces had been virtually annihilated. Of 6 surface fleets, 4 were completely destroyed whilst 2 faced imminent collapse. 9 aerial squadrons had been reduced to 5 eliminated, 3 severely damaged, and 1 relatively intact. I never imagined Gundams possessed such devastating combat capability, General Trevor admitted with bitter frustration. A captain approached with urgent intelligence. "Sir, 4 support aerial fleets are approaching the combat zone. The Victory Goddess is attached to the lead formation." Trevor immediately issued orders. "Command Victory Goddess to engage long-range main battery fire, providing cover for General Fleet withdrawal." Aboard the Tempest's bridge, sensor operators detected incoming threat signatures. Massive energy discharge approaching our position. Colonel Eses responded instantly. "GN field to maximum power. Execute emergency evasion maneuvers." A colossal golden beam streaked toward the Tempest, its hull wreathed in dense azure GN particles as defensive systems engaged. The golden lance struck the GN field barrier, causing the solar furnace to spin at maximum output, whilst generating even denser particle clouds. The devastating beam failed to penetrate Tiany's defensive technology. Colonel Ises breathed heavily, amazed by the GN field's protective capabilities. The demonstration shocked observers throughout the battle zone. Anglo-Saxon military leaders couldn't believe their most advanced weapon, the Victory Goddess destruction cannon, had been completely negated. More disturbing was the realization that Tiany possessed defensive shield technology that Anglo-Saxon scientists hadn't even theorized. General Trevor recovered from his shock quickly. The Victory Goddess had targeted the Tempest, hoping to cripple Tiany's command capabilities, an opportunity that had failed spectacularly. Recognizing the futility of engaging Tiany's advanced technology, Trevor redirected fire toward Rossovian forces. Draco and fellow Gundam pilots accelerated toward the Victory Goddess position at maximum velocity. The Victory Goddess fleet and 3 supporting squadrons launched all available mobile suit squadrons to intercept the approaching Gundams. Colonel Makarov aboard the Ocean Goddess carrier immediately ordered main battery engagement. Pulse cannon batteries target enemy Victory Goddess. All units prepare for coordinated bombardment. Makarov coordinated with Colonel Shrek to ensure Gundam units avoided friendly fire, whilst Tiany forces prepared their own devastating response. Colonel Shrek alerted all Gundam pilots whilst ordering Albion main battery preparation. Anglo-Saxon frontline forces had begun general withdrawal, but whether they could escape Tiany's unstoppable advance remained an open question. The battle had become a demonstration of overwhelming technological superiority, with Gundams proving themselves truly invincible against conventional military forces. Chapter 138, Devastating Blow. Colonel Shrek harbored grave concerns about collateral damage from the impending capital ship duel, immediately ordering all Gundam pilots to return to their respective carriers before the Titans clashed. The Ocean Goddess and Victory Goddess completed their charging sequences simultaneously, pulse cannons and destruction cannons unleashing their fury in perfect synchronization. 2 colossal energy beams collided midair like celestial hammers meeting divine anvils. The impact scattered destructive force in all directions. Fragments of raw power crashed into the ocean surface, erupting towering waterspouts that dwarfed the surrounding warships. Colonel Shrek seized the moment with predatory precision. Main battery, fire. The Albion's primary mega-particle cannon discharged a devastating laser lance that struck the Victory Goddess amidships with surgical accuracy. The Anglo-Saxon superdreadnought split cleanly in half, her mighty hull bisected like parchment before a blade. Damn it all. Lieutenant General Trevor slammed his fist against the command table with such fury that coffee cups jumped and tactical displays flickered. Every soldier in the command center wore expressions of profound devastation, their faces reflecting the magnitude of this catastrophic loss. The severed Victory Goddess struck the ocean surface and erupted in a spectacular fireball that painted the evening sky in brilliant oranges and reds. General Trevor recognized the inevitable. Continued engagement guaranteed total defeat. He issued immediate withdrawal orders, commanding all frontline forces to retreat to second-line defensive positions. War correspondents from both nations captured the entire engagement through long-range equipment, broadcasting humanity's latest technological milestone to audiences across human space. The Rossovian Union erupted in nationwide celebration, citizens flooding streets in spontaneous victory parades, whilst church bells rang triumphantly across the motherland. The Anglo-Saxon Republic experienced collective despair. Internet forums exploded with vitriolic rage, though most anger targeted Rossovian forces rather than acknowledging domestic military inadequacy. Anglo-Saxon netizens maintained that their forces hadn't lost to Rossovian military superiority, but rather to Tianyi mercenary technological advantage. Rossovian victory had been purchased with Tianyi blood and steel, not earned through Rossovian martial prowess. Soon, citizens from both nations engaged in massive online flame wars, their digital animosity reflecting deeper geopolitical tensions. Throughout the Earth and colonial spheres, Tianyi's overwhelming demonstration of military capability sent shockwaves through every government and military establishment. Military analysts universally concluded that Tianyi mercenaries, not Rossovian forces, had defeated the Anglo-Saxon military machine. Tianyi had unveiled revolutionary Gundam technology and advanced weaponry, whilst the Tempest's GN field system left experts utterly astounded. The barrier had completely negated the Victory Goddess destruction cannon, a weapon previously considered the ultimate ship killer, an unstoppable spear that no contemporary defense could withstand. Tianyi's GN field technology had delivered a resounding slap across the faces of every military theorist in human space. Anglo-Saxon government and military leadership reeled from this devastating blow. The Victory Goddess destruction had been particularly demoralizing. State media had proclaimed her the nation's ultimate naval achievement, an invincible symbol of Anglo-Saxon technological superiority. Witnessing their invincible superweapon destroyed so decisively crushed national morale to historic lows. Colonel Schreck instructed subordinates to compile comprehensive damage assessments whilst contemplating the battle's broader implications. Aboard the Ocean Goddess command bridge, Captain Rikaski approached Colonel Makarov with obvious concerns. "Sir, whilst we've achieved victory, I cannot feel the slightest joy about these circumstances. This triumph depended primarily on Tianyi mercenary capabilities. I'm deeply worried they might accept Anglo-Saxon contracts and turn their weapons against us." Colonel Makarov remained silent, though his expression reflected identical anxieties. Makarov drew a deep breath before responding. "We can only observe Tianyi's next moves carefully. I've heard our superiors are extremely interested in those amphibious crabman and turtle boss units. Apparently they want to purchase large quantities, even second-hand machines at premium prices. Will Tianyi agree to such arrangements? I believe they will." Tianyi deployed those amphibious units partly for combat testing, but also to attract potential buyers. Captain Rikaski released a bitter laugh. "Seems they are earning our money with one hand, whilst using our battlefield as their private testing ground with the other. Regardless, Tianyi won't turn their guns on us for several months. Besides, we must return to home port." Rikaski expressed surprise. "Return to port now? Aren't we continuing offensive operations?" "Our objective was constraining Anglo-Saxon expansion, preventing them from growing too powerful, whilst ensuring they cannot commit full resources against the theocracy of Aurea. Additionally, occupying more island bases would require additional garrison forces we cannot spare. We must remain vigilant regarding the Cathayan Empire to our south. They might exploit any reduction in our homeland defences." The First Fleet and Ocean Goddess Task Force returned together to Port Loria Naval Base. Draco Valen emerged from his Justice Goddess Gundam F-type cockpit precisely as Persica exited her Star Water Goddess Gundam. Persica blushed furiously upon seeing Draco, her expression cycling through embarrassment and shy recognition Before she managed a polite nod of acknowledgement, Draco returned the gesture courteously before heading to his quarters for rest and recuperation. Other ace pilots observed this interaction with obvious amusement, exchanging knowing glances about their commander's romantic complications. Draco activated his personal computer, reviewing quarterly reports from various subsidiary company presidents. Lieutenant General Jaron Lee reported urgent intelligence requiring immediate attention. Rossovian authorities wanted to purchase large quantities of crabman and turtle boss mobile suits. They'd even offered premium prices for the First Fleet's used machines. Draco issued clear instructions. Crabman units are not for sale under any circumstances. Turtle boss units sell our existing inventory at maximum prices, but include contractual clauses prohibiting resale to third parties. I want ironclad agreements in black and white. I'll notify Saskia about these arrangements. Understood, boss. There's another matter requiring your attention. Go on. Unknown forces have been attacking our merchant escort operations. Have we identified the perpetrators? Jaron shook his head grimly. Captured prisoners reveal little useful intelligence. They claim high-paying anonymous contracts, with some attackers identified as rival mercenary organizations. Understood. Continue investigating. Will do. Draco then contacted Saskia about the sales arrangements before reviewing other corporate reports. Tianyi Software Chip Company reported their civilian processors had received tremendous market response and critical acclaim. His Three Sisters Starlight Group, subsidiary Starbright Chip Company, had achieved significant collaborative progress with Tianyi Software Chips, creating mutually beneficial partnerships. Draco murmured to himself, nearly 3 years since leaving home. Wonder how my sisters are managing. Probably need several more years before I can return. Though Tianyi Group operated numerous civilian companies within Cathay and Empire territory, investments, factories, and subsidiary branches, Tianyi Mercenary Group and Tianyi Arms Manufacturing hadn't yet established Cathayan operations. Once those two companies could establish Cathayan bases and subsidiaries, Draco would finally be able to return home. Until then, he remained bound by duty and ambition to expand Tianyi's influence throughout human space, a lonely emperor building his technological empire one battle at a time. Chapter 139, Return to Port Laurier Naval Base. The Ocean Goddess fleet received a hero's welcome as they approached Port Laurier's bustling harbours. Jubilant civilians lined the waterfront whilst military personnel stood in crisp formation, saluting the triumphant return of their nation's finest warriors. The First Fleet settled into their designated berths with practiced efficiency, their mighty vessels casting long shadows across the naval facility. Rossovian servicemen beamed with pride as they accepted bouquets from grateful citizens, their faces radiant with the satisfaction of hard-won victory. National media crews swarmed the docks, capturing every moment of this historic homecoming. From a distance, several Tianyi mercenaries observed the spectacle, with considerably less enthusiasm. Bloody hell, they're carrying on like they won the whole bleeding war themselves. One muttered with obvious disdain. Without our help, they'd have been lucky to survive the first day. Another added with bitter amusement. To right, a third agreed. Instead of cheering, they'd be weeping over their dead if we hadn't stepped in. Ahem. Their supervisor's pointed cough cut through the grumbling. Back to work, lads. Victory or not, we've got duties to attend. Rossovian state media orchestrated elaborate live coverage, showcasing returning heroes, whilst a distinguished general personally bestowed medals upon the most decorated warriors. The general's stirring address from the podium reached its crescendo with a thunderous declaration. Long live the Rossovian Union. Every serviceman present responded in perfect unison. Long live the Rossovian Union. The crowd erupted in earth-shaking cheers that echoed across the harbour. The general raised his hand, commanding immediate silence with practiced authority. Let our returning champions enjoy the victory feast they've so richly earned, he proclaimed. Colonel Leonid, the base commander, concluded his media interviews before personally boarding the Albion to meet Colonel Shrek regarding Turtle Boss mobile suit transfers. As Colonel Leonid examined the amphibious machines that had dominated underwater combat, conflicting emotions warred within him. Joy at acquiring such sophisticated amphibious technology, mixed with disappointment over Tiany's refusal to sell the superior Crabman units. Rossovian mobile suit pilots took turns familiarizing themselves with their new Turtle Boss machines, guiding them carefully into storage hangars. Non-combatant pilots gathered in the hangar bays, staring with bewilderment at the bizarre single-eyed, oversized head designs. These ungainly machines seemed incapable of the devastating effectiveness described in after-action reports. Curious pilots sought out combat veterans at the victory celebration, receiving unanimous praise for the Turtle Boss capabilities. Our SEAL units achieve maximum underwater speeds of 40 knots, one veteran explained. Turtle Boss exceeds 50 knots effortlessly. Their stealth and reconnaissance abilities are absolutely unmatched. Pemberton Base's outer perimeter fell because Turtle Boss units infiltrated undetected, eliminating sentries before main forces arrived. I personally witnessed a single Turtle Boss eliminate 3 enemy Sea Cat units in rapid succession. Colonel Leonid instructed his staff to assign experienced underwater combat specialists to Turtle Boss squadrons, with simulation training commencing tomorrow morning. Draco Varlan sat peacefully on a harbour jetty, fishing rod in hand, whilst observing a solitary sea base swimming lazily in his bucket, the sole reward for an hour's patient angling. His breath formed visible white clouds in the frigid air as he contemplated the Arctic conditions. Fishing truly tests one's patience, he mused silently, and bloody hell, it's cold enough here to see your own breath. As Draco prepared to pack up his gear, a familiar voice interrupted his solitude. Fishing requires infinite patience, otherwise the catch remains elusive. Draco turned to discover Brigadier General Victor approaching with fishing equipment and a folding chair. Behind him walked a striking red-haired female lieutenant, whose features bore unmistakable familial resemblance. Lieutenant Ivan wondered why her brother had sought out this particular Gundam ace. If Victor intended recruiting Tiany pilots, surely Anthony Cross represented a more logical target than this relatively young mercenary. General, shouldn't you be enjoying the victory feast with proper vodka toasts instead of freezing on this jetty? Draco enquired with mild curiosity. Victor chuckled warmly whilst setting up his chair beside Draco's position. When the true heroes avoid the celebration, I hardly feel comfortable remaining amongst the crowd. Draco maintained his steady grip on the fishing rod, responding with characteristic directness. We're simply mercenaries fulfilling contractual obligations, nothing more. Your people earned this celebration. We'd rather not intrude on your moment. Ivan observed this exchange with fascination. A private military captain addressing a major powers general without the slightest trace of nervousness or deference, either supreme confidence or remarkable stupidity. Your organization seems remarkably unfazed by warfare of this magnitude, Victor noted. Perhaps victory celebrations have become routine. Draco glanced briefly at Victor before returning his gaze to the harbour waters. You misunderstand, General. We've never experienced combat quite like this. We conduct our own private celebrations, Then why aren't you attending them? I prefer quieter company. Victor nodded thoughtfully. We recognize that our victory depended primarily on your organization's capabilities. That much remains crystal clear. You're implying something specific, General. Speak plainly rather than dancing around the subject. Indeed, just as we've contracted your services, the Anglo-Saxon Republic could equally hire Tianyi. The prospect of facing your weapons concerns us greatly. Draco nodded acknowledgement. Mercenaries work for the highest bidder. Your anxiety is perfectly understandable. However, you needn't worry for 3 months. Victor raised an intrigued eyebrow. Why specifically 3 months? Draco explained with business-like precision. Our contract acceptance depends on practical considerations. We needed real combat testing for new amphibious mobile suit designs. War correspondents provided excellent free publicity. More clients will seek Tianyi services, whilst potential buyers will purchase Tianyi Arms manufacturing products. Victor laughed appreciatively at this candid commercial assessment. Refreshingly honest. I appreciate your straightforward answer, Boss Dragon. Draco's expression flickered momentarily. I'm afraid I don't follow your meaning, General. Victor produced a photograph from his inner pocket. Behind him, Ivan's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the image. The photograph would clearly reveal Draco's true identity. But that revelation would have to wait for the next chapter of this unfolding drama. Chapter 141, Strategic Assessment. Continuing from Chapter 139, Return to Port Lauria Naval Base. In the dimly lit Rossovian Union Military Conference Room, generals and staff officers studied three-dimensional holographic displays showcasing Gundam combat footage. Data streams cascaded across auxiliary screens, revealing the mechanical titan's devastating performance metrics. Every military leader wore expressions of grave concern, particularly when witnessing the twin Star Brother units activating their PX systems and the Star Water Goddess Gundam engaging its Transam mode. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the chamber as performance indicators skyrocketed beyond comprehension. The assembled brass watched in stunned silence as combat effectiveness multiplied exponentially before their eyes. The sheer magnitude of technological superiority left seasoned warriors genuinely shaken. As the combat recordings concluded, overhead lighting gradually illuminated the conference room, whilst officers exchanged hushed, urgent whispers amongst themselves. Brigadier General Victor stepped forward to deliver his comprehensive battlefield analysis, his weathered face reflecting the gravity of their situation. A lieutenant general raised his hand with obvious concern. What about those turtle boss units we've purchased in quantity? How are the test evaluations proceeding? Victor responded with military precision. Sir, our test pilots have provided extremely positive assessments. Combat trials confirm that neither our SEAL underwater units nor our Bear terrestrial models can match Turtle Boss performance capabilities. The Lieutenant General pressed further. Intelligence suggests there's an even more advanced Crabman unit with superior underwater speeds. Why haven't we procured those machines? Sir, Tianyi refused all purchase negotiations for Crabman technology. General Andre interjected with pointed questions. Brigadier, I need clarification on 2 matters. First, regarding Turtle Boss stealth capabilities. Second, what strategic value do these units offer for our domestic development programs? Victor drew a measured breath before responding. Sir, Turtle Boss units demonstrate exceptional stealth warfare capabilities. Simulation testing confirms successful infiltration and target elimination, particularly during nighttime operations or in low-visibility environments. He paused deliberately, surveying the assembled leadership before continuing. Regarding strategic value, we've conducted detailed technical analysis of several turtle boss units. Their sensor arrays and search radar systems far exceed our current domestic technology. These components could serve as invaluable references for next-generation development programs. Victor allowed dramatic tension to build before delivering his most shocking revelation. However, what truly defies belief is the turtle boss power plant. The pause stretched uncomfortably as every officer leaned forward with anticipation. Each unit operates dual nuclear fusion reactors, not fission, but genuine fusion technology providing virtually unlimited energy output. The revelation struck like lightning. Stunned silence gave way to explosive commotion as officers voiced their disbelief. That's absolutely impossible. Brigadier, surely you're mistaken. The conference chairman struck his gavel repeatedly, demanding order as three-dimensional projections displayed detailed turtle boss reactor schematics with comprehensive technical specifications. Collective gasps filled the chamber as undeniable evidence materialized before them. Victor continued grimly, "We don't yet understand operational principles or engineering methodologies. Several reactor units have been forwarded to our technical departments for comprehensive analysis." A staff officer observed with obvious dismay, "Our scientists are still struggling to miniaturize fission reactors for mobile suit applications. Meanwhile, Tianyi has somehow achieved fusion miniaturization. Where on earth do they recruit such brilliant minds?" Victor nodded acknowledgement. "Sir, intelligence suggests Tianyi Group employs extraordinarily capable scientific personnel. Do we have detailed intelligence on these scientists? Current intelligence remains frustratingly incomplete, sir." General Andre posed the critical strategic question. "Brigadier Victor, in your professional assessment, do turtle boss units offer significant value as developmental references for our next-generation mobile suit programs?" Victor responded with absolute conviction. "Immense value, sir. Fusion reactor technology alone could save years of misdirected research, whilst eliminating fission power plants from future designs." The conference continued with intensive strategic planning discussions, focusing on Rossovian technological advancement priorities. 5 days had passed since the first fleet departed Earth orbit. Lieutenant General Jaron Lee had consulted with senior staff before accepting Victor's new contract proposals. However, extensive preparation would be required before deployment. Upon returning to Tianyi Mother Base, the First Fleet discovered the Hyperion Gundam had achieved manufacturing completion. Next production priorities included the Jet Black Strike Gundam, Azure Dual Gundam, and Emerald Storm Gundam. Following combat trials, Draco had decided to upgrade the Tempest into the Tempest Mark Roman II. Draco was dining alone in the mess hall when Persica arrived with her younger sister Pear, searching desperately for available seating in the packed facility. Pear spotted vacant chairs and immediately dragged her reluctant sister towards Draco's table. Persica felt mortified by the awkward circumstances, memories of recent embarrassing encounters flooding back with painful clarity. Pear, blissfully unaware of adult complications, cheerfully claimed the empty seat without hesitation, whilst Persica reluctantly settled across from Draco with burning cheeks. Leo Kai appeared with his meal tray, occupying a newly vacated seat beside Draco. He immediately recognized the social dynamics at play, recalling gossip his colleagues had shared about potential romance brewing between their commander and the skilled chef. Leo suddenly remembered an important detail. "Draco, your birthday's in 2 days' time. Aren't you planning any celebration?" Draco realized with surprise that June 20th marked his birthday. Throughout childhood, family had organized celebrations. First his parents, then his sisters after their tragic deaths. Since leaving home, he'd completely ignored personal milestones. Without Leo's reminder, the date would have passed unnoticed. Haven't given it much thought, really. Haven't celebrated for years. Why start now? Leo teased with characteristic humor, afraid people will discover you've reached the ancient age of 23. Bloody hell, why would a man worry about his age? Pear interjected with innocent enthusiasm. Boss, if it's your birthday, we absolutely must celebrate. My sister makes the most incredible chocolate mousse, perfect for birthday cake. Draco laughed accusingly. You little devil, I suspect you're simply craving your sister's chocolate mousse and using my birthday as convenient excuse. Pear giggled mischievously, sticking out her tongue whilst Persica discreetly pinched her sister's thigh beneath the table. Fair enough, Draco conceded. Nothing particularly urgent happening anyway. Suppose we could mark the occasion properly. He addressed Persica directly. Would you be willing to prepare my birthday cake? Persica blushed deeply, but nodded agreement after brief consideration. The chocolate mousse your sister mentioned sounds perfect. Leo reached for his communication device. I'll notify Uncle Jaren immediately. Lieutenant General Jaren Lee promptly instructed the kitchen staff to prepare a magnificent birthday feast worthy of their commander's special day. The prospect of genuine celebration brought unexpected warmth to Draco's usually solitary existence. Whilst Persica's shy smile suggested she looked forward to crafting something special for the enigmatic man who commanded both fear and fierce loyalty throughout human space. Chapter 142, Draco's birthday celebration, and confirming the relationship, the Aegis asteroid buzzed with infectious merriment as every soul aboard celebrated their commander's birthday. The entire facility pulsed with genuine warmth and camaraderie. Several mercenaries and staff members had initially planned to purchase birthday gifts for Boss Draco, but he'd issued strict instructions weeks ago. No one was to spend their hard-earned money on his behalf. Persica Tao had crafted an enormous chocolate black mousse cake, a masterpiece that represented hours of meticulous preparation. She personally wheeled the dessert cart toward Draco's specially prepared seating area, her heart fluttering with nervous anticipation. Dr. Stephanie Pemberton, Draco's university colleague, had arrived early that morning to celebrate her old classmate's special day. She'd taken residence on one of the surrounding asteroid habitats, a remarkable feat of ecological engineering that perfectly replicated Earth's natural environment. The employee residential asteroid featured lush green landscapes so convincing that newcomers genuinely believed themselves planet-side. During leisure time, Stephanie often visited another asteroid designed as a recreational sanctuary, rolling meadows where cattle, sheep, and deer grazed peacefully, alongside poultry farms and artificial rivers teeming with aquatic life. Today's celebration stirred memories of their university days. Draco had been utterly consumed by research and study, rarely engaging in social activities. He'd even refused Zhao Xinlin's carefully planned birthday parties back then. Stephanie had assumed Draco possessed an inherently solitary nature. Witnessing today's willingness to let subordinates organize celebrations genuinely surprised her. Draco appeared wearing his trademark black trench coat ensemble, the sophisticated look he favored for all occasions. The assembly area had been transformed into a festive gathering space. Mercenaries and personnel had awaited their commander's arrival with eager anticipation. The boss has arrived. Happy birthday, sir. Unanimous congratulations erupted as Draco entered, his face lighting up with a brilliant smile whilst expressing heartfelt gratitude to everyone present. Kitchen staff and volunteers had arranged elaborate spreads of gourmet cuisine alongside every conceivable beverage, from sophisticated wines to simple refreshments. Draco settled into his designated chair, observing Persica's magnificent chocolate black mousse creation with obvious appreciation. "Thank you, Persica. This looks absolutely incredible." Lieutenant General Jaren Lee and President Saskia flanked Draco's position like loyal sentinels. Persica blushed deeply, nodding shyly. "I do hope you'll enjoy it, sir." She inserted a single candle into the cake's center before personally lighting it with practiced precision. Jaren raised his hand, signaling the assembled crowd. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Every voice joined in perfect harmony, hands clapping rhythmically whilst the beloved birthday song filled the chamber. As the melody concluded and Draco prepared to blow out his candle, Leo Kai interjected with characteristic warmth. "Boss, make a wish first." Draco chuckled, closing his eyes momentarily before extinguishing the flame. Thunderous applause and whistles erupted throughout the gathering. "I hereby declare this birthday celebration officially begun. Everyone, please eat and drink to your heart's content. Long live the boss." Jubilant cheers accompanied the rush toward food stations as plates filled with delicacies and glasses clinked in toasts. Draco personally cut the first portions, generous slices for Pear and Sol Yu, followed by equal servings for his two most trusted lieutenants. "Here you are, Commander Jaren, President Saskia. Please enjoy." "Thank you, boss," both responded gratefully, accepting their portions with formal courtesy. Draco prepared another slice for Persica when Jaina Zhu decided to stir up mischief with theatrical flair. "You shouldn't simply hand that to Persica," Jaina declared loudly. "You should feed her personally. After all, she labored tirelessly creating that magnificent birthday cake just for you." Persica's entire face blazed crimson as every person present joined the playful uprising. "Feed her, feed her." Draco felt utterly helpless against this coordinated assault, but observing Persica's mortification, he realized refusing would create lasting awkwardness for her position within the group. With resigned determination, Draco carved a small morsel with his fork, positioning it directly before Persica's lips. "Come on, Persica. The boss is offering it right to your mouth. Eat it, eat it." Persica's face burned like molten copper as she squeezed her eyes shut, parted her lips, and accepted the offered cake. Raucous whistles and cheers exploded throughout the chamber. I have urgent matters to attend," Persica stammered, covering her burning cheeks with both hands before fleeing the scene in complete embarrassment. Draco watched her hasty retreat, surveyed the amused faces surrounding him, shook his head with exasperated affection, and decided to follow. Jaina, Neria, Aviana, and several other gossip-hungry spectators secretly pursued the developing drama. Persica had fled without direction, her heart hammering against her ribs as mortifying memories replayed endlessly, intensifying her cardiovascular chaos. "Persica," she spun around with startled surprise, discovering Draco approaching from behind. Her panicked turn caused a momentary loss of footing on the smooth flooring. "Ah, careful." Draco lunged forward, grasping Persica firmly whilst losing his own balance. His supporting arm wrapped around her waist as momentum carried them both forward in an ungainly stumble. The result, their lips collided in a completely accidental kiss. Bloody hell, the boss certainly doesn't waste time, does he? Hidden observers stood absolutely flummoxed, several covering their mouths in shock. Persica herself remained frozen with widened eyes before panic overwhelmed her. She shoved Draco away forcefully, landing ungracefully on the floor, sparring the concealed audience of colleagues. Persica's complexion achieved previously impassable shades of scarlet as a piercing shriek escaped her lips. "What are you all doing here?" Draco turned toward the exposed voyeurs with obvious irritation. "We didn't see anything," they chorused whilst scrambling for the exits. Persica struggled upright and bolted from the scene in renewed mortification. Draco pointed accusingly at the fleeing staff. "I'll deal with you lot later," before pursuing Persica with determined purpose. Persica ran without regard for direction, pure panic guiding her footsteps. "Persica, please wait. Sir, don't." Whoa, her foot slipped again, sending her tumbling to the deck. Draco immediately helped her upright, noting her continued distress. "Sir, please release me." Persica pleaded through burning embarrassment, attempting to escape his steadying grip. Draco recognized the impassable situation. Persica's delicate sensibilities would make facing colleagues unbearable after such public humiliation. His mind raced for solutions, settling on one questionable approach. Without warning, Draco pulled Persica close with one arm around her waist, cradled her head with his other hand, and kissed her deliberately. Persica's eyes flew wide with shock. She struggled against his firm embrace, pushed against his shoulders, even pounded his chest with small fists. But Draco remained immovable, continuing the kiss with unwavering determination. After approximately 10 seconds, Persica's resistance evolved from rejection to reluctant acceptance as her hands gradually lowered. Finally, she responded by encircling his waist with tentative arms. 30 seconds later, their lips finally separated. Persica gazed up through tear-filled eyes, whilst raising her right hand for what appeared to be a well-deserved slap. "Be my woman." Her raised hand froze mid-motion, her entire being seemingly paralyzed by the unexpected declaration. Draco captured her lips again briefly, before reiterating his demand. "I'll say this once more, be my woman. If you refuse, I'll keep kissing you until you accept." Persica released a small laugh despite her overwhelming emotions, embarrassed tears mixing with genuine amusement. "What sort of courtship technique is this?" Her protest was silenced by another determined kiss. Her face blazed anew, but this time Persica clumsily reciprocated Draco's affection. When they finally separated, Persica whispered her acceptance of his proposal. "Come back with me. My birthday celebration wouldn't be complete without you." Persica hesitated, remembering her earlier mortification and reluctant to face everyone again. "Walk with me. I'm announcing our relationship to everyone present." Draco grasped her hand firmly, leading her back toward the celebration. Persica truly preferred avoiding the situation entirely, but Draco's commanding presence proved irresistible. She allowed him to guide her return. At the birthday gathering, every eye followed Draco, and Persica's joined hands as he escorted her to his chair, seated her in his place, and addressed the assembled crowd with absolute authority. "Listen carefully, all of you. I'm announcing today that Persica is my woman. I absolutely forbid anyone from making jokes at her expense. Cross this line and you'll answer to me personally." Draco's declaration sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. Nobody had anticipated their typically stoic, seemingly romance-averse commander would announce such a relationship so forcefully, whilst issuing protective warnings. "Doctor..." Stephanie felt particularly stunned. Her university classmate, once a purely academic, research-focused individual, had not only actively pursued romance, but declared it with such commanding confidence. "Did everyone understand what I just said?" Draco surveyed the crowd with steely determination. "Yes, boss," came the unanimous response. "Excellent. Let the celebration continue." Draco glanced toward Jaina, Neria, and the other mischief makers, whose expressions ranged from sheepish to downright apologetic. They could only offer awkward, placating smiles. Draco acknowledged them with a single look before dismissing their presence entirely. Pear approached her sister with an additional slice of cake, her youthful innocence completely oblivious to the emotional complexity surrounding them. "Sister, since the boss fed you cake earlier, shouldn't you feed him some now?" The metallic clang of Persica's dropped fork hitting the floor punctuated the sudden, profound silence that engulfed the entire celebration. The birthday party had taken a decidedly interesting turn. Chapter 143, Development and Manufacturing of New Mobile Suit Carriers. Since Draco Varlan had publicly declared his relationship with Persica Tau at his birthday celebration, attitudes throughout the Aegis asteroid had shifted considerably, particularly regarding Persica herself. Numerous personnel now treated Persica with markedly increased respect and deference, with Pear's social standing improving by association. Pear had initially reveled in this newfound attention, until Persica sternly cautioned her younger sister against developing delusions of grandeur. Persica understood perfectly well that these attitude changes stemmed entirely from Draco's influence. Without his protection, she remained nobody of particular significance. Therefore, Persica refused to abuse her current elevated position by bullying others or making enemies. Should Draco ever terminate their relationship, she recognized the inevitable consequences would prove rather unpleasant. Persica maintained her usual cordial interactions with everyone, determined not to let newfound status corrupt her character. Meanwhile, Draco had been conducting extensive design modifications and improvements to both the Argama class and Neo-Argama class mobile suit carriers. He'd assembled Lieutenant General Jaren Lee, President Saskia, and other senior Tianyi group executives to observe simulated combat trials between both carrier designs. The unanimous conclusion favored the latter vessel. The Neo-Argama demonstrated superior capabilities and greater development potential. Jaren observed with obvious enthusiasm, the Neo-Argama doesn't simply boast additional catapult decks for improved operational efficiency. That ventral high-energy mega-particle cannon represents genuine strategic-level weaponry. President Saskia addressed Draco directly. "Boss, I assume you're not planning commercial development of the Neo-Argama design." "Correct. What's your assessment of the standard Argama?" Saskia replied with characteristic precision. "Performance specifications exceed our Albion-class carriers, lacking I-field generator installations, combat effectiveness, and mobile suit deployment capabilities. Both surpass the Albion's baseline configuration. Standard Albion vessels also demonstrate inferior operational range compared to Argama specifications." One of Saskia's subordinates raised his hand for attention. "Speak up. The Argama technical specifications don't include I-field generator installation." "Is this an intentional omission, sir?" "Indeed. Unless we develop significantly improved I-field generator performance, Argama-class vessels won't receive defensive screen installations." Jaren addressed Draco with practical concerns. Neo-Argama development and manufacturing timelines will exceed original Albion production schedules significantly. Even with experienced factory personnel familiar with Neo-Argama construction, manufacturing duration would surpass current Albion production rates. "I'm well aware of these limitations. I've never intended Neo-Argama mass production anyway. Construction costs alone exceed Albion expenses considerably, whilst operational maintenance and consumable requirements prove substantially more expensive." President Saskia made her formal request. "Boss, Tianyi Arms Manufacturing can commence Argama production immediately, provided you supply complete technical specifications. Draco handed Saskia the Argama design data card without hesitation. Following the meeting's conclusion, only Draco, Jaren, Saskia, and several Tianyi mercenary group senior officers remained physically present. Other attendees had participated through Tianyi Group's internal network conferencing system. Draco detained Jaren for private discussion. Commander-in-Chief, how are preparations proceeding for General Victor's commission? All arrangements are complete, sir. We can deploy within days. I'll accompany this operation personally, bringing the Wing Gundam into active service. Understood, boss. Draco departed the conference room for the Gundam manufacturing facility, observing 3 Gundams under active construction. Draco estimated Victor's commission would conclude before these units achieved completion. Examining the facility's segregated workshop areas, he noted the Strike Gundam Perfect Pack had reached manufacturing completion alongside Wing Gundam's 3 short blade stars. Additional Gundam weapon systems had achieved various completion stages, whilst others remained under active production. Persica approached Draco, carrying meticulously organized documentation. Thank you. Draco accepted the files gratefully, discovering Persica's work had been arranged with remarkable thoroughness and clarity. Draco studied Persica more carefully, noticing her somewhat haggard appearance. A pang of genuine concern struck his heart. You're juggling pilot training alongside administrative duties. That workload is absolutely excessive. Delegate the paperwork to support staff. I don't want you exhausting yourself. Persica shook her head with gentle determination. It's perfectly fine. I simply want to help reduce your stress levels. If you collapse from overwork, you won't be reducing my stress. You'll be causing me heartache and guilt that'll prevent me from working effectively at all. Persica's heart fluttered with unexpected warmth at Draco's caring words. Leo Kai suddenly materialized behind them, both with characteristic timing. Zoe, you too. Pack in the public displays of affection, will you? Persica blushed crimson, whilst Draco glared at Leo with obvious irritation. Bloody hell, Draco. Don't tell me you're going all bros before. The opposite of that on us. Found love and forgotten your mates entirely. Draco countered with sardonic amusement. Anyone observing your behavior might think you're jealous, like we're having some sort of romantic entanglement ourselves. Leo immediately mimed violent retching. Disgusting. I'm not bloody gay. I fancy women, thank you very much. Right, jokes aside, what brings you here? Leo explained his dual purpose. Well, I wanted to see the new Gundams under construction, but more importantly, I need to discuss the upcoming Rossovian Commission. I'll be participating in combat operations, but I'd like to pilot the Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Draco, Persica and Leo proceeded together to the mess hall for their evening meal. After dining, Persica departed with Pear to pay respects to fallen comrades from their former Jupiter transport vessel. Draco accompanied them, observing that the sisters' memorial customs closely resembled Cathayan traditions. Following the memorial service, Draco inquired with genuine curiosity, "Your ceremony matches Cathayan practices perfectly, burning paper money and offering the deceased's favorite foods. Was your father Cathayan?" Persica clarified thoughtfully. Strictly speaking, my paternal grandfather and grandmother were Cathayan. They emigrated to Saalan where my parents and we were born. What about your maternal grandparents? Grandfather was Solarian, grandmother was Orion. Both immigrated to Saalan as well. I see, you were raised primarily in your father's cultural tradition. Indeed, that explains your Lai surname, one of our traditional Cathayan family names. Persica shrugged with casual indifference. My sister and I always introduce ourselves by given names only. We've never used surnames in introductions. Draco stroked his chin thoughtfully. Have you ever considered visiting your grandparents' homeland, seeing the ancestral territories they left behind? Persica pondered this suggestion carefully. Initially, no, but hearing you mention it, if the opportunity arose, I genuinely would like to see those places. When I return to the Cathayan Empire, I'll help you locate your grandparents' ancestral regions. The promise carried weight that neither quite expected, adding another layer of intimacy to their developing relationship, whilst highlighting the complex cultural heritage binding them together across the vast expanse of human space. Chapter 144, The Theocracy of Aurea vs. the Anglo-Saxon Republic. Draco, Varlan stirred to consciousness, observing Persica and Pear still sleeping peacefully beside him. With careful precision, he slipped from the bed and entered the washroom for his morning ablutions, before donning his crisp military uniform. Persica awakened just as Draco emerged, gently rousing her younger sister to prepare for the day's demanding schedule. Aboard the First Fleet's flagship Albion I, Colonel Shrek coordinated final preparations for the impending combat operation. Brigadier General Victor's commission required Tiani mercenary group to assist the theocracy of Aurea in repelling Anglo-Saxon aggression. Despite last month's crushing defeat, the Anglo-Saxon Republic remained Earth Sphere's most powerful and prosperous nation, their military-industrial complex undaunted by temporary setbacks. Southern Reach remnants had reclaimed nearly half their lost territories, yet the strategically vital electromagnetic orbital elevators remained frustratingly beyond their grasp. Anglo-Saxon special forces had systematically eliminated numerous resistance cells, reducing surviving remnants to manageable nuisances. Anglo-Saxon control over dual orbital elevators maintained their decisive strategic advantage. Anglo-Saxon authorities had spent the intervening month preparing their assault on the theocracy of Aurea. If Anglo-Saxon forces could capture Aurea within 7 days, neither the Rossovian Union nor the Cathayan Empire could mount effective relief operations. The theocracy of Aurea's national strength paled compared to Anglo-Saxon military might. High Pontiff David addressed the nation via television, declaring Aurea would never bow to Anglo-Saxon tyranny. The theocracy would fight to the last soldier rather than surrender. High Pontiff David had proclaimed total national mobilization. High Pontiff David personally toured frontline positions, delivering stirring speeches to bolster military morale throughout Aurian forces. The Rossovian Union maintained cordial diplomatic relations with the theocracy of Aurea and desperately wanted to provide military assistance. However, last month's devastating battle had claimed numerous Rossovian lives. Despite Rossovia's vast territory, their limited population created chronic manpower shortages. Deploying garrison forces to newly captured island bases had already stretched Rossovian military resources to breaking point. The Cathayan Empire had signed no formal alliance treaties with the theocracy of Aurea, maintaining minimal diplomatic engagement. The Cathayan Empire possessed no compelling reason for military intervention unless Aurea formally requested assistance. High Pontiff David had considered appeals to multiple nations, but the theocracy's traditional neutrality policy precluded formal alliances. Even the Rossovian Union, despite cordial relations, lacked sufficient capability for meaningful intervention. Other Earth Sphere powers refused to antagonize the Anglo-Saxon Republic. High Pontiff David could only conduct desperate frontline tours, rallying Aurian military morale through personal presence and inspirational rhetoric. Fierce warfare erupted throughout Earth's outer orbital space. Theocracy of Aurea and Anglo-Saxon fleets engaged in brutal combat across multiple vectors. Anglo-Saxon forces launched coordinated assaults via land, sea, air, and space simultaneously. Despite total national mobilization, Aurian forces could barely maintain defensive operations. In space, Aurian fleets outnumbered enemy forces 3-1, yet achieved no meaningful advantage. Aurian military equipment remained predominantly obsolete. Paladin mobile suits and Pegasus fighters comprised over 90% of their forces. Holy Knight mobile suits and Pegasus Roman II fighters represented less than 10% of Aurian strength. Aurian warships were equally antiquated. Some vessels had served over 50 years, with their most advanced ships exceeding 10 years' service. Anglo-Saxon forces deployed equipment no older than 20 years, with obsolete systems comprising less than 30% of their arsenal. Combat zones erupted with frequent explosions, predominantly Aurian mobile suits and fighters being destroyed by superior Anglo-Saxon technology. Bella piloted her Holy Knight mobile suit through desperate combat, having just eliminated several flying cat units without experiencing any satisfaction. Her side's losses exceeded enemy casualties dramatically, essentially trading 6 Aurian units for every Anglo-Saxon loss. Bella watched radar contacts, friendly blue dots vanishing faster than hostile red signatures. Her anxiety intensified with each passing moment. Bella, cover my return for energy resupply. Bella provided escort as her comrade retreated to their carrier. Cockpit alarms shrieked as her Holy Knight evaded incoming beam cannon fire from a pursuing Raptor mobile suit. Bella checked her energy display, only 40% remaining. The Raptor maintained aggressive pursuit, forcing Bella to execute desperate evasive maneuvers whilst returning sporadic fire. Her piloting skills surpassed the Raptor pilot's capabilities. Successive hits destroyed the enemy's leg and arm assemblies. Bella exploited the Raptor's lost mobility, charging forward with beam saber drawn to bisect her opponent. Energy levels dropped to 20%. Immediate resupply became essential. Returning to her carrier's hangar, Bella accepted refreshments from maintenance personnel while surveying damaged mobile suits throughout the bay. Numerous pilots had suffered injuries when cockpit explosions occurred during combat damage. Severely wounded pilots required external extraction when cockpit systems failed. Bella's battlefield assignment involved defending the electromagnetic orbital elevator against Anglo-Saxon capture. Enemy occupation would provide direct invasion routes into Aurian territory. A technician approached with urgent news. Knight Bella, your mobile suit has completed energy resupply. You're cleared for immediate deployment. Bella nodded gratefully, immediately launching in her recharged Holy Knight. Observing distant combat zones, Bella witnessed Allied units being systematically destroyed, whilst enemy losses remained comparatively minimal. Bloody hell, cockpit warnings activated as beam fire streaked past. Another Raptor had engaged her position. Bella returned fire immediately. Both mobile suits exchanged devastating volleys, each pilot seeking decisive advantage. Bastard! This Raptor pilot's far more skilled than the previous one, Bella muttered through gritted teeth. After 5 minutes of intense combat, Bella's superior technique prevailed. Her beam rifle penetrated the enemy cockpit. Checking energy levels, Bella cursed vehemently. Less than 60% remained. Alarms resumed as 2 Raptors approached simultaneously, forcing renewed evasive action. Bella questioned their ancestry with colorful language. In single combat, Bella could confidently eliminate either opponent. Against two skilled pilots, her situation became critically disadvantageous. Allied support remained engaged elsewhere, unable to provide assistance. Bella fought with desperate determination, exploiting one pilot's mistake. She drove her beam saber through his cockpit before using the destroyed Raptor as a shield against the remaining enemy. The surviving Raptor pilot, witnessing his comrade's death, opened indiscriminate fire. Bella's Holy Knight hurled the destroyed unit forward, using the subsequent explosion as cover for a vertical thrust attack that eliminated the final threat. Damn it, no energy left. Her Holy Knight displayed less than 5% power. Bella attempted full-speed retreat to her carrier, but another Raptor intercepted her escape route. Despite desperate evasion, her mobile suit's energy reached 0%, complete powerlessness in hostile space. Bella watched helplessly as the Raptor prepared her execution. "Is this the end?" she whispered. Suddenly, a brilliant azure beam streaked past, destroying the Raptor instantly. A crimson mobile suit trailing azure energy swept across Bella's vision. What the bloody hell? Chapter 145. The tide of war turns. Rear Admiral Bruce Wellington of the Anglo-Saxon Republic's Space Fleet studied the current battlefield disposition with tactical precision, his weathered features reflecting decades of military experience. "Admiral, the theocracy of Oria's space forces are in full retreat. Securing the electromagnetic orbital elevator is merely a matter of time," his communications officer reported with obvious satisfaction. Admiral Wellington addressed his deputy, Group Captain Vickers. "How long before we achieve our primary objective?" "An hour at most, sir." The communications officer suddenly interrupted with urgent news. "Admiral, another military force has appeared on the battlefield. They're engaging our formations directly." Admiral Wellington's eyebrows shot upward. "Identify these forces immediately." The officer's voice carried obvious tension. "Sir, the transponder signals identify them as Tianyi mercenary group." Admiral Wellington demanded immediate clarification. "Are Gundams present on the battlefield?" "Affirmative, sir. We've identified 6 Gundam units so far." The tactical display filled with combat footage of the Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type in devastating action. The Crimson War Machine wielded dual GN beam rifles, whilst its GN launcher systematically obliterated Flying Cat and Raptor mobile suits alike. The Gundam's incredible velocity rendered enemy targeting systems useless. When beam fire or projectiles threatened impact, GN field barriers effortlessly deflected incoming attacks. Another Gundam swept across the display, a Staroth Rebirth type, its massive cleaver blade carving through multiple Raptor units with terrifying efficiency. Admiral Wellington stared in disbelief. "Impossible. Beam weapons are completely ineffective." The Astaroth absorbed direct energy weapon hits without sustaining any visible damage. Beyond cleaving targets in half with its enormous blade, Astaroth's left gauntlet crushed Raptor units with single devastating punches. Its right shoulder-mounted rifle fired specialized explosive rounds, each impact creating spectacular destructive blooms that reduced targets to twisted wreckage. Emergency distress calls flooded communications channels from Flying Cat squadrons under systematic annihilation by a strike Gundam equipped with perfect pack configuration. Flying Cat units relied primarily on kinetic weaponry, completely useless against phase shift armor. Admiral Wellington and his staff watched helplessly as the strike Gundam carved through formations like wheat before a scythe, conventional ammunition, bouncing harmlessly off its adaptive defensive systems. Admiral Wellington muttered in growing frustration, "Are Gundams immune to all conventional weaponry?" Group Captain Vickers corrected his superior officer. "Sir, according to our intelligence files, different Gundam models employ varying armor systems. Some provide immunity against kinetic weapons, whilst others defend against energy-based attacks." Admiral Wellington wiped perspiration from his brow, cursing his momentary confusion before issuing tactical adjustments. He immediately redeployed formations. Flying Cat squadrons encountering kinetic immune Gundams would withdraw, replaced by Raptor energy weapons specialists. Conversely, Raptor units facing energy-immune Gundams would retreat, whilst Flying Cat formations engaged. These tactical modifications somewhat stabilized Anglo-Saxon disadvantages. However, Tianyi mercenary group hadn't deployed Gundams exclusively. Jim Type 2 and various Dagger mobile suit squadrons provided comprehensive support. When Flying Cat or Raptor units attempted tactical withdrawal from Gundam engagements, Jim and Dagger squadrons intercepted their retreat routes. This created devastating pincer movements, Gundams advancing from one vector, whilst conventional mobile suits blocked escape routes, resulting in complete squadron annihilation. Liu Kai piloted his Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type with explosive enthusiasm, systematically destroying enemy mobile suits and aerospace fighters. Bloody brilliant. This is absolutely exhilarating. Persica operated her Zeta Gundam in perfect coordination with pairs ZZ Gundam. Countless Flying Cat and Raptor units fell to the sisters' seamless tactical cooperation, each enemy machine transforming into expanding fireballs. Meris commanded Astaroth Gundam through Flying Cat squadron encirclements, supported by Jim Type 2 escorts. Despite Astaroth's impressive armor durability, absorbing significant battle damage, Meris continued bisecting enemy units with ruthless efficiency. Aviana piloted Strike Gundam, with phase shift armor providing immunity against kinetic weapons, whilst anti-beam coating protected against energy attacks. Her 320mm positron cannon vaporized Raptor squadrons, whilst the Schwert Duer anti-ship sword cleaved targets cleanly in half. Colonel Keegan operated Red Heretic Gundam, alternating between close quarters sword combat and long-range bow mode precision strikes, each attack claiming another enemy unit. Admiral Wellington witnessed his strategic advantage evaporate as Tianyi intervention completely reversed battlefield momentum. Bella returned to her carrier for energy resupply with Allied assistance, puzzled by Tianyi mercenary group's unexpected battlefield appearance. She wondered whether High Pontiff David or Saint Ethel had contracted Tianyi services directly. Another Holy Knight pilot returned for resupply, providing Bella with tactical updates. How's the current situation developing? A complete reversal. Anglo-Saxon forces are being systematically destroyed by Tianyi operations. What about our forces? We're pressing full counterattacks. After being pushed into retreat, we're now hunting Anglo-Saxon units across the battlefield. The psychological whiplash feels like riding a bloody roller coaster. My heart can barely handle the excitement. Her colleague's face beamed with triumph, as though current advantages resulted from their personal efforts. Maintenance personnel informed Bella that her Holy Knight had completed energy resupply. Bella immediately launched, observing through cockpit displays how Orion forces pressed comprehensive counterattacks, achieving overwhelming tactical dominance against Anglo-Saxon formations. War correspondents filmed the dramatic battle from safe distances. Previously certain of Orion defeat, Tianyi's intervention had completely transformed strategic reality, enabling the theocracy's aggressive response. Embedded journalists speculated during live broadcasts whether the theocracy had contracted Tianyi services, documenting Anglo-Saxon forces' systematic retreat. Despite observing unfavorable battlefield developments, Admiral Wellington remained composed. He'd retained strategic reserves. When will Commodore Donovan's fleet reach their designated position? Sir, Commodore Donovan requires 10 minutes to achieve operational deployment. Excellent. Signal all formations. Hold positions for 10 minutes at any cost. Once that interval passes, victory returns to Anglo-Saxon control. The tactical situation will reverse decisively in our favor. Admiral Wellington's confidence suggested Tianyi's intervention represented only temporary battlefield disruption. His hidden reserves would soon restore Anglo-Saxon supremacy, crushing both Orion and Tianyi forces through overwhelming firepower concentration. The next 10 minutes would determine whether the theocracy of Oria achieved miraculous survival or faced complete annihilation, despite mercenary assistance. Chapter 146. A single devastation beam wipes a fleet from the stars. The hangar of Albion 1 thrummed with restless energy. Draco Varlan sat in the Wing Gundam's cockpit, its holographic screens bathing his face in cool sapphire light. Outside, technicians sprinted between tool racks, barking orders over the clatter of mag wrenches. Something's off, he thought, fingers drumming on the throttle grip. The enemy are taking a proper hammering, yet not one of them's broken for home. What are they waiting for? He opened a channel. Colonel Shrek report. Do you reckon the Anglo-Saxon lads have another trick up their sleeve? The grizzled officer appeared, shoulders squared beneath a worn leather flight coat. Boss, my money says they've called in backup. If I were them, I'd strike the Orion space elevator, slice the heart out of their logistics while we're busy up front. Draco whistled. Nicely deduced. Command really ought to give you more than a single fleet to play with. Pull this off and I'll have words with HQ. See you bumped up to base, Commander, at the very least. Shrek's lips twitched into a grin. Cheers, sir. Link closed. Draco keyed the armory crew. Load the Wing's custom Buster rifle and 3 Starlance shorts. No magazine limit this time. The reactors supplying the juice direct. Hydraulic clamps snapped away. The Gundam folded into sleek bird form, weapon pods locking into place with solid metallic thuds. A crimson launch light strobed down the rail. Wing Gundam cleared to catapult. Mag fields flared. With a thunderous crack, the machine shot into the void, white pinions carving dusk blue contrails across the stars. Deep space, rear guard of the theocracy of Oria alarms, shrieked through the elevator defense hub. Hostile fleet emerging astern. Anglo-Saxon Republic colors, designation Donnie's group. Frontline Orion warships swung about in ragged arcs, thrusters blazing. Every patrol suit and interceptor craft received the same terse code. RTB immediate, last stand at the lift. Journalists in remote cam skiffs gasped almost in unison. Moments ago the Republic had been on the ropes. Now a fresh wedge of cruisers tore straight for the unshielded flank. The Anglo-Saxon correspondent, who had been narrating in dreary resignation, suddenly regained his swagger. Here it is, folks, reinforcements on the board, and the path to victory wide open. Rear Admiral Darnies surveyed the tactical sweep and sniffed disdainfully at the lone radar blip arrowing towards them. One fighter. Tianyi's grown cocky. The blip blossomed into the Wing Gundam. The machine uncoiled from bird to humanoid form, Buster rifle leveled. 3 Starlances latched beneath the barrel like gleaming bayonets. Even a Gundam can't halt a fleet on its lonesome. Darnies chuckled. Gents, swamp it. Squad after squad of Flycat and Raptor suits surged ahead, pilots whooping at the prospect of bragging rights. Bag a Gundam and the drinks never stop flowing. Inside the wing, Draco's HUD pulsed green. Charge complete 100%. He exhaled, steady and slow, then squeezed the trigger. A single point of white flared, then roared outward into a gargantuan cerulean scythe. The devastation beam lanced across Darnies' formation from starboard to port, particle vortices howling like banshees. One by one the cruisers ruptured, reactor cores popping in blossoms of amber fire. Suits too slow to evade were vaporized mid-scream. When the glare faded, nothing remained but shredded hull plates and a shimmering fog of molten alloy. For a heartbeat, the entire battlespace fell eerily silent, as though the universe itself had paused to draw breath. On Vice Admiral Bruce's flagship, jaws hung slack. "Where am I?" someone croaked. Bruce swallowed the taste of copper. A single Gundam, one shot, an entire fleet snuffed out. Newsfeeds across the system relayed the footage. Civilian viewers stared, petrified, at screens that still trembled from feedback. Then Wing Gundam banked and streaked straight for Bruce's own task force. "Full retreat," Bruce barked, voice cracking. "All suits block that Gundam. Buy us time." Tiany's escort squads broke cloak around Draco like hunting hounds, Jinroman 2 and daggers peeling off to shred any interceptor that dared close within 3 kilometers. Bruce's order barely left the calms before his perimeter collapsed in blossoms of plasma. Wing Gundam crossed the final kilometer. The rifle's capacitors whined into the upper registers. "Not again, no." Bruce hurled the words at uncaring bulkheads. Light poured forth. The bridge dissolved around him in a roaring white tide. Scattered Anglo-Saxon pilots powered down weapons and flashed surrender codes. Orion operators herded them towards the still intact bays of the space elevator. Across every channel pundits raved, stunned. A single mobile suit with a beam equal to a tac nuke. Good Lord above. Reporters hammered Tianyi frequencies, begging for interviews. They received only automated denials. Albion 1 squadrons, battered yet unbowed, returned to their hangars. Armorers counted scorched plating and spent magazines. Med teams lifted wounded pilots onto grav stretchers. Orders streamed from Draco. "Rearm, refuel, be ready." The night's work was far from finished. Orions tried to hail the mercenaries with offers of thanks, but the line stayed cold. Engines flared, and the 1st Brigade dipped its bows toward atmosphere, comet tails blazing against the twilight horizon. Above the debris field, the wreckage of 2 proud fleets still drifted, mute testimony to the moment when one man, one Gundam, and one beam of living starlight rewrote the art of war. Chapter 147, left reeling word of the total rout in orbit, reached the Anglo-Saxon Republic's war cabinet like a hammer blow. While the generals argued, Draco Varlan's 1st Brigade angled its drives for re-entry, blazing across the upper atmosphere in streaks of molten amber. Mathematicians at Defense Command ran the figures twice, then a 3rd time. The mercenary flotilla would touch down near Barrack, a rugged frontier base the Republic had marked for capture weeks ago. If Barrack fell, it would open a clean corridor straight into the theocracy of Aurea. But after witnessing the Wing Gundam's devastation beam, the Supreme Commander snapped an order down the chain. Every unit assaulting Barrack was to disengage at once. Out on the dusty plain, the forward commander, Colonel Harper, stared at the recall code with open disbelief. "Are they having a laugh? We've bled half a regiment to get this far and now they tell us to leg it." He slapped the console for a direct link to HQ. "Reason, sir. I need a sodding reason." They sent him the uncut footage from orbit. One look at the beam scything clean through Rear Admiral Darnies' fleet, and the colour drained from Harper's face. Cold sweat crawled down his spine. "Right, lads," he croaked to his staff, "pack it in. Pull everyone back before that winged nightmare drops on our heads." Pilots and tank crews raged over the comms, but Harper cut them short with 4 words. Court-martial, your choice. Inside barrack base, the Orion garrison was hanging on by its fingernails. Colonel Martinez had already drafted a formal surrender when the enemy screens abruptly peeled away. What in God's name? Then fresh orders flashed across his desk. The incoming Tianyi brigade was to be treated with every courtesy. Under no circumstances were they to be offended. Martinez frowned. All this fuss over a merc outfit, is it because they once worked for Her Grace the Saintess? Watch the feed, his superior said. Martinez did, and his jaw all but hit the floor. Moments later he barked through the barracks PA. Listen up, any trooper showing the Tianyi boys an ounce of cheek will face the firing squad. That clear, a ragged chorus of yes sir echoed back. In a candle-lit study deep within Oria's grand cathedral, Pope David answered a secure holo call from his old friend, Yevgeny Algernonos of the Rossovian Union. Yevgeny, my dear chap, your mercenaries nearly gave me a heart attack. Believe me, David, I'm still shaking. I never guessed Tianyi possessed a machine that frightening. Well, I owe you thanks. Without your purse strings my nation would have been ashes. I helped for friendship, and because I'd like Oria formally allied with Rossovia. The Pope's expression tightened. Yevgeny read the hesitation and pressed on. Easy terms, I promise. We'd only ask your troops to intervene if our homeland itself were invaded, not for every skirmish we pick abroad. David's shoulders relaxed a fraction. Put like that, I can agree with one rider. If you start the fight and the enemy hits back, we reserve the right to stay home. Fair enough, Yevgeny smiled. The two men turned to the finer points of the pact. Back on the retreating front, Harper's grumbling troops were still stripping field gear when radar shrieked. Unidentified contact Tianyi transponder. A shiver ran through the colonel. Camera on it now. The long-range lens focused. The wing Gundam dropped through a break in the clouds, white pinions catching the dawn. Harper's voice cracked. All suits, all birds scramble. Too late. The Gundam settled squarely across the only road home. The Buster rifle's capacitors flared, the air itself warping with heat. A single sweep. As a wall of light. Tanks, walkers, gunships, an entire brigade vanished in a roar that lit the horizon. Inside the cockpit, Draco allowed himself one curt nod. Mission accomplished. He vaulted skyward, folded to bird form, and was gone. Every field reporter within 50 kilometers had their recorders rolling. The feed flooded global networks before the smoke even cleared. In the Republic's capital, the press secretary tried to mount a defense. Somewhere between the first and second sentence, the weight of silence in the briefing room crushed him flat. By dusk, the Anglo-Saxon Republic issued an unconditional ceasefire, ordering all forces to withdraw. Strategists worldwide had predicted a slugfest lasting a month. Instead, 48 hours after the shooting started less than 12, since Tianyi arrived the war was over. Commentators of every stripe offered the same verdict. Faced with a mobile suit wielding a beam on par with a tactical nuke, the Republic's surrender was inevitable. A handful of hawks muttered about launching real nukes in reply, but saner heads pointed out the obvious: fire a bomb, and every other nation on Earth, not to mention the mercenaries themselves, would feel justified in retaliating. Worse, there was no treaty barring a private army like Tianyi from flinging nuclear warheads right back. And so the once proud Republic licked its wounds. Economists guessed 5 years minimum to rebuild the shattered fleet and battered reputation. Meanwhile, in hangars across the Aegis asteroid, technicians rearmed the wing Gundam in crisp, methodical silence. Another sky would call soon enough. Chapter 148. Practice makes perfect following the Anglo-Saxon Republic's humiliating declaration of defeat. Tianyi's 1st Brigade didn't linger a moment longer in Orion space. The flotilla made directly for the theocracy's orbital elevator, cutting through the void with purposeful efficiency. Pope David had extended a proper invitation to visit Oria's capital, eager to play the gracious host to his saviors. The mercenaries politely but firmly declined. Reading the diplomatic tea leaves, His Holiness didn't press the matter. Instead, he dispatched urgent orders to the elevator's operations chief: treat Tianyi with absolute deference and provide every possible courtesy. Colonel Shrek made only one request: priority boarding for the brigade's return journey. The operations chief practically fell over himself arranging immediate passage. In Albion 1's hangar bay, several Gundam pilots cornered Draco with good-natured complaints. "Boss, that was hardly fair. You let loose a few devastation beams and Bob's your uncle. War's over before we'd even warmed up our engines." Draco shrugged with characteristic understatement. "Can't say I expected the Republic to fold quite so easily. Thought they had more fight in M." A month after Anglo-Saxon capitulation, Tianyi mercenary group had expanded dramatically. The establishment of 8th Forward Base brought their total installations to 9, counting the mother base amongst the Aegis asteroid's hidden reaches. With expansion came unprecedented demand. Commission requests flooded in faster than they could process them, each more lucrative than the last. Colonel Shrek's tactical brilliance during the Orion campaign earned him promotion to Brigadier General and command of the newly established 9th Forward Base. The installation nestled within Wuning Satellite, the Cathayan Empire's closest colonial outpost to Earth sphere proper. International powers, having witnessed Tianyi's devastating capabilities firsthand, began offering obscene sums for similar interventions against their enemies. Tianyi rejected every single proposal. Frustrated diplomats demanded explanations. Tianyi representatives showed them the door instead. When persistence became harassment, Tianyi issued a blunt public statement via their official website. Effective immediately, Tianyi mercenary group suspends all state versus state commission contracts. Recent operations against the Anglo-Saxon Republic served as field testing for newly developed weapon systems. The Republic's forces provided adequate test subjects for evaluating combat effectiveness. We appreciate their involuntary contribution to military science. Anglo-Saxon leadership exploded with apoplectic rage. Senior officials literally spat blood upon reading the announcement. "The bastards used our lads as bloody lab rats." President Valerius convened an emergency press conference, his face purple with indignation. The Anglo-Saxon Republic will never forgive this unconscionable use of our brave servicemen as test subjects. Tianyi mercenary group will pay dearly for these crimes. The international response proved less than sympathetic. Social media erupted with savage commentary. "Bit rich coming from the lads who have spent decades running proxy wars to test their own kit in knit. How's it feel when the boot's on the other foot? Funny how it's all crimes against humanity when it happens to Anglo-Saxon soldiers. Where was this outrage when you were using other nations' people for target practice?" Breaking: military contractor successfully tests new weapons systems. In unrelated news, Anglo-Saxon Republic discovers consequences of own foreign policy. Proper ironic this, the cowboys finally getting a taste of their own medicine. Support Tianyi. Next time you develop new weapons, remember, Anglo-Saxon troops make excellent test subjects. The digital pylon reached epic proportions, with users gleefully documenting Anglo-Saxon hypocrisy. Democratic Alliance media outlets rushed to the Republic's defense, denouncing Tianyi as terrorists and war criminals. Tianyi's response arrived within hours. a comprehensive data dump exposing decades of Anglo-Saxon atrocities, chemical weapons deployment, ethnic cleansing campaigns, civilian massacres, all meticulously documented. The mercenary group's spokesman added a withering editorial. Tianyi mercenary group makes no claims to moral superiority. However, we lack the democratic alliance's stomach-churning hypocrisy. You mouth platitudes about human rights, whilst conducting the vilest crimes imaginable. You topple governments under humanitarian pretexts, whilst pursuing conquest, occupation, and resource extraction. You slaughter civilians in their own homes, whilst preaching democracy. Tianyi has never stooped to such depths of depravity. The statement ignited fierce international debate. Non-aligned nations applauded Tianyi's brutal honesty, whilst Anglo-Saxon allies scrambled for damage control. Deep within the Aegis asteroids manufacturing complexes, 3 new Gundams rolled off production lines: Obsidian Strike, Azure Duel, and Emerald Storm. Rather than beginning fresh designs, Draco redirected all development funds toward mass-producing Type 100 and Mark Roman 2G units. Lieutenant General Jaron Lee had proposed this strategic shift during planning sessions with Draco. "We've got more Gundams than ace pilots to fly them," Jaron observed pragmatically. "Meanwhile, our elite and special forces units are crying out for proper mobile suits. The numbers don't add up." Jaron had initially suggested deploying advanced units like Death Scythe, Aegis, and Blitz to frontline units. Draco vetoed the proposal immediately. "Too risky. If one of those beauties falls into enemy hands during operations, we're looking at catastrophic technology leaks. The damage could be irreversible." Jaron's alternative made perfect sense. Redirect funds from 3 prototype Gundams to manufacture 12 production models instead. 3 months of concentrated effort would equip every elite formation with proper war machines. Draco approved the plan without hesitation. After all, practice made perfect, and Tianyi intended to remain very, very good at what they did best. Chapter 149, Draco in the Spotlight. Since Brigadier Shrek took the helm of the 9th Sub-Base, the 1st Brigade had fallen under the crisp command of Colonel Ises. She upgraded the flagship too, rolling out the freshly refitted Taurus Roman II, and setting a course from the Darklan Republic back to the Aegis asteroid. Draco Varlan, however, was in no fit state for bridge duty. He woke to the soft thrum of the carrier's engines. Persica Tau curled against his chest, her dark hair splayed like silk across the sheets. Last night had been energetic. He brushed a thumb across her cheek, marveling, as he still did, that a half-improvised ruse at his own birthday party had blossomed into something fierce and genuine. The plan had been to announce a relationship, give the press a bone, and quietly call it quits a month later. Instead, here he was, hopelessly in love and utterly determined to protect the woman who had gifted him her trust, body and soul. Draco eased from the bed, letting her doze and slip to the shower. By the time he emerged, suited and towel-dried, Persica was sitting bolt upright, the duvet clutched to her chest, eyes wide at the late hour. "That's twice you've let me oversleep, you menace," she grumbled, disappearing into the bathroom with an accusing glare. The darking gantries of Mother Base were a forest of raised salutes. Jaron Lee, Saskia, and a score of suited magnates waited beneath banners that bore every crest of the sprawling Tianyi group. Today's agenda: a full intercorporate summit, every subsidiary president gathered in one room. Draco took the central seat, Persica at his shoulder with stylus flashing across a slate. Projections bloomed overhead. Shipping figures, arms contracts, agricultural yields from the asteroid's rotating biomess. Voices overlapped, fortunes measured in the billions. 4 solid hours later, he called a halt, stood, and posed for the obligatory photographs, flanked by a ring of impeccably tailored captains of industry. Charles whisked the executives back to their own fiefdoms. Persica dashed off to deliver a bag of souvenirs, trinkets for her sister, toys for Luna Yu's younger brother, a crate of aged rum for the shadow-mad dogs. Life, even for mercenaries, demanded little touches of home. The outside world cared for none of that. What mattered to journalists and spy masters alike was the thunderbolt that struck every newsfeed at once. A leak naming Draco Varlan, aged 24, as sole owner of the Tianyi Group and mastermind behind the Wing Gundam's planet-shaking beam. The source, mid-tier staff poached from the Aegis on fat checks and fatter promises. They provided grainy canteen snaps, schematics half-remembered, and most sensational of all, footage of the asteroid's internal ecosystem. Rolling meadows cycling through spring, summer, autumn, and winter beneath an artificial sky that could brew real clouds and honest snow. Ecologists gasped. Climatologists swore it should be impossible outside a planet's magnetosphere. By dusk, the pundits were shrieking, 25, impossible. He designed the Striker, the Tempest, the MK Roman 2G by himself. Nanite trauma gel, self-repairing armor, dynamic seasons in a hollow rock. How? The offers arrived first. Blank checks for the beam cannon, for shard armor, for cradle biospheres. Tianyi's reply remained unchanged, not for sale. Then came the headhunters, some technicians bit, lured away by treble salaries. Yet they carried out little more than surface know-how. The core cadre stayed put. Loyalty bought not with money but with wonder. 3,000 kilometers away, news vans besieged the Varlan family estate in the Cathayan Empire. Kalia, Xylia, and Weenia answered every knock with the same frosty smile. No comment. Cameras clicked, questions bounced off locked gates. Inside the imperial palace, Emperor Valerius Zu convened an emergency council. Chandeliers rattled with the clamor of ministers. To think such brilliance was birthed in my realm and slipped the net. The monarch muttered, drumming fingers on the throne arm. Prime Minister Y shuffled parchments. Your Majesty, how shall we persuade the lad home? Foreign Minister Lai Rubin stepped forward. Sire, my office uncovered that Draco and Princess Gia were not merely classmates at the Royal Polytechnic. They shared every lecture. The Emperor's brow rose. He recalled, suddenly, an old sketch in his daughter's studio. A young man with sharp eyes and a half-smile. Across the chamber, Defense Minister Shu Tailong coughed into his sleeve. There is another link, Majesty. Draco is the grandson of Patriarch Valerius Long. My granddaughter Kayangsu is by arrangement his betrothed. Gasps rippled down the line of officials. Splendid, Valerius declared. Summon your in-law and have him fetch the boy. Shu looked as though he had swallowed a lemon. Alas, Your Majesty, the Patriarch insists his grandson pays him no heed whatsoever. Before the silence could curdle, Intelligence Director Zhao Danking chimed in. Yet Minister Draco did design the Xian mobile suit for the Long family's Faikai armaments, did he not? Blood is not so easily severed. Shu bowed his head, cheeks colouring. The situation is complicated. The Emperor leaned back, eyes glittering. Then let us untangle it, gentlemen. The future of the Cathayan Empire may well hinge on our doing so. Outside, unseen beyond gilt windows, snow began to drift across the palace gardens. An early fall, rare this far south. Some swore later it was an omen. Others claimed the weather had simply lost its mind the day Draco Varlan's genius was laid bare to the world. Chapter 150, courting favour on the very day Emperor Valerius Zu convened his emergency council. Halfway across the galaxy, Emperor Taxga's VI of the Garthian Empire extended his own olive branch toward Draco Varlan. The envoy arrived aboard a sleek diplomatic yacht, its hull gleaming with the imperial seal. Draco hadn't particularly fancied receiving visitors, but the Garthian Empire commanded the largest colonial sphere beyond Earth. Best not to give offence without hearing what they wanted. Count Claudius Roman III disembarked with the measured grace of old nobility, his steel-grey eyes taking in the Aegis asteroid's defensive arrays with professional interest. Born into a military dynasty, he recognized superior engineering when he saw it. These mercenaries possessed kit that made his own empire's arsenal look positively medieval. A lieutenant colonel met him at the docking ring, guiding him through corridors that hummed with automated efficiency. Everything here ran like clockwork. Fewer personnel required, higher productivity achieved. The Count noted how these soldiers moved with predatory alertness, their eyes holding the cold gleam of blooded veterans. They found Draco in Manufacturing Bay 7, sleeves rolled up as he fine-tuned a weapon system that definitely wasn't standard production kit. The Count's trained eye spotted Gundam-grade ordnance straight away. "Sir, your guest has arrived," the lieutenant colonel announced. Draco set down his tools and peeled off his work gloves. "Right then. Cheers, Colonel, carry on." Once they were alone, Draco offered his hand with a sheepish grin. "Sorry about that, your lordship. Couldn't leave the work half-finished." "Not to worry in the slightest, Mr. Varlan. A man's craft comes first, always has, always should." After the requisite pleasantries, Draco cut to the chase. "So then, what brings the Garthian Empire all this way?" Count Claudius straightened, assuming his most diplomatic bearing. "His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Taxgas VI, cordially invites you to take Garthian citizenship. Should you accept, you'd be immediately ennobled as a duke, with your choice of any 3 colonial satellites as personal fiefdom." "That's very generous, but I'm not looking to relocate just now." The Count had expected this response. His expression didn't so much as twitch. Instead, he withdrew 3 photographs from his breast pocket, laying them before Draco with practiced ceremony. "Perhaps you recognize these ladies." Draco glanced down at 3 portraits of stunning beauty. The leftmost showed a mature woman with lustrous golden hair, swept into an elegant chignon, sapphire eyes bright with intelligence, and the sort of curves that stop traffic. The center portrait featured someone younger, emerald eyes, cascading auburn waves and legs that went on for miles. The rightmost image captured a petite blonde with shoulder-length hair, cornflower blue eyes, and an athletic build that spoke of endless energy. "The 3 imperial princesses," Draco said without hesitation. "Princess Phyllis on the left, Princess Amelia center, Princess Miskar right. Half the galaxy's in love with them if the tabloids are to be believed." Count Claudius dropped his bombshell with practiced aplomb. "His Majesty offers them as your brides." "Come again." "Should you accept Garthian citizenship, you may choose any of the 3 princesses as your consort. Indeed, should all 3 catch your fancy, His Majesty would gladly arrange a triple wedding. Princess Phyllis as your primary wife, the younger sisters as secondary consorts." Draco's mind reeled. Christ on a bike, this emperor's pulling out all the stops. 3 daughters married off to secure my tech. That's dedication to the cause. Count Claudius watched Draco's silence with growing optimism. Every man has his price. Gold, power, position, women. Show me the bloke who can resist all 4. When Draco finally spoke, the Count nearly choked on his own certainty. "I'm deeply honoured by His Majesty's regard, truly, but as I said, I'm not looking to emigrate. Besides, I'm already spoken for. That is to say," the Count's composure cracked like ice in spring. "How is this possible?" Rallying his diplomatic training, he pressed on. "Naturally, we wouldn't dream of asking you to abandon existing attachments. Garthian law permits multiple wives." The princesses would serve as your primary consorts, whilst your current lady could retain her place. Indeed, should you fancy additional companions in future, our customs are quite accommodating. Did this fellow miss every word I just said? Draco thought. Right time for plain English. Your lordship, let me be crystal clear. I've no intention of leaving my current arrangement. If His Majesty thinks dangling royal daughters will change my mind, he's barking up the wrong tree. However, if the Garthian Empire genuinely wants business partnership, we can certainly discuss terms. Count Claudius flushed crimson. Forgive our presumption, Mr. Valen. Most inappropriate. Your Tiani group would naturally be welcomed with open arms in Garthian space. Regarding the Gundams, perhaps. Stop right there, Draco interrupted firmly. Gundams aren't for sale. Not to your empire, not to anyone. That's non-negotiable. Everything else, though, fair game for discussion. The Count's disappointment was palpable. Gundams represented the ultimate force multiplier, a single unit worth an entire squadron in tactical terms. The Wing Gundam had proven itself a strategic weapon of unprecedented power. Still, hearing that no nation would acquire Gundam technology offered cold comfort. Better universal exclusion than enemy advantage. Count Claudius spent the remainder of his visit discussing conventional trade opportunities, which Draco cheerfully delegated to Saskia and the relevant corporate presidents. As the diplomatic yacht departed, Draco watched from an observation deck, wondering how many more offers would come knocking. The galaxy had taken notice of Tiani's capabilities, and everyone wanted their piece of the pie. Let them come, he thought grimly. They'll all get the same answer.